Chapter 1853. You guys are really too weak. 1. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone thought that they had misheard when they heard Wang Ting's word. They were in disbelief. One person against everyone from the Feng Yun Alliance? Wang Ting must be crazy. That's right. Even if the members of the Feng Yun Alliance aren't top-notch prodigies, they're still talented martial warriors, and their strengths are not to be underestimated. He wants to take on a group by himself. That's a bit insane. He's probably forced into a corner. Box novel. Calm, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such crazy words. He's too impulsive. It's very difficult for him to fight two people alone. He'll definitely lose if he fights the entire group. The onlookers in the surrounding area, upon hearing Wang Ting's words, couldn't help but exclaim and start discussing it among themselves. Not a single person had confidence in Wang Ting's odds. It was ridiculous for one person to fight against a group of people. If they were ordinary martial warriors, it might be different as they were able to manage two. However, these were all genius martial warriors with formidable strength, far from ordinary martial warriors. The expressions on Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyan's faces froze too. They stared at Wang Ting in astonishment. At the same time, their faces turned red. They felt greatly insulted. Having two people fight him at the same time was the best method that they had decided on. Others could at most criticize them for being shameless, but when Wang Ting said he would take on their whole group alone, it was a blatant display of looking down on them. Human psychology was strange. Even though they were the ones who initially proposed a 2-on-1 challenge, now that Wang Ting wants them to take on him alone, they couldn't accept it. This is too much. He's looking down on us by challenging all of us by himself. He's too arrogant. Wang Ting is too arrogant. Does he think he's so great just because he's on the star rankings? The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were infuriated as they pointed at Wang Ting and shouted. They looked like they were itching to rush up and fight him one-on-one. Xin Yanfeng was furious. He wanted to say something, but Shi Tianyun stopped him. He stared at Wang Ting and said coldly, "Is that what you said? One against all of us?" "That's right. I'll fight all of you alone." Wang Ting nodded. His expression was calm and resolute in the eyes of Xin Yanfeng and the others. This was a sign of extreme disdain towards them. Good. 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 Xin Yanfeng was so angry that he laughed. He spat out the 3 words and said, "Since you want to lose even more miserably, well, fulfill your wish." "Lose? You think too much. You guys can't defeat me." Wang Ting shook his head. "Cut the crap. Come up and let me see what gives you the confidence to say such things," Xin Yanfeng shouted coldly. "Shameless." The Feng Yun Alliance agreed. "If it were me, I'd have no face to agree. A group fighting against one, regardless of the outcome, is embarrassing." "That's right. This Feng Yun Alliance is shameless." The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and looked down on the Feng Yun Alliance's actions. Wang Ting, don't act rashly. Yu Qiqiao and the others were shocked too. They didn't expect Wang Ting to do this. This was too crazy. It was one person against the whole group. No matter how one looked at it, there was no chance of winning. They didn't understand why Wang Ting chose to do this. "Shall I go with you?" Yu Yunxian asked with a strange look in his eyes. "That's right. We're going with you. We're all members of the Constellation Society. There's no reason for us to stand by and do nothing," Borat said. "Don't worry. Don't you believe in my ability?" Wang Ting waved his hand and walked towards the arena. Yu Qiqiao and the others looked at his back speechlessly. They knew that they couldn't change Wang Ting's decision. Wade and the other members of the Constellation Society were very worried. "Let it be. This guy isn't reckless. There's a reason behind his decision. Well, just watch and see. After all, we can't stop him," Yu Qiqiao said with a wry smile. "But there are too many people," Wade said hesitantly. "Have you forgotten the clone technique he used in the League of Talents?" Yu Yongxian's gaze turned sharp. That's right. Wade, Yu Qiqiao, and the others' eyes lit up. Wang Ting's clone technique was very powerful. He had never been defeated, even when facing those exceptional martial warriors. Those who did not know would probably treat it as his main body. With this in mind, Wade, Yu Qiqiao, and the others weren't so worried anymore. They all looked toward the arena with a sense of anticipation. They wanted to see if Wang Ting could create another miracle. In their eyes, this act of taking on a group by himself was nothing short of a miracle. The clone technique shouldn't be that powerful, right? Borat couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw them like this. He wasn't a martial warrior from the great Qian Empire and had never seen Wang Ting use his clone technique before. Naturally, he didn't know that there was a huge difference between Wang Ting's clone technique and ordinary clone technique. You'll know once you see it. Yu Qiqiao smiled mysteriously. Borat was left hanging and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But, judging by the expressions of the others, he, too, began to feel a sense of anticipation. He had always wanted to fight with Wang Ting. The stronger Wang Ting was, the stronger his desire to fight with him became. On the Feiyun Alliance spacecraft, Ji Feiyun was stunned and frowned when he saw Wang Ting going up to the arena alone. Chapter 1854. You guys are really too weak. 2. Wang Ting is quite bold. He's still too young and impulsive. Xia Xian shook his head. I'm afraid he's going to lose, and it will be an embarrassing defeat. Maybe not, Ji Feiyun said. President, do you think he has a chance of winning? Xia Xian asked in surprise. I can only say that it's possible. Wang Ting doesn't look like a brainless person, Ji Feiyun said. On the Qinyan Society's spacecraft, Feng Qinyan furrowed his brows and then burst into a chuckle. Interesting. He was even more arrogant than me when I was young. Box novel. Calm on the Witch Tower Alliance's spacecraft, the leader of the Alliance, Wu Ming, reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed. He twirled the wine glass in his hand as he observed the situation below. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Wang Ting walked up the arena and stood opposite the Feng-Yun Alliance. Tension hung in the air. Xin Yanfeng stared at him intently. His eyes filled with fierceness and a murderous intent. Shi Tianyun, on the other hand, remained expressionless. But his eyes were locked on Wang Ting. There was a hint of anger in it. The members of the Feng-Yun Alliance stood around him and surrounded Wang Ting. Moments ago, they felt insulted, but now they were showing their menacing fangs. It was as if a pack of hyenas had found their prey, snarling and baring their teeth. Wang Ting stood among the crowd, calm and composed with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze around with a look of disdain. At this moment, several members of the Student Arbitration Association suddenly appeared at the edge of the arena. One of them was Wu De, who had previously crossed paths with Wang Ting. Quite the commotion, isn't it? He looked around at the scene and then directed his gaze to the arena. Why is he here? On the Feiyun Alliance's spacecraft, Ji Feiyun frowned. This is getting more and more interesting. On the Qinyan Society's spacecraft, Feng Qinyan smiled calmly. Wu De, a counselor. Wu Ming's gaze slightly narrowed, muttering under his breath. At the same time, many old students around the arena recognized Wu De and started discussing. Is that a counselor of the Academy's Arbitration Association? Counselor Wu De. It's him. Why is he here? Conflicts among new student factions shouldn't be enough to summon a counselor, right? Counselor? Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were stunned when they heard the discussions around them. He didn't expect their conflict with the Constellation Society to attract a counselor. Did the Academy place such high importance on Wang Ting? The two of them exchanged glances and saw worry in each other's eyes. Senior Wu De. Wang Ting was stunned when he spotted the person from the Academy's Arbitration Association at the base of the arena. Hello, junior brother Wang Ting, we meet again. Wu De waved at Wang Ting enthusiastically. Wang Ting was bemused by Wu De's attitude. He asked in confusion, "Senior, why Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed when they saw this scene?" Others, too, were taken aback when they saw the familiar interaction between Wang Ting and Wu De. They were surprised. They know each other. No wonder a counselor appeared here. Oh my God, Wang Ting knows a counselor. The Feng Yun Alliance is in deep trouble now. Wang Ting isn't a simple person. Since the Feng Yun Alliance has the guts to fight with him, they must have some confidence. But with a counselor suddenly appearing, it looks like we're in for some interesting drama. The discussions made Xin Yanfeng and Feng Yun Alliance's expressions turn uglier. The expressions of the members of the Feng Yun Alliance also changed slightly. Wu De didn't pay much attention to the discussions around him. He simply smiled and said, "Arena competitions are usually overseen by the Arbitration Association. I happened to have some free time, so I came to take a look." Everyone was speechless. Did you happen to have some free time? Who would believe such a statement? Everyone rolled their eyes secretly, not buying his explanation. The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association had significant positions and responsibilities, and it was highly unlikely for them to casually show up to arbitrate a dispute between two new student factions unless there was a personal connection or interest involved. Did he have nothing better to do? "Thank you." Wang Ting was surprised. He didn't reject the offer and nodded to express his gratitude. "Do you have any objections?" Wu De nodded at Wang Ting. Then, he looked at Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun and asked, "Of course not." Shi Tianyun and Xin Yanfeng's expressions were somewhat stiff, but they eventually nodded in agreement. "Very good. Since you have no objections, let's start." Wu De paused for a moment before continuing, however. "I will say this first. This match isn't a matter of life and death. Neither side is allowed to take the other's life. Do you understand?" "I have no objections." Wang Ting nodded. A strange look appeared in Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's eyes. However, they agreed and didn't say anything. "Open the barrier around the arena," Wu De said. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association who came with him flashed into action, appearing at the four corners of the arena. They waved their hands. Boom! A burst of light flashed, and suddenly, a barrier rose over the arena. "Let's begin." A chair had appeared behind Wu De. He sat down and spoke calmly. The people in the arena turned serious. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. Boom! Boom! Two powerful auras surged. It was Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Chapter 1855. You guys are really too weak. 3. Boom! 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 At the same time, the members of the Feng Yun Alliance released their auras under the influence of Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Their auras seemed to merge into one, forming an enormous and imposing presence. An invisible force field seemed to press down from above, causing the ground to tremble. Boom! The dust on the ground flew up as if an invisible force was acting upon it, suspending all the particles in midair. Time froze. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun looked at Wang Ting with a cold smile. Box novel. Calm, wasn't he planning to fight against their group? It was time to show this guy what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. However, the expected outcome did not occur. Wang Ting remained incredibly composed, his expression as calm as still water. His expression didn't change at all when he felt the pressure from their auras. Wang Ting gave a mocking smile. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. It swept through the area with a chilling, killing intent. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were the first to bear the brunt. Their faces turned pale, and before they could react, their auras were completely shattered. They stumbled back several steps and stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. How's that possible? Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun suffered the greatest pressure. Their expressions turned ugly. It was as if they were confronted with a scene of carnage and bloodshed, filling them with overwhelming dread. What a terrifying killing intent! The members of the Feng Yun alliance trembled in fear. They almost lost their composure. How dare you show off with such a meager display of aura? Wang Ting snorted. Damn it, how can Wang Ting possess such a powerful aura? And that palpable bloodlust conscious. How many people has he killed? Shen Yanfeng seethed with anger and astonishment. Is this all you have? Wang Ting looked at Shen Yanfeng and asked calmly. Don't get too confident. Attack! Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyan's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They exchanged glances with one another, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness as they shouted this word. Boom! The moment they finished speaking, the members of the Feng Yun alliance moved. They charged towards Wang Ting. The arena was quite large, spanning tens of thousands of meters in length and width. Otherwise, Cosmos Stage martial warriors couldn't go all out in their attack. Even so, their powers were still restricted within the arena. The only advantage was that they wouldn't cause too much destruction. If not, no matter how tough and sturdy the 7 stellar academies were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the daily battles of these martial warriors above the Cosmos Stage. They would be left in ruins. However, theoretically speaking, even Eternal Stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to destroy this piece of land. According to records, these 7 continents were forged by supreme forces with unparalleled power, and they couldn't be easily destroyed. Wang Ting squinted as he looked at the Feng Yun alliance members charging towards him from all directions. His figure suddenly blurred and multiple figures appeared. At a glance, every single one of those figures was identical to Wang Ting, to the point where it was impossible to tell who was the original and who were the duplicates. Clones! Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun stopped in their tracks abruptly. Their expressions changed slightly. They finally understood why Wang Ting dared to challenge all of them alone. With his clone skills, he was able to fight many enemies at once. However, they still had a significant numerical advantage, as Wang Ting only created 5 clones, making it a total of 6 figures including his true self. There was still a considerable difference in numbers. Also, the clone skill had a disadvantage. It couldn't release the full potential of the true form. The more clones there were, the weaker each clone became. This was almost certain. Don't worry. These clones are at most only half as powerful as the real Wang Ting. No matter how strong Wang Ting is, 2 to 3 of us can handle one clone. Shen Yanfeng shouted. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. They're just for show. Don't be afraid. Attack together. The members of the Feng Yun alliance were a little hesitant when they saw Wang Ting's clone. However, after hearing Shen Yanfeng's words, they quickly realized the situation and shouted, bolstering their confidence. Actually, they were afraid of Wang Ting. Wang Ting's reputation was immense. He had already defeated several top-tier prodigies. His strength was simply beyond their reach. Furthermore, the terrifying aura he had just released had left them even more apprehensive. Nevertheless, they were now at the point of no return. They had no choice but to go all out. Boom! One by one, the martial warriors from the Feng Yun alliance unleashed their most powerful attack. Sword auras, axe auras, fist auras, and more were all directed towards Wang Ting. The more they feared, the more ruthless their attacks were. This was a common mentality among the weaker opponent. Unfortunately, they were facing Wang Ting. Their attempt to overwhelm him with numbers was doomed to fail. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. There were 6 clones, including the real Wang Ting. They disappeared on the spot, leaving behind only a series of lingering shadows. The members of the Feng Yun alliance squinted when they saw the frightening speed. Boom! 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 Their attacks all missed, crashing onto the arena and generating bursts of light. The arena's surface was reinforced with defensive formations that made it impervious to normal attack. The residual force rippled outward, striking the protective barrier, and creating dazzling flashes of light. This spectacle left many spectators in awe. Chapter 1856. You guys are really too weak. 4. The power unleashed by a group of Cosmos stage martial warriors simultaneously was truly terrifying. But what surprised everyone even more was that Wang Ting's clones were weaving through the crowd and miraculously avoided being hit. Moreover, he had already begun to counterattack. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A member of the Feng Yun Alliance couldn't react in time and got struck by the attack. He was sent flying backward. What? Box novel. Calm Shin Yinfeng and Shi Tianyan's expressions changed. They were astounded. They just exchanged blows, and not only did they fail to gain an advantage, one of their members was even sent flying. At the same time, Wang Ting's clone broke free from the crowd at the speed of lightning and charged toward the member of the Feng Yun Alliance, who was just thrown off his feet. Stop him! Shin Yinfeng shouted immediately. In fact, he didn't need to say much. Many people were already chasing after the clone. However, their speed couldn't match Wang Ting's, even if it was just a clone. The member of the Feng Yun Alliance who got knocked back turned pale. He had just taken a powerful punch and was now spitting out blood. When he saw Wang Ting's clone closing in, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to stabilize himself, but he couldn't resist the powerful impact. Damn it, how powerful is that punch? He was flabbergasted. He finally realized that they had underestimated Wang Ting's clone. Who said that this was 50% of the strength? One punch and he couldn't retaliate at all. If this was 50% of his strength, how powerful was Wang Ting's true form? This member of the Feng Yun Alliance didn't dare to imagine. Unless this wasn't a clone but Wang Ting's true form. But he didn't understand why Wang Ting would deal with a nobody like him personally. Shouldn't he be going after Shin Yinfeng and Shi Tianyun instead? These thoughts raced through his mind in a matter of seconds. In an instant, Wang Ting's clone suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the member of the Feng Yun Alliance. Be careful! Several members of the Feng Yun Alliance shouted instantly. Swoosh! A sonic boom was heard. The member of the Feng Yun Alliance who was thrown off his feet didn't have the time to react. His pupils constricted violently, and the next instant, he felt an intense pain at the back of his head. His vision turned black. Then, swoop, boom. A sensation akin to being struck by lightning surged from the top of his head. It caused his entire body to tremble. The member of the Feng Yun Alliance rolled his eyes upwards, leaving only the whites of his eyes visible. But it wasn't over. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds accompanied by the crackling of lightning continued to resonate. In just a few breaths, Wang Ting had struck a dozen times, leaving behind nothing but his lingering shadows. He knew that in this situation, others wouldn't give him much time. Hence, he had to finish it quickly. Sure enough, at that moment, several other members of the Feng Yun Alliance caught up with him and were closing in on him. However, Wang Ting had already stopped and retreated. He didn't give them any chances and slipped away like an eel, smoothly escaping their encirclement. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance turned grim as they lowered their heads and looked at the Feng Yun Alliance member who got attacked by Wang Ting's clone. He lay on the ground, convulsing, with a massive lump on his head that made him look like a pig's head. It was a truly gruesome sight. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were extremely close, so they saw everything. Their hearts palpitated and the corners of their lips twitched uncontrollably. Some distance away, Shin Yinfeng and Shi Tianyun also noticed this scene. Their faces turned black. We need to deal with his true form first, Shi Tianyun said in a gloomy voice. The problem is, I can't find his true form. Shin Yinfeng glanced around him and said in frustration. Shi Yuntian felt so exasperated he wanted to vomit blood. They never expected Wang Ting's clones to be so powerful. They couldn't distinguish which one was the true form. Ha ha ha, the Feng Yun Alliance is completely baffled. Many people burst out laughing when they saw this scene. However, most people were secretly shocked by Wang Ting's strength. Even his clones were as terrifying as his true form. They couldn't tell which was the real Wang Ting. At least for now, his true form hadn't been exposed. He remained hidden among the crowd, making it impossible for the Feng Yun Alliance members to make a move. Boss clone technique is still as formidable as ever, Wade exclaimed when he saw the situation in the arena. So, this is Wang Ting's clone technique. No wonder you all looked so secretive. It's indeed incredibly powerful and unique, unlike ordinary clone techniques. Borat's eyes sparkled as he watched the battle and praised Wang Ting's abilities. Haha, I can relax now. I feel the Feng Yun Alliance won't be able to do anything to our boss, Wade laughed. In the arena, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun continued to scan the area, trying to locate Wang Ting's true form. They didn't dare to separate. They were afraid that if they met Wang Ting alone, they would be defeated one by one. However, by sticking together, it became even more challenging to identify Wang Ting's true form. Bang! 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 In just a short amount of time, Wang Ting had dealt with several Feng Yun Alliance members. 6 Wang Tings attacked at the same time. Even though 2 or 3 of them were held back, the members of the Feng Yun Alliance still found it troublesome. They felt powerless in front of Wang Ting's speed. Chapter 1857. You guys are really too weak. 5. With Wang Ting's speed, if he avoided direct confrontations, many martial warriors of the same stage would be completely powerless against him. He was already unbeatable. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance fell one by one. They turned into pig heads under Wang Ting's lightning slap, lying sprawled on the arena. The surrounding spectators were appalled when they saw what was happening. Wang Ting was truly defying the odds. It was ridiculous for one person to be able to fight a group of people so easily. At the same time, many people could not help but sympathize with the Feng Yun Alliance. Box novel. How tragic. Not only were they defeated, but they were also beaten into a pulp. Wang Ting was crushing them. They were all genius martial warriors. How could they face others in the future if they were beaten up like this in front of so many people? Wang Ting is ruthless. That's right. The people from the Feng Yun Alliance have all been beaten up. They're going to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Revenge, this is pure revenge. The Feng Yun Alliance has provoked the wrong person. The tables had suddenly turned. As the members of the Feng Yun Alliance fell one by one, many people's opinions of Wang Ting changed. Originally, many people thought Wang Ting couldn't win, and it seemed arrogant to take on a group of people by himself. But now, Wang Ting. In the arena, Shen Yanfeng finally couldn't stand it anymore. Veins popped on his forehead and he shouted, "Do you only know how to hide?" The 6 Wang Tings glanced at him at the same time. Their gazes were filled with contempt. No one spoke but a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. Contempt x6. Critical hit. Shen Yanfeng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Many people burst out laughing. Wang Ting was so mischievous. Without saying a word, just a look and a smile conveyed a strong sense of mockery. But, if it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to take it either. When 6 Wang Ting simultaneously shot a disdainful look, their mockery was so palpable. They couldn't even achieve such a striking resemblance with identical customization. Wang Ting, do you dare to fight with me in a single combat? Shen Yanfeng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Single combat? Wang Ting seemed to have heard something amusing. Weren't you all quite happy when you said 2 of you would fight me alone? Why are you backing out now? 6 Wang Tings spoke at the same time. Shen Yanfeng and the others couldn't find Wang Ting's true form. Shen Yanfeng's face turned as dark as the bottom of the pot when he heard Wang Ting's words. Bang! 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 Swoop! Boom! During their conversation, Wang Ting grabbed another member of the Feng Yun Alliance. He swung the lightning slap, ruthlessly smashing it into the opponent's head without holding back at all. Soon, another pig head appeared in the arena. This isn't a bad idea. It's me, one against all of you. Isn't that still single combat? The 6 Wangtings said nonchalantly. You! Shen Yanfeng's face was green and white. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. The spectators had strange expressions on their faces. One against the whole group? There seemed to be nothing wrong with that. However, Feng Yun Alliance was in a miserable situation. They were at a loss for words. They were reaping the bitter fruits of their actions. Stop wasting time talking to him. Each of us should focus on one of his clones and quickly identify the true form. I refuse to believe his clones are as powerful as his true form, Shi Tianyun finally spoke. He kept sweeping his gaze around as he spoke in a deep voice. All right. Shen Yanfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. At this point, being cautious or indecisive wouldn't help them. Their only chance of winning was to quickly identify Wang Ting's true form. Once Wang Ting had dealt with all the members of the Feng Yun Alliance, they would lose for sure. Based on Wang Ting's current ability, even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be so powerful. In an instant, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun both charged forward, each selecting one of the Wang Ting clones and launching a furious assault. Boom! Shen Yanfeng was a wind element martial warrior. He held a sword in his hand and slashed at one of Wang Ting's clones in a bid to force out his true strength. It was Wang Ting's earth element clone. He squinted and didn't fight with Shen Yanfeng. After dodging the attack, he continued charging towards another member of the Feng Yun Alliance. On the other side, Shi Tianyun also locked onto one of the Wang Ting clones. He swung his battle sword, releasing streaks of blue sword energy to block Wang Ting's path. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. That was Wang Ting's fire element clone. Wang Ting's fire element clone summoned a fiery battle sword and swept it around, instantly breaking through the opponent's sword energy blockade. Initially, Wang Ting's true form was the one holding the lightning slap. However, later on, the lightning slap was passed around to each of the clones, and they would attack whenever they had the chance. It was like a relay. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for others to find Wang Ting's true form. Even with Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun joining the battle, they couldn't change the outcome. The screams in the arena continued unabated. Members of the Feng Yun Alliance fell one by one, and their expressions turned darker and grimmer. 45. 46. 47. When the spectators saw the members of the Feng Yun Alliance fall, they could not help but count silently. They felt like they were watching a show. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting finally dealt with all the members of the Feng Yun Alliance. They had more members than that, but these few dozen were the elite of the Feng Yun Alliance. Yet, they were all defeated by Wang Ting in an instant. This was a truly miserable situation for them. The 6 Wang Tings stopped at the same time. It was a strange scene in the arena. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance lay sprawled around the 6 Wang Tings in a disarrayed manner, creating a silent but awe-inspiring spectacle. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Moments ago, they were so engrossed in watching Wang Ting fight that they hadn't yet processed the outcome. Now that the results were clear, everyone felt utterly shocked, their faces reflecting disbelief. One person against a group. He did it. He must be a monster. You guys are too weak. Wang Ting shook his head as he looked at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Chapter 1858. You can't even defeat my clone. 1. You guys are really too weak. The moment Wang Ting finished speaking, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions turned gloomy. Like the dark clouds in the sky. The group of people were defeated just like that and were lying on the ground in a pitiful state. The Feng Yun Alliance felt completely humiliated. At this moment, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun regretted their decision to let Wang Ting take on all of them. Their decision had led to this current embarrassing situation. Even if they won, others wouldn't praise the Feng Yun alliance for being formidable. If they lost, it would be even worse, just like now. Box novel. Calm. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in. Faced with the countless mocking glances from all around, they felt a burning sensation on their faces. They almost died of embarrassment right then and there. Oh my God! One against a group, he did it. Isn't Wang Ting a little too powerful? He's insane. Damn, this is not something a human can do at all. He's a beast. But to achieve this level, his clone technique and that extreme speed of his is vital. Otherwise, he can only wait for death. There are dozens of genius martial warriors. If it was anyone else, they could have easily been overwhelmed. However, Wang Ting managed to do it. I'm convinced. From now on, Wang Ting will be my role model. I want to join the Constellation Society. That's right. After this battle arena ends, I'll ask the Constellation Society if they're still accepting members. Wang Ting is too powerful. It must be reassuring to have a boss like him. I wonder if the Constellation Society will distribute that brick to their members? It looks very useful. Not only can it smash people, but it can also discharge electricity. What do you mean by distributing bricks? Do you think that is the Constellation Society's exclusive weapon? I want to have that. Wang Ting is a brick maniac. He smashes people everywhere and turns them into pig heads. Brick maniac? Brick maniac? Seriously? After a moment of silence, everyone finally reacted. Then, the atmosphere instantly lit up. The people from the Feiyun Alliance were also shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Was Wang Ting that strong? They were all senior students. They had been in the academy for many years, but they had never seen such a powerful freshman. He defeated so many genius martial warriors by himself. Was he still human? Ji Feiyun couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment on his face. He saw the potential of an extraordinary genius in Wang Ting. Even the top-notch geniuses probably couldn't do this at his current stage. Ji Feiyun's expression turned grim. It would be difficult to control such a monstrous-level genius. He suddenly had doubts about whether he could control this prodigy. On the Qinyan Society's spacecraft, Feng Qinjian's expression slightly stiffened and he frowned. He was no longer as relaxed as before. This Wang Ting was beyond his expectations. He had the same feeling as Ji Feiyun. When a genius became too monstrous, they became uncontrollable, and sooner or later, they would turn the tables. Unless they had absolute confidence. But did they? Ji Feiyun was unsure, and so was Feng Qinyan. Wu Ming from the Witch Tower Alliance wasn't sure either. He stared at Wang Ting for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. At the edge of the arena, Wu De had a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Junior Wang Ting is extraordinary. He managed to resolve this situation. How long has it been since he entered the academy? To undergo such a significant transformation shortly after entering the academy was truly unpredictable. No wonder. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes, as if he had just thought of something. On the Constellation Society's side, everyone's faces were filled with joy and excitement. Boss is too strong. As expected of our president. He's so powerful. Let's see if that Feng Yun Alliance still dares to be arrogant. They should know their place now. President is awesome. Long live the president. Long live the president. Some people from the Constellation Society shouted excitedly and cheered for Wang Ting. With the first person setting the example, more and more people joined in the cheering. The loud cheers gradually formed a unified chorus, creating a magnificent momentum that caught the attention of many senior students. After this battle, Wang Ting will surely win the hearts of many, a senior student remarked. Joy flashed across the faces of Yu Qiqiao, Wade, and the others. Their gazes landed on Wang Ting. In their eyes, Wang Ting's figure seemed to be rapidly rising and radiating infinite brilliance. Sometimes, a person's charm naturally emerges in situations like this. This is great. Yu Qiqiao clenched her fists and thought to herself. In the arena, the 6 Wang Tings looked at Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. In a flash, they surrounded them and said at the same time, "Now, it's the 6 of us against the 2 of you. Don't admit defeat, or ill find it boring." Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were speechless. They wanted to vomit blood in frustration. Something didn't feel right. They originally ganged up on Wang Ting, but now it had turned into 6 Wang Tings facing off against the 2 of them. The change was too fast for them to accept. Junior Wang Ting is a little shameless. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun will have a difficult time backing down. They won't give up easily unless they have no face left. Wu De saw through Wang Ting's plan and burst out laughing. Chapter 1859. You can't even defeat my clone. 2. Ha ha ha, Counselor Wu De, no wonder you hold him in such high regard. This Wang Ting Jr. truly is a remarkable person. A member of the Academy's Arbitration Association burst out laughing. Am not the one who thinks highly of him. Wu De shook his head and smiled. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind his words. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association nearby seemed to have realized something, and a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Wang Ting, I admit we underestimated you, but don't think you've won just yet. Xin Yanfeng stared at Wang Ting with a deadly gaze. He wished he could tear Wang Ting into pieces. Then let me see how you can turn the tables. Wang Ting extended his hand and gestured at the other party, curling his finger provocatively. Come, bring it on. This gesture wasn't offensive, but it carried strong implications of insult. Box novel. Calm especially when combined with his taunting words. Bastard! Xin Yanfeng trembled and his face turned ashen. He let out a roar and stomped his feet on the ground. He couldn't bear it any longer. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded, and he charged fiercely toward one of Wang Ting's clones like a cyan arrow. Die! He swung his battle blade viciously, unleashing a fearsome wind element technique aimed directly at Wang Ting's head. This was Wang Ting's wood element clone. This time, he created a total of 5 clones based on his 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With the other element forces in his true form, he was completely unbeatable. 10th level Wind Ultima. Wang Ting's wood element clone's eyes lit up. Indeed, any talents who entered the Stellar Academies should not be underestimated. The majority of them had grasped the 10th level Ultima. Normally, only Cosmos Stage martial warriors could grasp the power of Ultima. Many normal martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos Stage might not even be able to reach the 10th level. However, these talented martial warriors had mastered their Force Ultima to the perfected 10th level even though they just advanced to the Cosmos Stage. One had to admit that their talents were exceptional. Moreover, Xin Yanfeng was a wind element martial warrior. Wind force was a special element. Martial warriors with such a talent wouldn't be weak. At this moment, the cyan blade light was already right in front of him. Wang Ting's wood element clone raised his head. He swung the wood element battle sword in his hand with a resounding crash. This wood element battle sword was a heaven-level battle sword. It was exceptionally good, but certainly better than ordinary weapons. He was just using it because it was convenient. Above the battle sword, a green sword light burst forth. As Wang Ting slashed the sword, streams of green sword light shot out like leaves in the wind. 10th level Wood Ultima. Green Essence Sword Skill. Boom. In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided. The cyan blade aura and the green sword aura swept across the stage, fiercely clashing and creating a thunderous roar. Wang Ting's Green Essence Sword Skill was obtained during the League of Talents. It was a universe stage sword skill with formidable power. Combined with his 10th level wood ultima, the resulting power was undeniably impressive. Shen Yanfeng's cyan blade light was shattered directly. The fierce expression on his face froze. He found it unbelievable. This is his true form. Suddenly, he thought of something and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He shouted at Shi Tianyun. What? Shi Tianyun, who was charging towards Wang Ting's fire element clone, was taken aback by Shen Yanfeng's words. However, he was already in front of Wang Ting's fire element clone, so he couldn't turn back immediately. He could only continue attacking the clone. Initially, he thought that this fire element clone was Wang Ting's true form because, during their previous confrontation, this fire element clone had engaged him directly and displayed significant strength. Boom! The sword in his hand radiated blue sword light, forming numerous blue swordfish in the air, as if they were condensed from water ripples. They shot towards Wang Ting. A powerful power of Ultima exuded from it. 10th level water element Ultima. Shi Tianyun was using his full strength. He had no intention of holding back now. In his previous encounter with Wang Ting's fire element clone, he gained no advantage and had even lost quite a few members of the Feng Yun alliance to this fire element clone. Therefore, he didn't dare to show any complacency. Even though Shen Yanfeng said that the one he was fighting with was the true form, what if the one in front of him was the real one? Regardless, he decided to eliminate one of them first. With this thought in mind, a strong malicious intent surged in Shi Tianyun's heart. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. Were they serious? They randomly chose 2 clones and claimed that they were his true form. When Shen Yanfeng shouted so confidently, Wang Ting almost burst out laughing. But he managed to hold it in. Shi Tianyun also seemed to have mistaken his fire element clone for his true form. He was attacking quite aggressively. In that case, let's play with them. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. The battle sword in the fire clone's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a fiery red spear. Then, the fire element clone stomped fiercely and soared into the sky. Facing Shi Tianyun's attack, it didn't retreat but advanced, thrusting the spear forward and unleashing an endless blaze of flames. These flames were emerald green, clearly different from ordinary fire. The emerald glazed flame. At the same time, a powerful Ultima erupted from the flames. 10th level fire Ultima. Roaring flame lion spear. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The emerald green flames congregated into a majestic and imposing giant lion, engulfed in flames. It roared into the sky and charged toward the blue swordfish-like sword light coming from the opposite side. Chapter 1860. You can't even defeat my clone. 3. What is this? Shi Tianyun was horrified. The sword in his hand trembled violently as his sword light disintegrated in an instant. Frightening force came from the opposite side, shaking the long sword in his hand. Furthermore, after the blue swordfish disintegrated, the massive flaming lion showed no sign of slowing down and continued charging towards Shi Tianyun. How can he be so strong? Shi Tianyun turned serious. He slashed his battle sword out again. Water cloud sword skill. He shouted coldly. Waves of sword light shot out from his sword. Countless water vapors gathered above his head, forming what appeared to be clouds. Within those clouds, the sword light floated, concealing a deadly threat. Box novel. Calm ha. Wang Ting was surprised. He looked at the clouds with interest. Roar. The flaming lion roared as it collided fiercely with the cloud. Boom. A violent explosion occurred. Within the cloud, waves of sword light swept out, forming a domain of swords around the flaming lion. The swords slashed and chopped the lion viciously. At this moment, fiery flames erupted from within the flaming lion, and a scorching heat instantly swept through the area. Under the searing emerald green flames, the misty sword light turned into vapor and dispersed in all directions. The two forces continued to clash in midair. Boom! In the end, both of them were annihilated. The residual impact swept out. In the sky, two figures shot out from the mist, leaving a white trail behind them. It was exceptionally clear. Divine Flame. This is the true form. Shi Tianyun stopped 1,000 meters away and shouted with a grim expression. Xin Yanfeng, who was far away, began to doubt himself. The ability of the fire element clone Shi Tianyun was facing exceeded his imagination, especially when he saw the emerald green flame released by the clone. He was taken aback. Divine Flame. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were familiar with Wang Ting's Divine Flame. Wang Ting executed it when he was fighting with Zhulong Shan. Normally, the one controlling the Divine Flame was the main body. It was extremely difficult for a clone to control the Divine Flame. This was because their tolerance for its power was extremely limited, unlike the main body, which was much more powerful and less likely to be overwhelmed by the immense power of the Divine Flame. So, upon seeing the emerald green flames, they began to suspect that Wang Ting's fire element clone might actually be the true form. Ha ha ha! The 6 Wang Tings burst out laughing when they saw their expressions. Why are you laughing? Xin Yanfeng asked with a black face. Nothing, nothing. I just saw something funny. Ha ha ha! Wang Ting couldn't stop laughing. These two people were fooled. They couldn't differentiate the clones and the true form. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces turned black. They felt that Wang Ting's laughter was filled with mockery, as if he were mocking them for being stupid. This must be your clone. Trying to confuse us with such tricks won't work, Xin Yanfeng said coldly. Yes, you're right. This is my true form. The 6 Wang Tings nodded in unison. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions froze. They were puzzled. Was it real or not? Wang Ting's confident demeanor made them doubt themselves once again. Below the arena, many people wore strange expressions on their faces. Some felt sympathy for Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. They were the presidents of their faction, but they got played like fools. It was pitiful. I feel that boss is playing with their mentality. Wade stroked his chin with a strange expression. Yes, I think so too. Yu Qiqiao nodded. She turned to Borat and Yu Yunxian, who was sitting beside them, and asked, Can you guys tell which one is Wang Ting's true form? I can't tell. Borat wore a frustrated expression and shook his head. Yu Yunxian furrowed his brows and examined the Wang Tings for a while. In the end, he shook his head. There seemed to be an invisible force on these clones that prevented any scrutiny. What's more, the auras emitted by them were all too similar, making it extremely difficult to distinguish. You guys can't find his true form either? That's surprising. Yu Qiqiao couldn't help but marvel. In the arena. Enough of this, let's join forces and take down that Wang Ting with the Divine Flame. Xin Yanfeng couldn't tolerate Wang Ting's mocking gaze any longer. All right. Shi Tianyun nodded. Boom. The next moment, they both launched their attacks, charging straight towards Wang Ting's fire element clone. The fire element clone remained unruffled. He let out a hearty laugh and wielded his long spear. The spear shot out like a dragon. The emerald-glazed flame swept out, condensing into fiery dragons under the long spear. The power of Ultima converged within them, making these fiery dragons vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery dragons roared through the sky, rushing towards the two of them. The two of them turned serious. They were flabbergasted. Heavenly demonic wind suppression blade. Xin Yanfeng dared not be negligent any longer. He finally unleashed his most powerful martial technique. His battle blade danced wildly, creating afterimages. A special field expanded from his blade aura, forming a domain that specially belonged to the blade. Several fiery dragons crashed into the domain and were instantly torn apart. Wind element blade domain. Wang Ting turned serious. Chapter 1861 You Can't Even Defeat My Clone. 4. Wang Ting, you can't escape now. Come into my domain. Shen Yanfeng shouted with a sinister expression on his face. He believed he had found Wang Ting's true form, so he unleashed his most powerful attack to pull Wang Ting into his domain. He aimed to defeat him completely. Wang Ting's fire element clone blinked. He didn't dodge and allowed himself to be pulled into the domain. Shi Tianyun also entered Shen Yanfeng's domain in the same manner. Wang Ting is pulled into Shen Yanfeng's domain. The spectators around the arena were shocked. Is that Wang Ting's true form? I don't think so. Why will he be so calm if that's his true form? Box novel. Calm, that's right. Those 5 Wang Tings look like they're just here to watch the show. Haha, so Shen Yanfeng is basically wasting his efforts. In the arena, the 5 Wang Tings stood quietly in the sky, showing no intention to intervene. Wang Ting's true form closed his eyes. Through a shared vision, he could see the situation inside the wind demonic domain. Inside the domain, Wang Ting's fire element clone was looking at the 2 people ahead calmly. Wang Ting, you will lose once you enter my wind demonic domain, Shen Yanfeng said proudly. Is that so? Wang Ting's fire element clone gave a meaningful smile. Why are you still smiling? Do you know that you're about to die? Shen Yanfeng couldn't stand Wang Ting's confident expression and snorted coldly. He raised his battle blade. Countless wind force surrounded his battle blade, and the power of the domain converged, forming cyan blade light. Within that blade light, there was an endless aura of death. It filled the domain with a terrifying sense of doom. Die! Shen Yanfeng shouted and slashed his battle blade down. Boom! Endless blade light descended ruthlessly upon Wang Ting's fire element clone. If this frightening attack landed on Wang Ting's fire element clone, it would shatter into pieces. However, the clone didn't evade and allowed the attack to land on him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the blade light engulfed Wang Ting's fire element clone. Shen Yanfeng was elated. Wang Ting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother defending himself. Was he seeking death? At this moment, outside the domain, Wang Ting looked at his earth element clone and said, "Go ahead." The earth element clone nodded. He turned into a beam of light and dashed into the domain. Many people noticed this scene and were astounded. The earth element clone turned into a streak of light and entered the domain. He charged towards the fire element clone who was submerged by the blade glow. This isn't right. Shi Tianyun's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Huh! Shen Yanfeng also felt something amiss. His smile froze and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, boom! A dark red glow suddenly erupted from the center of the blade light that submerged Wang Ting. It was accompanied by a unique domain. It's a domain, Shi Tianyun said in a low voice. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, under their unbelievable gazes, the green blade glow filled with killing intent dissipated as if it had been melted by a scorching heat. A dark red domain suddenly expanded and pushed Shen Yanfeng's domain out. There was a standoff. Huge rocks floated in the dark red domain. Flames burned on their surfaces like meteorite. Terrifying domain power permeated the area. Wang Ting stood on a huge meteorite with flames swirling around him. He looked like the king of fire. Flaming magnetic meteor domain. Your domain isn't strong enough. Wang Ting looked at Shen Yanfeng indifferently and spoke in a calm tone. Shen Yanfeng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. His domain had reached the 4th rank, and among the new students, he was certainly one of the strongest, if not the strongest. Yet, Wang Ting was looking down on him. He felt humiliated by his disdainful attitude. Was that your clone? Shi Tianyun looked at Wang Ting and asked. What if it was? Wang Ting replied calmly. You've already run out of tricks. That's why you resorted to using your clone's power. We're right, this is indeed your true form, Shi Tianyun said with a cold smile. Think whatever you want. You're going to lose anyway. Wang Ting shook his head and replied nonchalantly. You're wrong. You will lose. Shi Yuntian suddenly sniggered. A special aura that wasn't weaker than Xin Yanfeng's erupted from his body. Boom. A blue domain spread out from his body when he finished speaking. It was an extremely unique domain filled with the rich power of water. It created a dense mist that hung in the air. Most notably, Shi Tianyan's domain and Xin Yanfeng's domain didn't repel each other. Instead, they showed signs of merging. What is this? Wang Ting looked at the two domains in front of him in surprise. Wang Ting, your hybrid domain is powerful, but our domains can merge, allowing us to unleash the power of a 5th-rank domain with our 4th-rank domains. You've lost. Shi Tianyan said coldly. Oh? Your domains can merge? Wang Ting looked at them in astonishment. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyan didn't waste any time. They exchanged glances with each other and unleashed their domain power to its utmost limit. Chapter 1862. You can't even defeat my clone. 5. Xin Yanfeng wielded his battle blade, and the green blade radiance reappeared. Endless wind power congregated on his blade glow. Similarly, Shi Tianyun swung his sword, and the blue sword radiance burst forth, rising like water. It merged with Xin Yanfeng's blade, forming a tornado of blades and swords. Interesting. Wang Ting squinted. He was surprised by their domains. He didn't expect someone to comprehend the fusion of blade and sword, wind and water, just like he did. However, his tornado was still much stronger. His flaming magnetic meteor domain was enough to deal with them. However, he only fused 2 of his clones, so he didn't possess the full power of his original self. Thus, he couldn't afford to be careless. Box novel. Calm, he reached out to the sky, and the massive flaming boulders converged above him, gradually forming an incredibly large sphere resembling a small asteroid. Wind Cloud Domain. Xin Yanfeng and Wang Ting attacked at the same time. They combined the power of their domains and hurled it at Wang Ting. Go! Wang Ting pointed forward without any hesitation. The massive sphere fully condensed and descended like a small asteroid towards the blade and sword tornado. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The blade and sword tornado rotated wildly in an attempt to completely shatter the massive stone sphere. The giant rock carried a tremendous impact as it slammed into the blade and sword tornado. The blade and sword energy within it were crushed. Both sides seemed locked in a stalemate. It was a tug-of-war. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt nervous. They didn't expect Wang Ting's domain to be so powerful. In contrast, Wang Ting remained calm, seemingly unworried. Before long, the situation in the arena finally began to change. Crack! The blade and sword tornado couldn't bear the overwhelming pressure and emitted a series of cracking sounds as if it was about to collapse. In just a few breaths, the blade and sword tornado could no longer hold together and began to disintegrate. Boom! In the next moment, before Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun could react, the blade and sword tornado violently shattered. Countless sword energies shot out in all directions. How is this possible? Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were flabbergasted. They seemed to have lost their voices. They didn't expect this result. Their combined domain lost. Boom! While the two of them were still immersed in the shock of their failure, the enormous stone sphere continued its unstoppable force, directly hurtling toward them. Quick, retreat! Shi Tianyun regained his composure and shouted with a pale face. The two of them immediately retreated, but it was too late. The massive stone sphere descended at an incredible speed with an unparalleled impact. They couldn't evade it at all. They stared helplessly as the giant rock came crashing down. The two of them hurriedly activated their domains, trying to shrink them instantly and gather them within a meter of their bodies. This was their last-ditch effort to resist the impact of the boulder. However, time was against them. The massive stone sphere slammed down and crashed into their domains. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the giant rock struck the layer of domain power around their bodies. Crack! The domain power shattered instantly. There was no way they could withstand the impact. Their faces were filled with horror. It's over. Wang Ting's lips moved slightly as he uttered 2 words. Immediately after that, the massive stone sphere exploded and a terrifying force impact swept out, engulfing the 2 of them. No! They only had time to scream before they disappeared in the terrifying explosion. Boom! The protective shields around them trembled under the impact of the explosion. They looked as if they would break at any moment. The audience was frightened. The people below the arena felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they saw the incredibly powerful explosion. This was frightening. How could Wang Ting possess such terrifying domain power? After a moment, the explosion slowly subsided, revealing the situation in the arena. A massive crater had formed in the center of the arena. There were cracks all around it like spiderwebs. 2 figures lay within it, their armor tattered and their bodies covered in wounds. They looked miserable. Poor thing! Many people gasped when they saw this scene. Are they dead? Someone couldn't help but ask. Cough, cough. Someone suddenly coughed violently. The 2 figures slowly climbed to their feet. They weren't dead, but they were coughing up blood continuously. They appeared extremely weak. Another figure flew down from the sky and landed at the edge of the crater. He looked down at the 2 figures within the pit expressionlessly. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun raised their heads to look at the person. Their faces filled with resentment. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from behind, and several figures emerged. It was Wang Ting's true form and the other remaining clones who were waiting outside. You couldn't even defeat my clones. Wang Ting looked at the 2 of them and said suddenly. The clones disappeared, including the one who defeated Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun, and merged back into Wang Ting's body. Pfft! Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's eyes trembled violently when they saw this scene. They vomited a mouth of blood on the spot. Chapter 1863. Find your own spot and stay there. 1. Silence. The entire place went silent after Wang Ting finished speaking. Now that they saw Wang Ting removing his clones, they finally knew which one was Wang Ting's true form. When the Earth Element clone entered Shen Yanfeng's domain and helped Wang Ting's Fire Element clone, many people guessed that it was just a clone that was pulled into the domain. However, they still didn't know which one was his true form. They only knew the one inside was a clone. Wang Ting's cloning technique was too mysterious. Very few people could see through it. Even the few peak universe stage martial warriors present were not able to see anything. Box novel. Actually, after evolving to this current state, Wang Ting's clone technique had already surpassed the darkness clone technique. It had become his unique clone technique. Wang Ting had only applied the principles of the darkness clone technique and made some modifications. Besides, he had a lot of forces as well. Even if he extracted all the force from one attribute and injected them into his clone, it wouldn't have much of an effect on his main body. That was why the clones were able to fight against the genius martial warriors and win. Wang Ting's presence was like a bug in the system. Everyone gazed at the massive crater in the arena in bewilderment. Even though the deep pit only occupied less than half of the arena. However, do not forget that the arena had a defense array. Ordinary Cosmo Stage martial artists' attacks would not be able to damage it. However, Wang Ting managed to create such a huge crater. It was unbelievable. How powerful was the attack just now? Even some of the senior students who had reached the heaven stage had grave expressions on their faces. They started to take Wang Ting's strength seriously. Especially since the attack was only released by Wang Ting's 2 clones. How strong was his true form? The Feng Yun Alliance members, sensing the danger, had already fled the stage. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the explosion. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably when they saw the terrifying hole in the arena. Then, they took a sharp intake of breath. Gasp! Their faces were bruised and swollen, so when their muscles twitched, it hurt. Shin Yin-fong and Shi Tianyun spat out a large mouthful of blood, and their faces turned even paler. They stared at Wang Ting, their gazes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. They lost. They were defeated thoroughly. If they had simply lost to Wang Ting, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were fighting Wang Ting as a group. Yet, they didn't win and even lost to Wang Ting's clone. If they couldn't even defeat a clone, how could they still have the face to stay in the Stellar Academy? They knew what they would encounter in the future. Perhaps people would laugh at them when they walked on the street. Look, those two were the presidents of the Feng Yun Alliance who lost to Wang Ting's clone. Embarrassing. It was truly embarrassing. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they saw the two of them. If they had known that this would happen, they wouldn't have done it. If they had some dignity in the past, they wouldn't have ended up losing so embarrassingly. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, they were blinded by that ambition in their hearts and were willing to resort to despicable means to secure victory at all costs. The only thing they didn't expect was that Wang Ting was so powerful. It wasn't just them. Many people thought that Wang Ting would lose. Who knew that it would end up like this? This was a miracle. It was a miracle that ordinary people could not achieve. But they're ruined. Many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt that Wang Ting was mean. He had already won, but he still had to provoke Shin Yin-fong and Shi Tianyun like this. Wang Ting seemed like a petty person. It was best not to provoke him in the future. This guy. Wu De shook his head in amusement. Wang Ting's performance was beyond his expectations. Wang Ting had only stepped into the Stellar Academies for a short time, but his rate of improvement was so impressive that it even surprised him. However, it didn't take long for everyone to realize that Wang Ting was not going to let bygones be bygones. He seemed determined not to let Shin Yin-fong and the others off the hook so easily. In the arena, Wang Ting suddenly walked towards Shin Yin-fong and Shi Tianyun. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. "What are you trying to do?" "Cough, cough," Shin Yin-fong was shocked. He coughed up blood again. "Nothing much. I just wanted to exchange some words with you guys," Wang Ting smiled and replied. "Everyone. Exchange some words? Does that brick in your hand look like it wants to exchange some words? Don't come over." Shin Yin-fong got anxious when he saw Wang Ting getting closer and closer. The fate of the members of the Feng Yun Alliance was still fresh in his memory, and when he saw that brick, he knew exactly what Wang Ting had in mind. I want to admit, Shi Tianyun's brows twitched, and he wanted to acknowledge defeat. But how could Wang Ting give him such a chance? Before he could say the word defeat, Wang Ting rapidly moved, appearing suddenly in front of Shi Tianyun. He swung the lightning slap. He swiftly moved, appearing suddenly in front of Shi Tianyun. He swung the defeat. Bang! Swoop! Boom! A burst of lightning flashed. Shi Tianyun's body was already at his weakest, so he couldn't resist at all. His body twitched as he tried to gather the final traces of his force to protect himself. However, his force crumbled entirely. The lightning slap contained the power of the calamity lightning. Once it invaded the body, the force would disintegrate instantly. Chapter 1864. Find your own spot and stay there. 2. The president of the Feng Yun Alliance, who appeared charming on the surface but was actually quite scheming, was now suffering the same treatment as the other members of the alliance. When Shin Yin-fong saw this scene from the side, he was scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about his face and immediately wanted to admit defeat. He opened his mouth and was about to shout, before he could continue, the lightning slap, which had been heading for Shi Tianyun's face, had already changed its course and was now heading straight for his face. Shin Yanfeng lost his composure and his eyes widened to the extreme. The purple aura of the lightning slap reflected in his eyes, and his pupils continued contracting. Bang! Swoop! Boom! The same lightning slap attack sound echoed persistently in the arena. Box novel. Calm. The corners of the mouths of the people below the arena twitched. They could not bear to look at it. Bang! 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 Swoop! Boom! Swoop! Boom! The continuous dull thuds were accompanied by thunderous explosions, and Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun still couldn't manage to utter the words "admit defeat." Wang Ting prevented them from speaking. They could only send a message to Wu De with their eyes. "We want to admit defeat." Ahem! Wu De cleared his throat and pretended that he didn't see it. His gaze wandered, and he sipped his wine, perfectly avoiding eye contact with the others. Counselor Wu De, aren't we going to stop him?" A member of the Academy's Arbitration Association couldn't help but ask. "Have they admitted defeat?" Wu De asked. The Academy's Arbitration Association member was speechless. If they had admitted defeat, he wouldn't have asked. "No," he replied. "In that case, we have no right to interfere in this competition. Everything is within the rules," Wu De said slowly. "You're right." The member of the Academy's Arbitration Association immediately nodded and accepted humbly. Understood. Since the counselor had already said so, how could he not understand? He would be a fool not to understand his intention. In the arena, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt despair and regret. Why didn't they admit defeat earlier? At this moment, Wang Ting stopped what he was doing and smiled. "Our conversation is over. Come, tell me now, who asked you to attack our Constellation Society?" Shin Yanfeng was seeing stars. He wanted to say something. Bang! Swoop! Boom! "You want to admit defeat? Did you not have enough?" Wang Ting picked up the lightning slap and smashed it on Shin Yanfeng's head. Shin Yanfeng. Shi Tianyun wanted to say something too. "Do you want to confess defeat too?" Wang Ting looked at him immediately and inquired innocently. "Wang Ting, don't push your luck too far." Shi Tianyun, despite his swollen face, surprisingly had some backbone as he gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he were unable to say those words. If there was any sign of it, Wang Ting would stop him immediately. He was determined to keep them in the arena. "It seems you haven't been moved by me yet." Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Once again, he swung the lightning slap in his hand, aiming for Shi Tianyun's head. F***ck. Shi Tianyun hadn't expected Wang Ting to act so swiftly. He were unable to help but curse in his heart. He was powerless to resist and could only watch as the brick smashed towards his head. At that moment, he felt a little regretful. Was it worth it? It was really painful. Bang! 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 Swoop! Boom! Ah! A miserable scream finally escaped from the verbal eyes of this rather tough-looking man. It was exceptionally miserable. This time, Wang Ting didn't hold back. He used more strength than before. A moment later, he slowly stopped and inquired sincerely, "Shi Tianyun, are you moved by me now?" Shi Tianyun almost burst into tears. "I don't dare to move anymore." "Yes." His lips trembled as he endured the intense pain and inner humiliation, nodding in agreement. "What about you?" Wang Ting looked at Shin Yanfeng. He didn't dare to say a word since the beginning. "Me too." Shin Yanfeng wanted to curse in his heart, but he didn't dare to at all. He could only nod in agreement. "All right, since you're both moved, tell me the person backing you." Wang Ting was elated and smiled. Shin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun hesitated again. On one side there was this demon-like Wang Ting. But they couldn't afford to offend the person on the other side either. Speaking out might lead to unpredictable consequences. They finally comprehended why Wang Ting let go of the third condition so easily. He was waiting for them here. However, they had never expected it would come to this, and now it seemed they had no choice but to speak out. Why? Isn't the emotion enough? Wang Ting tossed the lightning slap in his hand and inquired softly. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyan's hearts skipped a beat, and their expressions changed drastically. They were already traumatized by that brick. Wait, Shen Yanfeng promptly shouted. Say it, but don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise, Wang Ting gave him a suggestive look that said, you will experience it yourself. Oh, to be on the safe side, the two of you will tell me separately. Wang Ting suddenly separated Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. He blocked them with his force and didn't even give them a chance to send a voice transmission. If the two of you say something different, Wang Ting weighed the lightning slap in his hand and snickered. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions were grim. A sense of defeat washed over them. It seemed like their last avenue of escape had been sealed off. Chapter 1865 Find your own spot and stay there. 3. Alright, speak up. Let's start with you. Wang Ting pointed at Shen Yanfeng and said. Shen Yanfeng's gaze flickered. In the end, he sighed and was about to speak. Junior Wang Ting, sometimes it's best to show mercy. I think that's enough. At this moment, a calm voice resounded from above the arena. It entered Wang Ting's ears. Many people looked up and saw several figures descending from the sky. The leader was a young man with long green hair. The one who had just spoken was this young man. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't regard anything with importance. But there was a subtle air of arrogance about him. The figures led by this young man didn't land on the ground but hovered in midair, looking down at Wang Ting in the arena below. Box novel. Calm eye, a sparkle flashed past Shen Yanfeng's eyes when he saw the leader. He thought that he could finally escape from Wang Ting's clutches and wanted to take this chance to admit defeat. Bang! Swoop! Boom! Wang Ting swung the brick, hitting him squarely in the face. He glanced at him and said, Did I say you can speak? Shen Yanfeng. Why is he so fast? He's not giving me any chances. Shi Tianyun wanted to speak, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately abandoned the idea and sighed deeply. Forget it, he should be obedient. The person in the sky frowned when he saw Wang Ting acting even after he spoke. He stared at Wang Ting calmly. How do I address you, senior? Wang Ting raised his head and asked calmly. The president of the Qinyan Society, Feng Qinyan, the person replied in a composed tone. The Qinyan Society? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He thought this would be the Feiyun Alliance, but it was an unfamiliar faction instead. Wang Ting, the Qinyan Society isn't simple. Their ability is on par with the Feiyun Alliance. Feng Qinyan is also at the peak of the universe stage. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Oh, it seems we've hooked another big fish. Wang Ting squinted his eyes slightly and chuckled to himself. The onlookers were astounded. They looked at the figure descending from the sky and began to discuss the situation. It's the president of the Qinyan Society. Why is he here? Did he come for Wang Ting too? No, he looks like he's doing this for Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Wang Ting said that there's someone behind Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Could it be him? TSK, this matter is getting larger and bigger. At the side of the arena, a strange look showed up in Wu De's eyes. He glanced at Feng Qinyan and gave a meaningful smile. The members of the Constellation Society looked at Wang Ting worriedly. They didn't understand why Feng Qinyan, the president of the Qinyan Society, suddenly appeared. Sister Yu, something seems a bit off. Wade frowned and spoke to Yu Qiqiao using voice transmission. Let's watch and see how Wang Ting handles this, Yu Qiqiao replied. With so many people watching, he won't resort to bullying Wang Ting. You're right. He's the president of the Qinyan Society. He won't do such a shameless thing. Wade nodded. Senior brother Feng Qinyan. Wang Ting pretended to suddenly realize. He continued, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you repeat it? Feng Qinyan felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He didn't believe that Wang Ting didn't hear what he said just now. This kid was doing it on purpose. Yu Qiqiao, Wade, and the others wore weird expressions on their faces. They sensed that Wang Ting was setting a trap. "Senior, if there's nothing, I'll continue questioning them," Wang Ting said when he saw Feng Qinyan wasn't responding. "Since you have already defeated them, let them go. Humiliating them like this is not in line with the style of our Stellar Academy," Feng Qinyan said. "Senior, are you trying to intervene in the matter between me and the Feng Yun alliance?" Wang Ting looked straight at him and asked calmly. Feng Qinyan furrowed his brow once again. He had sensed the sharpness of the young man before him. With just a few words, Wang Ting had revealed his sharp fangs. "Wang Ting, don't be ungrateful. Our boss is doing this for your sake. You should appreciate it," a member of the Qinyan Society said with a stern tone. "For my sake." Wang Ting seemed to find something extremely amusing and couldn't help but laugh on his own. "Why are you laughing?" the member of the Qinyan Society asked with an ugly expression. He was a universe stage martial warrior and one of the higher authorities of the Qinyan Society. No new student had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the new students who entered the academy in the past 2 years would treat him with respect and wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Yet, Wang Ting remained nonchalant and even contradicted their president's words. And as for him, it was even worse. The expression on Wang Ting's face seemed incredibly mocking. It made him extremely uncomfortable. From the moment Wang Ting heard about their Qinyan Society, he never took them seriously. To him, Wang Ting had no self-awareness at all. He was overestimating himself. Youth knows no fear. "I'm laughing at your naivety," Wang Ting chuckled. "You!" The member of the Qinyan Society was infuriated. He glared at Wang Ting. "Why? Are you angry?" Wang Ting looked at him coldly. "I already gave you face by not saying you're foolish outright. Did you say you're doing it for my sake? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have a say in what's best for me?" Chapter 1866 Find your own spot and stay there. Damn it. The member of the Qinyan Society's expression changed. He was infuriated. If it weren't for the circumstances, he might have almost resorted to violence to suppress Wang Ting. He even asked him who did he think he was. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. "Get lost," Wang Ting said coldly. "Go as far away as you can. Who are you?" The onlookers were stunned. Wang Ting was truly a tough guy. The other party was a high-ranking member of the Qinyan Society, a universe stage martial warrior. Yet, he didn't show him any face. Box novel. Calm. Even if he didn't like that guy, he shouldn't be so blatant. He seemed to have no regard for the Qinyan Society. What's more, the president of the Qinyan Society was just standing right there. Wasn't he provoking the society blatantly by insulting a senior figure within the association? For a moment, everyone regarded Wang Ting as a godlike figure, including the senior students. Many new students admired him greatly. "Boss is amazing. He doesn't care about the other party at all," Wade said with astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. "That fellow has always been like this. The higher authorities of the Qinyan Society picked the wrong target if they thought they could bully someone like him," Yu Qiqiao said with glowing eyes. "I don't know why, but seeing our leader like this, I suddenly feel so excited," Wade exclaimed. Yu Qiqiao looked at him speechlessly. "Why are you so excited? Do you want to go up and share his burden?" Forget it. With my small body, I won't even be able to lift a finger there." Wade laughed awkwardly. Yu Qiqiao gave him a disdainful look. Borat and Yu Yunxian stared at him strangely. Initially, Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun felt a glimmer of hope when the Qinyan Society appeared. However, when they saw Wang Ting not giving them any face, they were utterly incredulous. Who on earth was this guy? Was he not afraid of the Qinyan society? At this moment, they found Wang Ting entirely unpredictable. It was as if they were not from the same world. Was he honestly a new student? Good. Good. This talent from the star rankings is so full of himself. The member of the Qinyan society seethed with anger. Full of myself? Wang Ting sneered. I only know one saying. If someone respects me, I'll return the favor. But if a mad dog bites me, I will step on it and crush its teeth. The member of the Qinyan society was so angry his chest heaved up and down violently. Anger shot about his eyes. For a universe stage martial warrior to act like this, it was quite apparent that Wang Ting had pushed him to the brink of rage. Wang Ting, it's better not to be so confrontational in your interactions. Feng Qinyan waved his hand and stopped the member of the Qinyan society who was on the verge of exploding. He looked at Wang Ting intently and said calmly, I don't intend to get involved in your affairs. I merely wanted to offer you a piece of advice. Senior, are you done advising me? If you're done, you can go somewhere else. Wang Ting waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Silence. Silence. There was an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Wang Ting as if he was a ghost. Oh my God! Did Wang Ting know who he was talking to? He was the president of the Qinyan society. How could he ask him to go somewhere else? Was this fellow looking for death? While Wang Ting had used a sharp tone when speaking to Feng Qinyan earlier, it was nothing compared to this moment. Even though he scolded a higher member of the Qinyan society, that individual couldn't compare to the president. Hence, everyone thought that Wang Ting would restrain himself in front of the president of the Qinyan society. But to their surprise, he was even more blunt and showed even less respect. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun raised their heads and stared at Wang Ting in a daze, as if he was a monster. Yu Qiqiao, Wade, and the others were flabbergasted. They hadn't expected Wang Ting to be so direct and openly confront the president of the Qinyan society. Feng Qinjian's face finally turned black. He glared at Wang Ting coldly with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Ha ha ha! This is so interesting. A peal of laughter came from the sky. Two other groups of people appeared from the Feiyun Alliance and the Witch Tower Alliance spacecraft. They floated down from the sky. The person who chuckled was the president of the Witch Tower Alliance, Wu Ming. Wu Ming. Feng Qinyan looked at him expressionlessly, coldly uttering his name. Don't mind me, I'm just here to watch the show. Please continue. Wu Ming waved his hand with a smile, saying, It's so interesting. I never expected to witness such an exciting drama today. Ha ha, it's a great show. Feng Qinyan felt his heart pounding furiously. Wu Ming's words made him feel as if he were being toyed with. Brother Feng, this competition is their business. You shouldn't interfere. Ji Feiyun grinned and said in a meaningful tone, Or is there something you don't want everyone to know? Humph! Feng Qinyan snorted. There's nothing I can't tell others. In that case, let Wang Ting finish this match. Ji Feiyun grinned and turned to Wang Ting, saying, Wang Ting, I believe you can continue. Wang Ting's gaze swept over everyone and finally returned to the faces of Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. He grinned and said, Speak up, tell us what you know. Chapter 1867 Find your own spot and stay there. 5. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun looked at Feng Qinyan subconsciously. In the next moment, they met a pair of icy and chilling eyes, and a shiver ran down their spines. They dared not speak another word. It looks like you have forgotten about what I've said. Wang Ting sniggered. No. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun both shuddered, finally recalling the fear of being tortured by the brick. Wang Ting didn't give them any chance to react. He threw his lightning slap out mercilessly. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. Box novel. Calm, dull thuds accompanied by thunderous echoes continued to resonate in the arena for a long time. until Shun Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun completely turned into pig heads and lay on the ground, convulsing all over. There wasn't a patch of flesh on their heads that wasn't bruised. Only a slit remained for their eyes. Devil! He was a devil! They were extremely frightened of Wang Ting. They couldn't control themselves at all. This was simply beyond what a person could endure. Can you speak now? Wang Ting asked in a tone that sounded quite polite, as if the person who had just acted so ruthlessly wasn't him. Ill talk, please don't hit us any more. Shen Yanfeng lay weakly on the ground. He was extremely weak and finally gave up. He didn't care about anything else and spoke with a hoarse voice. Who is it? Wang Ting asked. It's him. The president of the Qinyan Society, Feng Qinyan. He asked us to do this. Shen Yanfeng raised his hand and pointed at Feng Qinyan. At this moment, he even harbored a hint of resentment towards Feng Qinyan. They provoked this devil because of him. This was all because of him. At this moment, the terror Wang Ting had brought upon him had far exceeded the threat Feng Qinyan posed to them earlier. What do you say? Wang Ting glanced at Feng Qinyan and then turned his gaze to Shi Tianyun. He felt that one person's testimony wasn't enough and needed both of them to identify him. The people around them were flabbergasted. They held their breaths as they looked at Shi Tianyun. Did Feng Qinyan instigate the Feng Yun alliance to do this? Feng Qinyan remained expressionless. No emotions could be seen in his eyes. Those who knew him well understood that he was seething with anger. It's Feng Qinyan. He wants to subdue you, so he ordered us to provoke you repeatedly and find opportunities to challenge you. He wants to find a chance to disband the Constellation Society so that he can extend his grace to you. That way you will join the Qinyan Society. This is all part of his plan, Shi Tianyun said after a moment of silence. He seemed to have accepted his fate. Gasp! There was an uproar after he finished speaking. Shi Tianyun's words exposed the truth. It was indeed Feng Qinyan who orchestrated this, instructing the Feng Yun alliance to provoke the Constellation Society and control the situation to this extent. All of this was done just to subdue Wang Ting. What a devious scheme! This Feng Qinyan is shameless. Wade gritted his teeth. He's the president of a faction. I didn't expect him to be so despicable, Yu Qiqiao uttered with contempt. Wu Ming and Ji Feiyun looked at Feng Qinyan mockingly. They were relishing the situation. Brother Feng, so this is where your confidence lies. No wonder you said that Wang Ting will join the Qinyan Society, and the Feiyun Alliance has no chance at all. If you had succeeded, we would have no chance, Ji Feiyun chuckled. Brother Feng, your methods have truly impressed me. Wu Ming cupped his fists at Feng Qinyan and smiled. Feng Qinyan's face turned green. The members of the Qinyan Society had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They felt highly embarrassed when their plans were completely exposed. Senior, do you have anything to say? Wang Ting looked at Feng Qinyan and inquired calmly. This is just their side of the story. Why will the Qinyan Society do such a despicable thing? Feng Qinyan recovered his composure and replied calmly. Oh? Are you saying that you dare to do it but don't dare to acknowledge it? Wang Ting smiled. Then why did you try to stop me from continuing this match earlier? Were you feeling guilty? I've already said that I'm just giving you advice and reminding you, Feng Qinyan said. What a righteous senior you are. Wang Ting clapped his hands. You've truly expanded my horizons. His expression turned cold. Regardless of whether this matter is related to your Qinyan Society, I will remember it. We'll meet again someday. Feng Qinyan glanced at Wang Ting and didn't say anything else. He turned and left. He flew into the spacecraft with the other members of the Qinyan Society and disappeared into the distant sky. No matter what, today had been a humiliation for the Qinyan Society. Whether he admitted it or not, many people would believe it. The Honorable Qinyan Society used such a despicable method to recruit a new student. It was atrocious. Their reputation was completely tarnished. This must be difficult to accept for Feng Qinyan, who had always been confident and proud. Wang Ting observed the Qinyan Society's spacecraft leaving expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. The onlookers all shook their heads in amazement. They had initially thought it was just a minor skirmish among new student factions, but it had turned into a confrontation involving the powerful Qinyan Society. Moreover, even the Qinyan Society suffered a significant setback in Wang Ting's hands. Chapter 1868 Gains. The Goodwill of the Two Powers. 1. In the arena. Although the people from the Qinyan Society had left, there were still unresolved matters at hand. Wang Ting gazed at Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. Remember your promise. If not, he brandished the lightning slap in his hand and smiled. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun shuddered. They could only nod with bitterness. How could they resist this devil at this stage? Box novel. Calm, they regretted provoking him in the first place. Now, even the president of the Qinyan Society had left. Having gained no benefits and realizing they were no match for Wang Ting, they could only accept their humiliation. Disband the Feng Yun alliance. Be his subordinate for 10 years. Either of them was a significant blow to them. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were ambitious individuals, which led them to establish the Feng Yun alliance. However, it was disbanded not long after its establishment. It was safe to say that they wouldn't have any chance of building another faction in the future. Nobody would want to join an organization led by two failures. If it was a simple failure, it was nothing. Most importantly, their reputation had been tarnished beyond repair, even worse than the reputation of the Qinyan Society. They were initially brought to the forefront to counter the existence of the Constellation Society, but their despicable actions during the challenge earned them the contempt of many new students. No one would want to enlist them anymore. As for the members of the Feng Yun Alliance who got beaten up by Wang Ting, the first thing they would do was to leave the Feng Yun Alliance. Another reason was that Wang Ting beat them up so badly that they lost all their face and became a joke. This whole episode would go down as a dark chapter in their history. It was almost impossible for them to create their faction in the stellar academies anymore. In fact, the Feng Yun Alliance had become a thing of the past the moment both of them were defeated. Wang Ting didn't pay them any further attention. He scanned his surroundings and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Constellation Force, Wind, *8500 Wind Demonic Domain, *1300 Heavenly Demonic Wind Suppression Blade, *3000 Divine Level Wind Talent, *1300 Cosmos Realm Spirit, *2300 Universe Realm Enlightenment, *3000 Constellation Force, Water, *9000 Water Cloud Domain, *1500 Water Cloud Sword Skill, *4000 Divine Level Water Talent, *2000 Cosmos Realm Spirit, *2800 Universe Realm Enlightenment, *3600 Wind Cloud Domain, *3000. A series of attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's body as if they were being drawn in by an invisible thread. Two constellation forces appeared in Wang Ting's body. One was the green constellation wind force, while the other was the blue constellation water force. Boom! As the two constellation force merged into his inner cosmos, Wang Ting's body trembled, accompanied by an explosion that only he could hear. Breakthrough! Wang Ting was stunned. Just now, his constellation water force had reached the 4th level. He had already picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the members of the Feng Yun Alliance. Besides the constellation metal force, which had reached the 4th rank and wasn't easy to raise, the other 4 forces had increased by a level and reached the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Shi Tianyun's constellation water force allowed his water force to rise to the 4th level of the Cosmos stage. Constellation metal force 36500/40,000 Cosmos Stage 4th level, Constellation Wood Force 15600/30,000 Cosmos Stage 3rd level, Constellation Water Force, 300/40,000 Cosmos Stage 4th Level, Constellation Fire Force, 8900/30,000 Cosmos Stage 3rd Level, Constellation Earth Force, 10200/30,000 Cosmos Stage 3rd Level. At a glance, Wang Ting had already reached the 4th level Cosmos Stage for 2 forces. The other forces were at the 3rd level Cosmos Stage. His cultivation speed was impressive. Most people at most reached the 3rd level of the Cosmos Stage, as seen with earlier opponents like Lu Tian. That was probably the limit for new students. What's more, the other party had a single element, unlike Wang Ting who had multiple elements. Thus, in terms of force alone, Wang Ting was far ahead of most of the talented martial warriors. He also received the Constellation Wind Force, which was at the 4th level of the Cosmos Stage. Although he hadn't achieved a breakthrough, the force attributes he received from Shen Yanfeng allowed his ability to rise significantly. Constellation Wind Force, 21300/40,000 Cosmos Stage 4th Level. Next was the Power of Domain. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind, 3 new insights appeared. One was the Wind Demonic Domain. This was Shen Yanfeng's domain comprehension. The Wind Demonic Domain was unique as it combined the power of the wind element with demonic energy, creating a domain that possessed a malicious aura. After gaining this insight, Wang Ting realized that this wind demonic domain wasn't as weak as he initially thought. It turned out to be a quite powerful domain. Malevolent energy was a special kind of energy. Some dangerous places in the universe possess various unique energies, with strong killing potential and even special additional effects. Thus, this malevolent energy wasn't simple. It was through the malevolent energy from these perilous places that Shen Yanfeng was able to comprehend the wind demonic domain. Honestly, if he didn't meet Wang Ting, his wind demonic domain alone would have been enough to give him a prominent position among the new students. Not to mention the fusion of the domains. After some consideration, Wang Ting decided to transform his wind domain into the wind demonic domain. Chapter 1869 Gains. The Goodwill of the Two Powers. 2. He also had some inspirations. If he were to incorporate his insights from the bloodlust domain into this domain, would it lead to an unexpected transformation? However, Wang Ting would need to go back and study it properly. It wasn't something that could be accomplished in one go for now. Fortunately, Wang Ting's wind domain was already at the 4th rank. After adding the power of the malevolent energy into it, it transformed into the wind demonic domain and remained at the 4th rank. There was even a slight improvement. Wind demonic domain, 3290/4000 4th rank. Based on the changes in his attributes, it had increased by 110 points. The increase had nothing to do with the 1,300 points of attributes and seemed to be related to enlightenment. Wang Ting stopped thinking about it and looked at the second domain he received, Water Cloud Domain. Box Novel. This was a special domain too. After receiving this enlightenment, a strange glimmer appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He had to admit that Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were individuals with exceptional talent. One grasped the wind demonic domain, while the other mastered the water cloud domain. The water cloud domain was able to transform water into mist. This was a special domain transformation enlightenment. Wang Ting's water domain had already merged to become the netherworld domain. Now, he wanted to incorporate the insights from the water cloud domain into the netherworld domain to make it his own. Netherworld domain, 3320/4000 4th rank. With the addition of this enlightenment, Wang Ting's netherworld domain rose a little too. Looking at the changes in his domain, there were 130 more points than before. Now, within his netherworld domain, there was also a hint of the transformation of mist and clouds, making it even more mysterious and unpredictable. In the future, if were to use his netherworld domain, his enemies would probably find themselves questioning their life choices due to its enigmatic changes. Wang Ting smiled. He looked at the last domain, Wind Cloud Domain. This was a domain jointly displayed by Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun. But now, it belonged to Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He closed his eyes and sensed the domain carefully. He found it to be quite intriguing. The so-called power of wind and cloud was, in fact, a combination of the powers of the wind and water domains, similar to Wang Ting's tornado skills. However, it didn't have as many variations as Wang Ting's tornado skills. The only thing worth emulating was the addition of water element power. Wang Ting's tornado series didn't integrate the power of water. With these insights, he could boost the water element within his tornado skills. However, there were only 3,000 points of the wind cloud domain. It could only be raised to the second rank. Wind cloud domain. 2,000 out of 2,000 second rank. If he wanted to raise it to the third rank, he needed just one more point. However, this 1 point was a divider. I'm only 1 point away. Why can't I have one more point? Wang Ting was speechless. He shook his head and looked at the other attribute bubbles. Heavenly Demonic Wind Suppression Blade. Water Cloud Sword Skill. 2 battle techniques. What's more, they were all universe stage battle techniques. 2 figures appeared in Wang Ting's mind. One was practicing his blade skill while the other was practicing his sword skill. They didn't interfere with each other but seemed to subtly supplement each other, creating an eerie scene. These 2 techniques. Wang Ting began to realize something. These 2 battle techniques could be fused, just like the domains. They could create a combination technique. Moreover, if these 2 techniques were combined, they could reach the eternal stage. The reason why Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun were able to comprehend those 2 domains and merge them was also related to these 2 techniques. This was a legacy. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel astonished. This was truly a surprise. At first, he thought that these were just 2 simple universe stage battle techniques, but it turned out they could be merged, and their power could reach the eternal stage. This was an eternal stage battle technique. Wang Ting had many eternal stage battle techniques, and even divine level battle techniques, but he didn't mind having more of them. That's right. Since it has come into my possession, it must be fate. I gratefully accept it. Wang Ting glanced at Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun and couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, he hadn't expected that these 2 sheep would yield such fine wool. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun supported each other, preparing to leave. Suddenly, they noticed Wang Ting looking at them with a strange smile on his face. Their hearts skipped a beat. They feared he had some ulterior motive. What else do you want? Shen Yanfeng stammered. Nothing, I just wanted to look at you. You can leave now. Wang Ting was speechless. He found it amusing that these 2 seemed so frightened. He didn't make things difficult for them anymore and waved his hand with a smile. Then, can we leave? Shi Tianyun asked. Let's go. Do you want me to treat you? Wang Ting said in an exasperated tone. No need. No need. We'll treat ourselves. Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun hurriedly waved their hands and ran away as if fleeing from a wild beast. Wang Ting watched as the 2 of them scurried away from him and rolled his eyes. Then, he continued looking at the remaining attribute bubbles. Next were the 2 divine level talent. Wind element and water element. Wang Ting had already reached the divine level for these 2 talents. The increase in his traits allowed these 2 talents to receive a significant boost. Divine level water talent. 8,500/50,000 divine level wind talent. 2,100/50,000. Chapter 1870 Gains. The Goodwill of the 2 Powers. 3. Divine level wind talent was rare, so it wasn't easy to raise it normally. Among all the divine level talents Wang Ting had, the divine level wind talent was the weakest. He finally managed to catch up with the rest this time. A hint of green light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as his wind talent improved. He felt that his perception and control of the constellation wind force had greatly enhanced. He suddenly felt that he was the wind. Back then, in the virtual universe, Wang Ting encountered the divine tempest bird and obtained wind talent of divine level from it, risking his life in the process. He even was killed by the divine tempest bird and experienced the thrill of death. Box novel. Comet wasn't an ordinary death. It was a death process akin to being dismembered, an experience that was both painful and exhilarating. Wang Ting felt a little uncomfortable just thinking about it. To be honest, it was his first time experiencing such a profoundly realistic sensation of death, and the memory was still vivid. Lights fell. Siomicron M. Fortunately, it occurred in the virtual universe. If it had occurred in the real universe, Wang Ting wouldn't dare to pick up the attribute bubble. Looking back now, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Wang Ting suddenly wanted to meet the divine tempest bird again. He had to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered. Unfortunately, the divine tempest bird was rare even in the virtual universe. Wang Ting might not be able to come across it again. He tried a few times in the past, but he couldn't find the divine tempest bird in the same place. Wang Ting shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. He looked at the last few attribute bubbles. Finally, only the Cosmos Realm Spirit and Universe Realm Enlightenment attributes were left. Xin Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun dropped many attribute. There were a few thousand points of them. Wang Ting's Spirit and Enlightenment attributes rose a little. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance also contributed a significant amount of stats and enlightenment attributes to Wang Ting. Spirit 26500/200000 Cosmos Realm. Enlightenment 136500/300000 Universe Realm. Wang Ting glanced at the attributes board and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of talented martial warriors, he could raise his cultivation quickly by farming attribute bubbles from them every day. Of course, it all relied on his harvesting technique. For the spirit and enlightenment attributes, he needed to use the lightning slap to harvest them cleanly. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting stepped down from the arena and joined Yu Qiqiao and the others. "Boss, you were amazing this time. You even dared to confront the president of the Qinyan Society. Did you see the look on Feng Qinjian's face? I thought he was about to lose his temper and hit you." Wade immediately started chattering as soon as he saw Wang Ting. He seemed more excited than Wang Ting himself. "What Qinyan Society president? I've never even heard of him." "Don't bother with him." Wang Ting waved his hand dismissively, not appearing not to care at all. "That's right, that Feng Qinyan appeared out of nowhere and wants you to release Xin Yanfeng and Feng Qinyan go." "Shameless," Wade agreed. "You can't be lenient to people like him. If not, he'll take advantage of you." "He thinks too highly of himself." Wang Ting patted Wade's shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile as he educated him. "This fatty knows what he's talking about. He's got the potential." "Enough!" Yu Qiqiao rolled her eyes. She couldn't bear to listen to them anymore. Wang Ting's boasting was one thing, but now with Wade's flattery, it was a bit too much for her. They seemed to complement each other perfectly. "Perfect? That's not right. You lack the necessary enlightenment. You should learn from Wade. Look how profound his understanding is." Wang Ting turned to Yu Qiqiao, his face filled with disappointment as he shook his head. "Yu Qiqiao? Lacking the necessary enlightenment? Not understanding enough? Was Feng Qinyan someone who could be provoked easily?" She suspected that if Wade learned from Wang Ting, he wouldn't even know how he died. Wu De and the other members of the Academy's Arbitration Association were walking over. When they heard Wang Ting's words, their expressions turned strange. This guy dared to say anything. He offended the Qinyan Society and Feng Qinyan. Was he unconcerned? "Wang Ting, congratulations." Wu De walked over and smiled. "What's there to congratulate?" This isn't a good thing, Wang Ting greeted Wu De with cupped fists and said with a smile, I appreciate your support this time, senior. Otherwise, the people from the Qinyan Society would have been even more arrogant. He knew that the reason why Feng Qinyan didn't attack him in the end was mostly because of the presence of the arbitration counselor from the academy, Wu De. The counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association had a special status. Even the president of a faction such as Feng Qinyan didn't dare to offend him. You don't have to thank me. This is the responsibility of the Academy's Arbitration Association. Under the rules of the Academy, Feng Qinyan won't dare to do anything to you, Wu De said in a meaningful tone. But once you're outside the Academy, we can't protect you. I understand. Inside the Academy is enough, Wang Ting replied with a cheerful smile. A hint of curiosity flickered in Wu De's eyes. This junior of his seemed quite confident. Could he have some means to stand up against Feng Qinyan? He remembered that Wang Ting was a grandmaster alchemist, so he didn't need to be afraid of Feng Qinyan. Wu De had heard that Wang Ting recently become acquainted with 2 Eternal Stage seniors. This fellow wasn't an ordinary Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Otherwise, Feng Qinyan wouldn't have used such a roundabout way to try and recruit Wang Ting. Chapter 1871 Gains. The Goodwill of the Two Powers. 4. He simultaneously held respect for Wang Ting and caution towards him. This was why he wanted Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun to attack him, so that he could attempt to win Wang Ting over through kindness. The method was clever, but they underestimated Wang Ting's strength and abilities. Wang Ting forced Feng Qinyan to appear after defeating Shen Yanfeng and Shi Tianyun in the arena. Otherwise, Feng Qinyan could have easily shifted the blame onto other factions, like the Feiyun Alliance, and remained hidden in the background. Many thoughts went through Wu De's mind. He smiled deeply and gave Wang Ting a profound look before waving his hand and saying, Now that things are settled, I'll take my leave. Senior, take care, Wang Ting said. B0XO. Calm. Oh, by the way, there's some good news coming your way soon. Be prepared for it. Wu De suddenly turned back and said mysteriously. What good news? Wang Ting asked in confusion. I can't tell you that. You'll find out when the time comes. Wu De chuckled and walked away. Wang Ting was speechless. Wang Ting, Wu De did it on purpose. Round Ball's voice emerged in his mind. What a bad sense of humor. Wang Ting shook his head. Never mind, keep an eye out for information that might interest me. I'm getting curious. Okay. Round Ball chuckled. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming had not left. After Wu De departed, they descended from the sky and neared Wang Ting. Junior Wang Ting. Nice to meet you. Wang Ting looked at them and nodded. One should not hit a smiling face. From their current demeanor, it seemed that these two had no ill intentions towards him. Wang Ting wouldn't treat them the way he did to Feng Qinyan. Junior Wang Ting, you've certainly stirred up quite a commotion this time, Ji Feiyun teased with a smile. I had no choice. I was forced, Wang Ting replied helplessly. I didn't expect Feng Qinyan to do such a thing. Ji Feiyun agreed in agreement and then shook his head. But this time, you've made an enemy out of him. You have to be careful. Feng Qinyan isn't a broad-minded person, Wu Ming said. Oh? Let's see if he has the ability. Wang Ting remained calm. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Seeing you in person is better than hearing your name. Wu Ming gave Wang Ting a thumbs up. He exclaimed, I thought that no matter how outstanding a new student like you is, you will still need time to develop. But now, it seems that your presence alone far surpasses many senior students. Not many senior students dared to confront Feng Qinyan. You're flattering me. I just don't like to be treated like an idiot, Wang Ting replied calmly. He showed no sign of arrogance despite the praise. I wanted to recruit you to join our Feiyun Alliance, but it seems impossible now, Ji Feiyun sighed with regret. Someone like you wouldn't settle for anything less. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have many people relying on me now. I can't just leave them behind. Wang Ting gave an apologetic look and uttered with regret. With so many people willing to follow you, that speaks volumes about your abilities, Ji Feiyun remarked. I won't say more. Even if we can't recruit you into the Feiyun Alliance, I hope we won't be enemies. We can collaborate in the future. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. He certainly didn't want to gain an unnecessary enemy. Having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Yu Qiqiao and the others were elated. They had gained another ally. And it was an established faction. The same goes for the Witch Tower Alliance. I hope to be friends with you. Wu Ming looked at Ji Feiyun and muttered an expletive in his heart at Ji Feiyun's slick maneuvering. He then grinned and addressed Wang Ting. Senior, you're too kind. It's my honor, Wang Ting replied with a nod. If you need any help to deal with Feng Qingyan, you can tell me. I'll do my best, Ji Feiyun said sincerely. You said everything. Wu Ming gave Ji Feiyun an exasperated look. Ha ha ha, who inquired you to be so slow? Ji Feiyun laughed. Wang Ting, his words are my words. If you need anything, just say it. The Witch Tower Alliance isn't afraid of Feng Qingyan, Wu Ming snorted and promised Wang Ting. Wang Ting was surprised. Regardless of their motives, the fact that they could say such words meant they weren't empty promises. This wasn't a small promise. After all, the clash between these two factions was no trivial matter. Wang Ting grinned and replied, Thank you both for your kind intentions, but I believe I should be able to handle it. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming glanced at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Wang Ting was confident. He even rejected their help. Seeing this, they didn't press further and exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking their leave. Yu Qiqiao looked at their backs as they left. She couldn't help but ask, Why did you give up such a good opportunity? Don't worry, we can resist Feng Qingyan with our strength, Wang Ting replied calmly. It's only this way that we, the Constellation Society, can truly establish ourselves within the Academy. Victories obtained with the help of others are never as significant as those we gain with our own hands. Yu Qiqiao was stunned for a moment before she understood. She had to admit that Wang Ting was right. If they could defeat Feng Qingyan through their efforts and rise within the Academy amidst the conflict with the Qingyan Society, the Constellation Society would truly find its footing. Moreover, we've gained 2 allies, which will make many things easier in the future, Wang Ting added with a smile as he took out his spacecraft. Let's go back. Yu Qiqiao's face brightened up as she understood the significance of having 2 allies. She quickly followed Wang Ting. The members of the Constellation Society followed him. The spacecraft turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 1872 Im Your Long-Lost Master 1. The clash between the Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance ended with a humiliating defeat for the Feng Yun Alliance, who left in disgrace. The Constellation Society gained the most benefits from this incident. The most immediate and noticeable benefit was the significant increase in their reputation, especially when it involved an established faction like the Qingyan Society. It pushed the Constellation Society's reputation to the peak. Now, many senior students were also paying attention to the Constellation Society. The news of these events spread widely, sparking discussions and arguments on the internal web. I didn't expect the Qingyan Society to be the mastermind behind the clash between the Constellation Society and the Feng Yun Alliance. B0XO. That's right. Who would have thought that Feng Qingyan would do such a thing? He's so sneaky. Come to think of it, I remember several freshman factions from the past were disbanded mysteriously, and some promising students were absorbed by the Qingyan Society. Could it be, oh my, could it be that the Qingyan Society is behind all of this? It's possible. If they can do it once, they might do it again. It's just that it wasn't exposed in the past, so no one thought in that direction. Tisk tsk. Feng Qingyan seems so upright, but he's the one behind all this. He's sanctimonious. Shu, be careful. Feng Qingyan might be spying on us. Silence. At the Qingyan Society's headquarters, inside a large hall, Feng Qingyan sat expressionless in the top seat with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was thinking. Below them was a group of high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society. Most of them were universe-stage martial warriors. They restrained their auras, but they gave off an extraordinary presence just sitting there. This was enough to prove how powerful the Qingyan Society was. There were at least 20 universe-stage martial warriors present, which, outside the stellar academies, would be considered a formidable force. Not to mention Feng Qingyan, a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Everyone's expression was unpleasant. No one spoke. After a moment, someone cautiously spoke up. "President, are we going to let this matter go?" Feng Qingyan slowly opened his eyes and glanced around him. His voice was calm as he said, "What do you think we should do? This is the academy, not outside. President, Wang Ting is too arrogant. He doesn't take our Qingyan Society seriously at all. We can't just let this slide," someone uttered agitatedly. This statement seemed to open the floodgates, and others began to speak up. "That's right, President. News of our Qingyan Society has spread throughout the academy. Many of them mention you," someone hesitated. In the end, he didn't dare to say anything. "What did they say about me?" Feng Qingyan asked calmly. President, why don't you take a look yourself?" The member of the Qingyan Society was a little afraid of Feng Qingyan, so he didn't dare to say it out loud. Most of the members of the Qingyan Society were afraid of him. Feng Qingyan wasn't an easy person to talk to. Their fear of him far surpassed their admiration. "Say it," Feng Qingyan repeated calmly. The Qingyan Society member almost wanted to slap himself. He wore a miserable expression and said, "They said that you're unscrupulous and despicable." Humph. Feng Qingyan fell silent for a moment and then chuckled lightly. "I never thought that my standing would be ruined by a freshman. President, is the Constellation Society behind this? Everyone is saying the same thing on the Academy's internal web." The member of the Qingyan Society hesitated before asking. "It must be them. The Constellation Society will want our reputation to get worse," a member of the Qingyan Society said coldly. "President, we need to control these discussions. It will be very detrimental to our reputation. Yes, we have to control these discussions right away. President, we must act quickly. If things continue like this, our Qingyan Society will become a complete laughingstock. No one will dare to join us in the future." The others agreed. "It's useless. We can stop 1 or 2 people but not everyone." A lady sitting on Feng Qingyan's right shook her head. Everyone was surprised upon seeing this woman speak up and express such thoughts. This lady was the vice president of the Qingyan Society, Ruan Banlian. She was a woman of significant status within the Qingyan Society, and her ability was at the 9th level of the universe stage. She was second only to Feng Qingyan. "Vice President, are we going to let this continue?" someone asked unwillingly. Ruan Banlian glanced at Feng Qingyan and shook her head. "Vice President Ruan, do you have any ideas? Please share." Feng Qingyan placed his hands on his chin and lowered his eyelids as he asked indifferently. "Perhaps we can only quell it with force." Ruan Banlian's expression remained calm as she said softly, "Once we exterminate the Constellation Society, everything will return to normal. It's just a matter of winners and losers." Her tone was light and her expression was composed, but her words carried a chilling undertone. The members of the Qingyan Society immediately turned quiet. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping was suddenly heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Feng Qingyan. "Did you hear what Vice President Ruan said? After enjoying comfort for so many years, Have you forgotten how the Qinyan Society came into being? Feng Qinyan glanced around and asked. Everyone shuddered. A sharp glint appeared in their eyes. They suddenly understood. Ha ha, that's right. Our Qinyan Society fought our way through a bunch of formidable opponents. What is a mere freshman faction to us? Chapter 1873 Your long-lost master. 2. The other members of the Qinyan Society laughed. Since y'all know what to do, let's disperse, Feng Qinyan said calmly. Yes. The members of the Qinyan Society replied in unison and left the hall. Only Yuan Banlian remained in her seat. Why aren't you leaving? Feng Qinyan asked. I'm leaving so that the president can lick his wounds alone, Yuan Banlian responded coldly. You still speak in such an unlikable manner, Feng Qinyan frowned and said. B0XO. Calm, so, how does it feel to be mocked by a freshman? Yuan Banlian didn't seem to care. A smile appeared at the edge of her lips as she continued asking. No big deal, just a newcomer who doesn't know his place. Feng Qinyan replied indifferently. Tisk, you're still so two-faced. Aren't you tired of pretending? Yuan Banlian shook her head. She stood up and stretched lazily, her body tracing graceful curves as she strolled towards the exit of the hall. I'm leaving. You can take your time licking your wounds. Feng Qinyan watched her departing figure, his gaze flickering a few times. His face gradually darkened, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wang Ting. His chilly voice echoed in the empty hall. In the manor. After returning to his residence and delegating the matters of the Constellation Society to Yu Qiqiao and the others, Wang Ting decided to go into seclusion. He gained quite a bit this time and needed to thoroughly digest and absorb them. He perched cross-legged in the cultivation room and started to feel the changes in his water force. The transformation into that misty state was quite peculiar as it turned the constellation water force into another form, being both water and vapor. In a way, the ice element was also derived from the water element, but they were distinct from each other. The most distinctive feature of the ice element was its extreme coldness, which required corresponding talent to control. Thus, ice element martial warriors needed to possess the ice talent. On the other hand, this cloud and mist state was just a variation of the water element, achievable through understanding and contemplation. Of course, it wasn't impossible to convert the water element into the ice element with the help of external forces. However, it would be very challenging and unsustainable. For ordinary warriors who lacked the ice talent, attempting to forcibly master the ice force could easily backfire and harm them. At this moment, streams of blue constellation water force surged out from within Wang Ting's body, wrapping around him like flowing water, constantly swirling and changing. These water currents were composed of tiny specks of light, resembling a river of stars. It gave them a particularly strange appearance. The greatest good is like water. Water is good at adapting, capable of taking countless forms. A hint of enlightenment arose. Wang Ting had already gained an understanding of the corresponding water and cloud power. This meant that he had mastered the basics and crossed the most challenging threshold. Thus, at this moment, he immediately comprehended the transformation of the water and cloud form with almost no difficulty. Boom! The water flow, resembling a river of stars. Suddenly, it scattered like splashing water, emitting tiny blue rays of light. It was a beautiful sight. Then, all the water splashes converged once more. When they reformed, they had changed their shape, taking on the form of clouds and mist, swirling around Wang Ting. A sensation of being surrounded by clouds and mist arose. At this moment, Wang Ting seemed to be standing on an extremely high mountain peak, almost able to touch the clouds in the sky. It felt ethereal and otherworldly. Puff! The next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, swirling around Wang Ting. Instead of dispersing the clouds and mist, this breeze incorporated them, creating a swirling vortex around Wang Ting. The speed of the wind increased gradually, eventually forming a miniature tornado. Within the spinning clouds and mist, an indescribable power emerged. The wind is formless, the clouds are too. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them. I didn't expect the strength of the tornado to increase after adding the power of the water and cloud transformation. He closed his eyes once again and entered a state of cultivation. Time passed slowly. For 3 days straight, Wang Ting stayed in the cultivation room. Meanwhile, outside, things were becoming increasingly lively. The Constellation Society had gained significant attention recently because of Wang Ting's battle with the Feng Yun Alliance. Many people came to join the Constellation Society because of its reputation. Yu Qiqiao and the others were elated and frustrated. They were happy because so many people wanted to join the Constellation Society. This was undoubtedly a good chance for the Constellation Society to grow. However, they were annoyed because many of these newcomers were just looking to take advantage. Some people even came to look for Wang Ting's lightning slap. They inquired if joining the Constellation Society would grant them access to those bricks that could release electric shock. Yu Qiqiao almost exploded in anger when she heard these strange questions. I've been tirelessly helping that jerk develop the Constellation Society, and he still created such a huge mess. It was obvious that Wang Ting had led the academy astray. While the Constellation Society was flourishing, the competition on the freshman leaderboard became increasingly intense. One by one, genius students emerged, claiming top positions on the freshman leaderboard and making a name for themselves at the 7th Stellar Academy. Many top students couldn't sit still when they saw Wang Ting's prominence within the academy. They couldn't form a faction, so they could only use the freshman leaderboard to prove themselves. However, so far, no one had managed to surpass Wang Ting and claim the top spot. Naturally, this departed those ambitious talents who wanted to surpass Wang Ting feeling frustrated. Nonetheless, this drove them to work even harder. They either attended lectures given by various academy instructors or practiced diligently in various training areas. Chapter 1874 Im Your Long-Lost Master. 3. The freshman leaderboard was closely tied to the issue of choosing one's master later on. The higher the ranking and the better the performance, the more likely they were to attract stronger instructors. To put it simply, the freshman leaderboard was a place for freshmen to showcase themselves. At the same time, it was a place for instructors to assess their potential. The academy had already sent out an official notice. Half a year later, the instructors would formally accept new disciples. Time was limited, and those genius students naturally wanted to make a strong impression. On the 3rd day, Wang Ting woke up from his cultivation. He had completed his enlightenment and mastered the transformation of the water and cloud power. Sigh. B0XO. Calm, he let out a soft sigh and gave a satisfied expression. Then, he thought for a moment and another item appeared in his hand. The hornless ice dragon pearl. This was the ice element treasure he had obtained from the chaotic Uncharted. Since returning, he hadn't had the time to study it closely. Now that he had some free time, it was the perfect opportunity to look at it. Let's see if the nether frost can bear the hornless ice dragon pearl. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. A ball of black ice appeared in his other hand. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Wang Ting moved the nether frost in his left hand closer to the hornless ice dragon pearl. A soft sound resonated instantly. The nether frost covered the surface of the hornless ice dragon pearl, turning the ice blue bead pitch black. Wang Ting stared intently at the hornless ice dragon pearl that had turned black. Would it work? The nether frost came from the nether world giant python and possessed considerable potential. Its icy power was sufficient to freeze many things. Normal martial warriors would be frozen if they touched the nether frost. However, the nether frost was now facing the hornless ice dragon pearl acquired from the hornless ice dragon. In terms of coldness, it was still a little weaker. As expected, the black ice on the surface of the hornless ice dragon pearl disappeared. They were absorbed by the pearl. In the blink of an eye, the hornless ice dragon pearl regained its ice blue color. It faintly shimmered, as if conveying a message. Wang Ting remembered that the senior who passed the hornless ice dragon pearl to him mentioned that the soul of an ice hornless dragon was sealed inside. Could it be? A glint flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He wanted to enter the hornless ice dragon pearl to take a look, but he didn't dare to. The chill within the hornless ice dragon pearl was too intense. It could freeze the soul and spirit. If he wasn't careful, it might injure him. If he injured himself because he wanted to study the hornless ice dragon pearl, it would be a loss not worth the gain. However, Wang Ting considered his abilities. He had several divine flames, so he wasn't afraid of the hornless ice dragon pearl. If he encountered danger, he could simply unleash the divine flames. No matter how powerful the frost hornless dragon's beast soul was, it couldn't compare to the power of 4 divine flames. If he wanted to use the hornless ice dragon pearl, he needed to subdue it. Hence, he must enter it. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Ting closed his eyes. A strand of golden light flew out from his brow and headed towards the hornless ice dragon pearl. It disappeared into the pearl instantly. Swoosh! In an instant, Wang Ting's spiritual body shivered. He felt an endless chill sweeping over him. Fortunately, at this moment, the 4 divine flames sealed within his spiritual body blazed with intense heat, dispelling the cold. The next moment, Wang Ting's spiritual body materialized in a snowy white space. Everywhere he looked, there was ice, as if the entire world was frozen. In the distance, he could see towering icebergs reaching into the sky. Their peaks were invisible. Huh! Suddenly, a faint exclamation sounded within this vast space, echoing as if in a valley. It was hard to differentiate the gender of the voice. It was very special. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't sense where the voice came from. However, that elder had not lied to him. There was indeed a beast soul in the hornless ice dragon pearl. Wang Ting didn't speak. He floated in the air and waited quietly. It would come out sooner or later. There was no use being impatient. Human, who are you? In no time, the voice rang out again, forming an echo that reverberated endlessly. "I'm your long-lost master," Wang Ting replied casually. Silence. There was an eerie silence. "Come out quickly. Where are you?" "Your master has come to find you," Wang Ting said playfully. "Human, you're looking for death." A furious roar suddenly resounded, echoing through the space. Boom! The next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful aura descended, trying to crush Wang Ting. What followed was a bone-piercing chill that seemed to be able to freeze everything. This icy intent swept in from the horizon, raising a terrifying storm of ice and snow. Wang Ting dared not be negligent and immediately triggered the divine flames in his body. He released them. Boom! A ball of 3-colored flames soared into the sky. White, blue, and crimson, they formed an immensely large 3-colored torch. The 3 divine flames erupted simultaneously. A strong sense of scorching heat spread out, and the endless chill couldn't get anywhere near Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting had only triggered 3 divine flames. The dark flame remained sealed within him, securing his spiritual body. At the same time, within his spiritual body, golden light flickered, and the 9 treasures pagoda shot out. It expanded and hovered above Wang Ting's spiritual body, firmly withstanding the overwhelming aura. Divine flames! The voice seemed astounded. "How dare you assault your master? Do you want to be destroyed?" Wang Ting replied. The voice fell silent for a moment before speaking again with a hint of fear. "You're just a human cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if you have divine flames, you can't challenge me." Chapter 1875 Am Your Long-Lost Master. 4. Defy you. Wang Ting was somewhat surprised. He shouted, "How dare you say such things in front of your master? You're bold. Insolent." The voice became furious when Wang Ting repeatedly referred to himself as its master. "The one who's insolent is you," Wang Ting shouted. "Your master is here. Why aren't you coming out to greet me? You even dare to attack me. I think you're just asking for trouble." At #@%yen%, the other party wanted to curse. This human was shameless, constantly calling himself the master and treating it like a pet. How thick was his skin? Nothing to say? "Have you realized your mistake? Come out and admit your mistake," Wang Ting continued. "Fine. Fine. B0XO. Calm, since you want to see me so badly, I'll show you my true form. Don't be frightened out of your wit." The voice was seething with anger. It reverberated through the vast white space. Wang Ting felt everything around him trembling as the boundless power of ice and snow gathered in the sky, rendering everything pure white and obscuring his vision. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from behind the boundless icebergs, forming a colossal figure in the sky. Wang Ting immediately gazed over and was slightly shocked. Amid the endless ice and snow, a crystal-clear giant dragon, its entire body icy blue, coiled around. Its massive form seemed to blend into the ice and snow as if sculpted from ice and snow itself. Each scale resembled the most precious jade in the world, flawless and perfect. The Ice Hornless Dragon. This was the legendary Ice Hornless Dragon. This was the first time Wang Ting saw a universe behemoth. He was astounded. But soon, Wang Ting remembered the divine-level Azure Dragon he saw in the past. There was a huge difference between them. Although both were massive in size, the Ice Hornless Dragon before him appeared more slender. It even gave off a petite feeling. In contrast, the divine-level Azure Dragon seemed bulkier and more ferocious. In comparison, the divine-level Azure Dragon was more frightening. Although their heads appeared somewhat similar, a closer look revealed significant differences. Both were remarkably unique. They differed significantly from the true depiction of a divine dragon in the record. In the midst of the ice and snow, the Ice Hornless Dragon lowered its massive head from the sky and stared coldly at Wang Ting with his large eyes. "Human, do you believe that I can swallow you now?" The Ice Hornless Dragon breath opened its terrifying mouth, revealing its monstrous fangs. "Stop acting. I know your current state very well," Wang Ting uttered leisurely. "The Ice Hornless Dragon. If you could, you would have swallowed me already. Why are you still talking to me?" Wang Ting glanced at the sky from the corner of his eyes. "You're just bluffing." The Ice Hornless Dragon. "Nothing to say?" Wang Ting grinned. "I've given you a chance. Just obediently call me master, and I might spare you. Otherwise—" He didn't finish his sentence, but the divine flames were gathering in his hand. He stared at the Ice Hornless Dragon with a dangerous gaze. Cough. The Ice Hornless Dragon cleared its throat and said, "Actually, we can sit down and have an appropriate conversation. You want to talk properly now? Weren't you quite fierce just now?" Wang Ting chuckled. "Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding." The Ice Hornless Dragon laughed awkwardly. It retracted its massive head and gazed at the divine flames in Wang Ting's hand warily. The congregation of 3 divine flames was no joke. In its current state, it couldn't withstand the onslaught of those divine flames. It couldn't fathom how someone could possess 3 kinds of divine flames. One alone would be more than it could handle, let alone 3. This human was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. How could he possess 3 divine flames? Who was he? "Call me master?" Wang Ting prompted. The Ice Hornless Dragon. Chapter 1876 Contract. Ice Test. 1. Call me master. Wang Ting's words left the Ice Hornless Dragon in a stiffened state once again. If it could, it truly wished it could crush the human in front of it with its claw. Damn it, are you done? A mere Cosmos stage martial warrior wanted it to call him master. This was unbearable. But it must endure. The 3 divine flames in front of it made it exceptionally apprehensive. It dared not make the slightest movement. Its current state was not right. Most of its power was sealed, and it could only unleash 1/10 of its true strength. B0XO. Calm. What's more, this human's divine flame was able to restrain its ability. It felt helpless. However, it felt that it couldn't appear too weak, or the human in front of it would push the boundaries. Human, don't go too far. In the ice hornless dragon, a universe behemoth. Why will I acknowledge a Cosmos stage martial warrior as my master? If you continue to force me, we can both perish, and you will gain nothing, the ice hornless dragon said with a cold tone. Perish together? Are you sure? Wang Ting looked into the dragon's enormous eyes. If he hadn't sensed a hint of insecurity in the dragon's gaze, he might have believed it. The ice hornless dragon stared intently at Wang Ting. Why wasn't this human following the script? Wasn't the other party afraid of its threat? Try it, it said with its head held high. All right, I'll try. Wang Ting gave the other party a meaningful look. This ice hornless dragon was too naive. He was too lazy to waste any time. The divine flame in his hand swept out and expanded instantly, transforming into 3 flame behemoths no smaller than the ice hornless dragon. They charged fiercely towards the dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The emerald-glazed flame transformed into a massive azure dragon, with each scale lifelike and incredibly majestic. The holy flame turned into a creature resembling a white flame Kirin. It was covered in scale-like armor and sported sharp horns on its head. It had a unique appearance that resembled a mix of various creatures, both tiger-like and lion-like. The soul of 1,000 beasts flame manifested as a gigantic crimson tortoise, its body even more massive than a mountain. There were intricate patterns visible on its back, exuding profound and mysterious qualities. 3 distinct roars echoed from their mouths, reverberating through the void. For a split second, the ice hornless dragon had a mental breakdown. Was he really attacking? Did he have to act so quickly? It stared at the 3 flame behemoths charging towards it. The indescribable intensity of the scorching heat made it feel like it was about to melt away. Roar. There was no time to think. The ice hornless dragon roared, unleashing an endless coldness from its mouth to counter the scorching heat of the 3 flame behemoths. The power of ice and snow surged from its mouth, forming streams of frigid ice that collided with the 3 flame behemoths. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded, echoing through the icy and snowy space and causing violent vibrations all around. Wang Ting frowned uncontrollably. Would this place be destroyed by the divine flames? Wang Ting's concern was not unfounded. Everything was most vulnerable from the inside. Right now, he was inside the hornless ice dragon pearl and using the extreme power of the divine flames. The damage to the hornless ice dragon pearl was huge. Fortunately, the hornless ice dragon pearl was no ordinary object. It appeared to be quite resilient, showing no signs of damage. Of course, this was also because Wang Ting hadn't unleashed the full power of the divine flame. He just wanted to teach the ice hornless dragon a small lesson. Wang Ting's primary goal was to subdue the ice hornless dragon, not to kill it. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred in the space. The ice hornless dragon's power of ice couldn't withstand the searing heat of the 3 types of divine flames. It began to melt and disintegrate instantly, vanishing completely in less than a moment. Boom! The 3 flame behemoths slammed forcefully into the ice hornless dragon. Howl! The ice hornless dragon let out a roar of pain. Its body was sent flying by the impact of the 3 flame behemoth. The scales on its body emitted a sizzling sound as if they were about to melt. The ice and snow in the surroundings evaporated under the sweeping force of the flames, creating a vacuum zone. The massive body of the ice hornless dragon flew straight ahead, crashing into the distant ice mountains and toppling several of them. Amidst the loud explosions, those ice mountains collapsed, crashing down like the toppling of mighty pillars. Roar! The ice hornless dragon struggled to break free from the collapsed ice mountains. There was a mixture of astonishment and anger in its eyes as it stared in horror at the three flame behemoths. But before it could react, the three flame behemoths had already surrounded it. They didn't make any immediate moves but stared at it like a tiger eyeing its prey. It sent shivers down its spine. The ice hornless dragon. Can you call me master now? Wang Ting's spiritual form floated over and stood on the azure flame dragon's head. He smiled at the ice hornless dragon. The ice hornless dragon's eyes flickered. It was unwilling to submit. Before it was killed, it was a superior existence. But it had been hunted down and its soul sealed within the hornless ice dragon pearl, unable to unleash its true power. This led to its current plight. As a superior existence, it couldn't submit to a cosmos stage martial warrior. It seems you haven't fully grasped the reality, Wang Ting said with a slight squint of his eyes. He waved his hand and the three flame behemoths roared. Roar! 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 The next instant they wanted to charge forward and teach his opponent a lesson. Chapter 1877 Contract. Ice Test. 2. Wait. The ice hornless dragon suddenly shouted at this moment. Wang Ting didn't stop. His expression was calm as he allowed the three flame behemoths to charge toward the ice hornless dragon. Boom! The ice hornless dragon suffered another violent impact. It started to question the meaning of its existence. I've already asked him to wait. Why did he still act? Can't he give me some time to consider? The scorching sensation of the divine flames instantly swept across the ice hornless dragon's body. This time, Wang Ting didn't hold back. It wanted to teach the beast a lesson. Hell! B0XO. Calm. The massive body of the ice hornless dragon was enveloped in flames, resembling an eel thrown into a burning fire. The pain made it roar, and its body writhed and struggled within the flames. Waves of mist rose from its body as its ice body started to melt. Wang Ting was a little surprised. It looked like this ice hornless dragon's body wasn't a real soul but rather condensed from ice and snow. However, its soul might be hidden in that body. If not, it wouldn't be in such pain. His gaze turned sharp. He didn't retract his fire. Instead, he allowed them to continue encircling the ice hornless dragon's body, burning fiercely. Enough! The ice hornless dragon couldn't endure any longer and shouted. Its body had nearly melted away, and it could only barely keep its head from being consumed by the flames. But it was only a matter of time. No matter how hard the ice was, it could only melt under the scorching heat of the divine flame. I don't think so, Wang Ting casually replied. He waved his hand and the flames continued to surge out from his spiritual body. They erupted with even more intense heat, accelerating the burning process. Roar! The ice hornless dragon roared in agony as its body crumbled inch by inch. Its tail had already completely disappeared, and the melting had reached its midsection. It was rapidly approaching its head. It summoned all its power of ice to protect its head, or else even its head would be lost. Do you want to destroy this pearl? The frosty chi dragon roared in anger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Wang Ting said calmly. The ice hornless dragon. What do you mean by you know what you're doing? I'm almost burnt to death. As the flames burned more fiercely, the ice hornless dragon's body was reduced to just a head. Its head also showed signs of melting. The ice hornless dragon couldn't bear it any longer and decided to forsake all dignity. Master! I'll call you master, is that enough? Stop it! Don't be impatient. I haven't had enough fun yet, Wang Ting said casually. The ice hornless dragon was on the verge of breaking down. Why did this human act so unpredictably? Just a moment ago, he seemed reasonable, and now, he becomes so ruthless. If it had known this person was like this, it would have surrendered immediately instead of putting up a fight. Dignity was nothing compared to staying alive. Before long, just as the ice hornless dragon's head was about to completely melt away, there was a loud boom, and it exploded on its own. Shattered ice shot out in all directions. Among them was a golden sphere of light that was attempting to escape. Trying to escape? Wang Ting scoffed. As he expected, the ice hornless dragon's soul was hidden in its head. It almost fooled him. However, it seemed that this soul was somewhat weak. Was it just a part of the soul? Wang Ting acted quickly. He reached out his hand, and the flames instantly formed a cage, trapping the golden sphere of light within. Wang Ting had already spread the divine flames all around, so this entire area was engulfed in flames. There was no way the golden sphere of light could escape. The golden sphere of light darted in the fire cage, attempting to break free. In the end, the moment it touched the surroundings of the fire cage, it emitted a piercing scream. Wang Ting was stunned. Why was its voice different from before? It was hard to differentiate the gender of the voice just now. It sounded like two pieces of ice rubbing together. However, this time, the voice had obvious female characteristics. It was a female voice. No way. Wang Ting was surprised. His expression turned peculiar as he looked at the golden sphere of light inside the fiery cage. Inside the golden sphere of light, there was a miniature ice hornless dragon in an ice blue color. Wang Ting brought the fiery cage closer and placed it in front of him. He inspected the ice hornless dragon inside curiously. "Is this just a part of your soul?" Wang Ting asked. "Humph." The other party responded with a cold snort. "Hey, you're quite arrogant. You've already exposed yourself." Wang Ting chuckled. "What do you want?" The ice hornless dragon's voice had completely turned into a female one by now. It sounded somewhat like a mature woman's voice with a touch of huskiness. It was quite pleasant to the ears. However, at this moment, her voice was filled with anger. She seemed to be gritting her teeth as if she wanted to tear Wang Ting apart. Cough, cough. Wang Ting cleared his throat and stroked his chin, saying, "Since you just acknowledged me as your master, why don't you hand over your origin of soul?" "In your dreams," the ice hornless dragon said coldly. "Wasn't the lecture from earlier enough?" Wang Ting asked. The ice hornless dragon fell silent. It felt exasperated. She turned her head away, indicating that she didn't want to look at Wang Ting's irritating face. Wang Ting rotated the fiery cage to reposition her face back in front of him. He smiled at her. The ice hornless dragon turned its head away again. Chapter 1878 Contract. Ice Test. 3. Wang Ting turned back. The ice hornless dragon turned away. Wang Ting turned it back again. After repeating this several times, the ice hornless dragon finally couldn't take it anymore and glared at Wang Ting fiercely. "That's enough. Are you going to hand it over or not? I will erase this strand of your soul if you don't," Wang Ting smiled and said. "B0XO. Calm, you can erase it if you want. It's just a fragment of my soul anyway, not my main soul," the ice hornless dragon sneered, a glint of cunning in its eyes. "If I'm not wrong, you managed to squeeze this soul out of the seal with much difficulty, right?" Wang Ting smiled. "How did you know?" the ice hornless dragon blurted out in shock. However, she quickly reacted. She seemed to have let something slip. A smile appeared on Wang Ting's face. This ice hornless dragon didn't seem very smart. The ice hornless dragon initially intended to resist, but seeing Wang Ting's cunning expression, she knew she couldn't fool him anymore and felt a sense of powerlessness. "That's right." To the ice hornless dragon, Wang Ting's expression was extremely cunning and shameless. If Wang Ting knew that the ice hornless dragon was criticizing him, he would probably let her experience the extreme heat on the spot again. It would become a real roasted dragon then. Humph! The ice hornless dragon didn't want Wang Ting to think that he had the upper hand. She snorted and said, "So what?" "Nothing. I just want you to go back and enjoy the feeling of being sealed," Wang Ting replied. "Sealed? Can you do it?" The ice hornless dragon snorted coldly. Wang Ting chuckled. This ice hornless dragon underestimated him. He didn't explain anything but instead flew forward with the ice hornless dragon. They soared over the vast ice mountains, and suddenly, the landscape opened up before them, revealing an expansive area reminiscent of an ice field. After arriving above this empty space, Wang Ting surveyed his surroundings before landing. The ice hornless dragon's gaze immediately flickered. Wang Ting smiled at it. "This place is not bad." The ice hornless dragon twisted her head away and ignored him. Wang Ting didn't mind. He squatted down and activated his real eye to peer beneath the ice. As expected, he saw a seal formed by layers of runes. "It's an ancient sealing array." Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he muttered softly. With his eyes, it was not difficult for him to see that the runes in the array formation were all ancient runes. They exuded a profound and ancient aura, even more mysterious and obscure than contemporary runes. It was obvious that this was an ancient runes array. Wang Ting channeled his spiritual power into his eyes and added more power to his real eye. He looked down through the sealing array. At this moment, he finally realized that this was not an ice plain. It was a huge ice lake. The surface of the icy lake was covered by a thick layer of ice, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. This initially led him to mistake it for an ice plain. In the ice lake, there was an extremely dazzling golden light sphere. It was massive and was submerged at the bottom of the ice lake. When Wang Ting looked at the golden light sphere, a blinding light suddenly burst out from the golden light sphere. Wang Ting immediately averted his gaze, took several steps back, and closed his eyes tightly. A line of blood flowed down his face from his eye. He was shocked. He did not expect the main soul of the ice hornless dragon to be so terrifying. Even though only its soul was left, the frightening spiritual power was enough to injure him. Fortunately, he sensed that something was wrong in time and retracted his gaze. Otherwise, his spirit would probably have suffered a huge impact. "You can actually see it?" At this moment, the mini ice hornless dragon in the fire cage said in surprise. Its main soul was sealed below and Wang Ting could see it through the seal. This was truly astonishing and left her deeply shocked. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes and adjusted to the situation. He was fine. Then, he looked at the mini ice hornless dragon and said, "It seems like I underestimated you. Humph, if my main soul appeared here, you would have died countless times." The mini ice hornless dragon snorted. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He felt that he had undervalued the ice hornless dragon. Initially, he thought that he could completely restrain the ice hornless dragon with the few divine flames that he possessed. However, it now appeared that the gap between them was too significant. This was an existence above the Titan level. It was very likely that she was at the divine level. Previously, when that senior handed the hornless ice dragon pearl to him, he did not explain it clearly. How could he control such a powerful beast soul now? There was no chance at all. Wang Ting felt helpless. At the same time, he felt fortunate. If it wasn't sealed, he would have been seeking death. He was breaking out in cold sweat when he thought about this. He was too careless. How about it? Do you still want to obtain my origin of soul now? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if you obtain my origin of soul, you'll suffer a backlash, the ice hornless dragon said disdainfully. Why are you telling me this? Wang Ting asked. Humph, I wouldn't bother deceiving a mere cosmos stage martial warrior like you. The ice hornless dragon snorted. I comprehend now. You want to break free from the seal. If I free your origin of soul, I will immediately sense something amiss. So, instead of letting things intensify to that point where both sides are stuck, it's better to tell me now, so we can have space for negotiation. Isn't that right? Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and suddenly, a flash of understanding flashed through his mind. He smiled. Chapter 1879 Contract. Ice Test. 4. The ice hornless dragon fell silent. Then, she said, "You're smart but very unlikable. Everyone will like a handsome young man like me." Wang Ting responded with an incredulous expression. The ice hornless dragon stared at Wang Ting speechlessly. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? "Tell me, how do you want me to proceed?" Wang Ting teased for a moment but then got straight to the point. "Release me and I can agree to a spiritual contract with you. I will help you to dominate this hornless ice dragon pearl in the future," the ice hornless dragon said. "Sign a contract?" Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and asked, "What type of contract?" "B0XO. Calm, an equal contract," the ice hornless dragon replied. "Do you really think you can become my master?" "Why not? I could destroy this strand of your soul and then repair the part of the seal you shattered. I can let your main soul stay here obediently until I become strong enough to tame it," Wang Ting replied leisurely. "Do you think you can repair the crack on the seal array alone? Not to underestimate you, but unless you find a rune master who knows ancient runes, you won't be able to do it," the ice hornless dragon scoffed. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I'm a rune master and a rune grandmaster. Unfortunately, I know some ancient runes too." Wang Ting glanced at her and uttered calmly. The ice hornless dragon wanted to curse. Rune grandmaster. And he knew ancient runes. Was there anything more outrageous than this? If she were in its prime years, she could have easily disregarded a rune master, even a rune grandmaster. But now, she found herself in a vulnerable position, facing a rune grandmaster who understood ancient runes. The prospect of repairing the seal's crack became quite real. She suddenly felt that the world was conspiring against her. Why did the person who came, after waiting for so long, possess 3 divine flames, and was a rune grandmaster? Was this a trap specially sent by heaven? Tears welled up in her eyes. The ice hornless dragon had been sealed for many years. She had grown tired of this life of darkness and confinement. Otherwise, with her status and power, how could she possibly speak so politely to a Cosmos stage martial warrior, even if he was a rune grandmaster? As for calling him master, she had already thrown this matter to the back of his mind. As a powerful being, adaptability was key. This was just a wisp of her soul. A little cowardice was forgivable. Besides, what this fragment of soul did had nothing to do with her main soul. Just now, Wang Ting was shocked by the golden light sphere beneath the ice lake, so he didn't think that there might be some differences in the personalities of these two souls. The ice hornless dragon beneath the ice lake was divine, majestic, and inviolable like a deity. On the other hand, this miniature ice hornless dragon before him seemed somewhat casual and displayed its emotions openly. She even wanted to submit to him. The ice hornless dragon beneath the lake would never say such words. "So, what do you want?" The ice hornless dragon took a deep breath and asked. "I can agree to the soul contract, but you must be under my control. When I become strong enough, your main soul will unconditionally surrender your origin of soul," Wang Ting replied. "You!" The ice hornless dragon glared at Wang Ting. This request was unreasonable. In the end, he still wanted to be her master. Who does he think he is? He's just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Why should I recognize him as my master? If you're unwilling, I won't force it. "I can wait," Wang Ting said. He was ready to destroy this fragment of the ice hornless dragon's soul within the fire cage. Just admire what he said. He could wait until he was powerful enough before subduing the ice hornless dragon. He wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself. It wouldn't take long before he reached the eternal stage. At that time, he would be more than capable of subduing the ice hornless dragon's beast soul. Wait! The ice hornless dragon didn't expect Wang Ting to be so decisive. Her face turned pale and her gaze changed a few times before she said, "My main soul has something to say to you personally." Wang Ting was stunned. He felt that something wasn't right. Could the separation between the main soul and the fragment be so clear-cut? But he didn't think too much and nodded. The miniature ice hornless dragon closed her eyes. After a while, she opened her eyes again. In an instant, her aura changed. It was majestic and divine. There seemed to be an endless sense of oppression in those dragon eyes. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted violently. The changes were too obvious. She seemed to admire an entirely different dragon. This ice hornless dragon, did she have a split personality? An absurd thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind. Or maybe this fragment of her soul developed some self-awareness, and it was allowed by the main soul. The one before him currently was the ice hornless dragon's main soul. This was interesting. Wang Ting looked at the ice hornless dragon with a strange expression, silently observing it. The ice hornless dragon was also examining him. She even noticed a hint of curiosity in Wang Ting's eyes. "You're special." After a moment of silence, the ice hornless dragon opened its mouth. Even her voice had changed. It still maintained that ladylike tone, but now with a sense of nobility and majesty that made people want to submit. "Oh, how am I special?" Wang Ting asked with a smile. Chapter 1880 Contract. Ice Test. 5. And very confident. The ice hornless dragon ignored Wang Ting's question and continued her sentence. "Wang Ting, I can agree to your request, but I will only acknowledge you as my master if your strength gains my approval," the ice hornless dragon said. "That simple?" Wang Ting asked. "There's a time limit," the ice hornless dragon replied calmly. "I knew it." Wang Ting responded as if he expected this, then asked, "How much time are you giving me?" 300 years. The ice hornless dragon said, "You must become an eternal stage ruler within 300 years, or I won't acknowledge you. B0XO. Calm, 300 years. Wang Ting cleared his throat and asked, "Are you sure about that?" It wasn't that he thought the time was too short but rather too long. While the eternal stage ruler was the most powerful presence among the eternal stage martial warriors, reaching it within 300 years should not be difficult. Was this the ice hornless dragon's only requirement? 300 years is the longest deadline I can give you. If you can't even accomplish this, then you're not qualified to be my master, the ice hornless dragon said calmly. She thought that Wang Ting found it too challenging and gave him a disdainful look. "All right, since you insist on this strict requirement, I'll agree to the deadline," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. If it were some unreasonable demands, he wouldn't have been so accommodating. This was just an ice hornless dragon with her soul left. What's more, she was sealed. Why did she maintain such an aloof demeanor? What was she thinking? But he felt that he could satisfy this simple request. It seemed that the main soul of this ice hornless dragon was not too difficult to deal with. Wang Ting thought he should be more generous and not too petty. "Do you have any more questions? If not, let's sign the spiritual contract." Wang Ting waved his hand and a blank spiritual contract scroll appeared in his hand. He always had some on him just in case he needed it. Like now. The ice hornless dragon looked at his expression and finally felt that something wasn't right. However, it couldn't put a finger on it. The two of them wrote down their terms on the spiritual contract and signed their names. A light emanated from the spiritual contract. Both parties felt as though they had gained a subtle connection. No one could violate the terms written in the contract, or they would suffer severe backlash. Iseath. Wang Ting looked at the name on the spiritual contract and smiled. "This a good name. It suits your temperament." Isieth remained indifferent to Wang Ting's praise. She asked, "Can you release me now?" Wang Ting nodded and waved his hand, removing the flames that imprisoned her. "And my main soul!" Isieth hovered in midair for a moment before landing on Wang Ting's shoulder. This soul fragment was very small, and it looked even more petite and delicate when it perched on Wang Ting's shoulder. "Destroy the seal array here and release me immediately." Isieth sounded a little anxious. She had been trapped for far too long and was eager to break free from this prison. "I can't remove this powerful seal array yet." Wang Ting shook his head. "What? Didn't you say you mastered the ancient runes?" Isieth frowned and asked. "Well, I have some understanding of them, but whether I can break this array is another matter." Wang Ting rubbed his chin. "If we forcefully break it, the hornless ice dragon pearl might shatter. So what should we do?" Isieth sounded impatient. She gave a look that seemed to be saying, "Are you fooling around with me?" "Within 300 years, Wang Ting reminded her. Isieth's expression froze. This time limit was not just for Wang Ting. It was for her too. "Well, don't worry too much. Although I cannot completely remove the seal, you did manage to create a crack in it. I can help you widen it a bit," Wang Ting uttered with a sly grin. "Why do I feel that you did it on purpose?" Isieth stared at him coldly. "Don't jump to conclusions. I'm not that kind of person. It's just that my abilities have limitations. You cannot blame me for that," Wang Ting replied innocently. Isieth felt frustrated. She sized up Wang Ting as if trying to figure something out. However, there was nothing wrong with his face. His expression was genuinely sincere. Considering that he was just a rune grandmaster, it was understandable that he could not break the seal array. She could only give up. It looked like she could only wait another 300 years. Wang Ting sniggered in his heart when he saw her expression. "Do you think you can outsmart me? I'll let you know who's the smart one. Let me see where the crack is." Wang Ting activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings. He continued to probe his surroundings while walking forward. Isieth blinked. She wondered if Wang Ting could find the location of the crack. Just when she thought that Wang Ting would need some time to find it, he went straight in one direction and quickly stopped at a particular spot. "That's fast." Isieth was surprised. Wang Ting, oblivious of Isieth's scrutiny, looked down at his feet. The ice here appeared no different from the surrounding area, but in his eyes it seemed highly distinctive. A few ice-blue attribute bubbles floated around him. Ancient Ice Runes *10 Ancient Ice Runes *15 Ancient Ice Runes *12. Chapter 1881. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am. 1. Ancient Ice Runes. A strange glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, immediate insights surged forth. Strange icy blue patterns etched themselves into his mind, exuding an incredibly ancient aura as if they contained the profound mysteries of the universe. Ice. Wang Ting was enlightened. This was another special ancient runes. B0XO. Previously, he received the ancient lightning runes and now, he had the ancient ice runes. He was quite lucky. Similar to the ancient lightning runes, the ancient ice runes bore the mysterious power of heaven and earth. The ancient lightning runes carried the power of lightning, while the ancient ice runes carried the power of extreme coldness from the heavens and the earth. Arrays inscribed with the ancient ice runes were bound to possess this peculiar cold power. In just a brief moment, Wang Ting had gained a deep understanding of the ancient ice runes. To many rune masters, ancient runes were too occult and mysterious, making mastery of them an extremely challenging endeavor. Even when ancient runes were right in front of them, they still needed to invest a considerable amount of time to comprehend and understand them. Most rune masters who lacked sufficient talent might not even be able to grasp them fully. They knew the what but not the why. They might know that these ancient runes were the ancient ice runes, but they couldn't cross that threshold. Their vision seemed to be shrouded in mist, and they couldn't see anything. However, for Wang Ting, none of this was a concern. He only needed to pick up attribute bubbles and was able to grasp 2 unique ancient runes instantly. If the rune grandmasters Wang Ting knew about this, they might turn green with envy. Not just them, there were probably many rune grandmasters in the universe who didn't understand ancient runes very well. If they were to learn that Wang Ting, this incredibly young rune grandmaster, had mastered numerous ancient runes, they would wish to come and study under him. In the field of runes, the best always lead. Since Wang Ting had mastered ancient runes, he was their teacher in this aspect. Once news about ancient runes spread, it would undoubtedly attract these rune masters like moths to a flame. Many rune grandmasters were stuck at the grandmaster level and could never cross that threshold because they lacked sufficient knowledge about ancient runes. Their foundation was not deep enough, and their understanding of runes was not profound enough. Although modern runes enabled many people to become rune masters and reach the grandmaster level, advancing further had become extremely difficult. That didn't mean that he couldn't cross the threshold without mastering the ancient runes. However, rune masters who hadn't mastered ancient runes were certainly weaker in terms of their foundation and various other aspects compared to those who had. For a rune grandmaster who hadn't mastered ancient runes to advance to the divine level, he would need an incredibly profound understanding of runes and mastery of more rune techniques than ordinary rune masters. Otherwise, the idea of crossing that threshold remained a pipe dream. Wang Ting suddenly thought of Master Gorlin from the Xingwu continent. Master Gorlin was at the half-step grandmaster level. He hadn't crossed the threshold, but achieving such a level was already quite remarkable. It was because Master Gorlin possessed incredibly strong talent, and he had immersed himself in the field of runes for most of his life, giving him an understanding of runes far beyond that of ordinary people. This was how he managed to reach the half-step grandmaster level on a continent like the Xingwu continent, which wasn't considered particularly strong in the broader universe. In the past, the Xingwu continent was extremely powerful compared to the Earth. But, in the current perspective, the strength of the Xingwu continent in the universe didn't rank very high. Wang Ting felt that he should take some time to visit the Xingwu continent. Now that Earth was on the right track, he felt he could lend a helping hand to the Xingwu continent if needed. After all, many people there had done him significant favors. Wang Ting was especially grateful to Master Gorlin. Master Gorlin had taken care of him during his early years of growth, a mentor he had never forgotten. Now that he had grown, he could certainly provide some assistance to the Xingwu continent within his capabilities. Of course, these were thoughts for the future. Wang Ting shook his head and didn't think too much. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to flash a peculiar and profound icy blue symbol. That icy blue symbol quickly disappeared. Wang Ting then looked down. The appearance of ancient ice runes here signified one thing. This sealing array was related to the force of extreme coldness. What a clever method! Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he wondered to himself. To arrange an array using the power of extreme coldness to restrain the ice hornless dragon, the person who set up this array was either supremely confident or unconventional in their approach. Generally, when it comes to countering the freezing power of the ice hornless dragon, the first thing a runemaster would think of is using a fire-based array, rather than an ice-based one. However, the individual who laid out this array chose to go against the norm. This was certainly not something an ordinary rune master could achieve. Wang Ting looked at his attributes board. Ancient Runes. 1230/3000 Well-versed, Wang Ting's mastery of age-old inscriptions had increased slightly. It wasn't much, but the revelations of the ancient ice runes were immensely valuable. The ice hornless dragon had been observing Wang Ting all along. She was curious whether Wang Ting had just happened to stop here or if he had genuinely discovered the crack in the seal array. If he had indeed found the crack, then his knowledge of inscriptions was quite advanced for a human. Chapter 1882. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am. 2. Wang Ting didn't know what Isiath was thinking. With his increased understanding of ancient ice runes, he had greater confidence in enlarging the crack. Gus sat down right where he was, closed his eyes, and extended his spiritual power from his spiritual body, spreading it beneath the ice layer. Isiath had a sudden thought. She stood on Wang Ting's shoulder and didn't disturb him. Wang Ting's spiritual power quickly located the subtle crack on the sealing array once it entered the ice layer. He had to admit that this array was powerful. Even a being like the ice hornless dragon, after all these years, had managed to create only a finger-sized crack. The entire array remained intact, with only this one tiny fissure. B0XO. Calm. No wonder Isiath was so anxious when Wang Ting wanted to erase her fragment of soul. If it were him, he probably wouldn't react any differently. After being trapped for countless years, she finally created a crack and released a fragment of her soul, only to have someone try to erase it. No one could endure such a situation. He sniggered in his heart when he remembered Isiath's authoritative attitude while shouting "Master," earlier. Interesting. Why are you smiling? Isiath frowned. She felt that this human was mocking her. Nothing. Don't disturb me. I'm working on enlarging that crack. Wang Ting's expression became serious, and he said earnestly, Isiath. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief and immersed himself once again in the task of locating the interactive runes nearby. He only needed to halt the operation of a few of these runes to widen the crack naturally. However, he had to ensure that stopping these runes wouldn't affect the operation of others. Otherwise, the entire array would be ruined. He mustn't let Isiath come out so early. He was still too weak. If she were to come out now, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to control her. Even with the spiritual contract, it was hard for the other party to do anything. Hence, it was better to keep her obediently under the array for now. Wang Ting meticulously scanned the sealing array with his spiritual power. He needed to understand the entire array's structure thoroughly before deciding which runes to stop. Time passed, and several hours flew by. Isiath was growing somewhat impatient. Why was this human taking so long? Was he even capable of doing it? Unfortunately, Wang Ting had his eyes closed at the moment, seemingly engrossed in the sealing array. Isiath didn't want to disturb him, as she understood that rune masters couldn't be interrupted when they were working. This was common sense. Suddenly, the ice layer below started to vibrate, emitting cracking sounds, as if something was breaking apart. Huh! Isiath's eyes lit up. Success! A hint of joy surged from the depths of her heart, and she couldn't contain it. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, sensation relieved. The scale of this array exceeded his expectations. Just going through it once took him several hours. He was curious about who had set up such an array. Wang Ting glanced around him and noticed a few attribute bubbles floating on the ice. They must have dropped when he halted the runes. Get them. Ancient Ice Runes *20 Ancient Ice Runes *35 Ancient Ice Runes *30 Huh? It's even more than before. Wang Ting was surprised. He closed his eyes and sensed it again, realizing that his mastery of ancient ice runes had improved considerably. Step back a bit. At that moment, Isiath's cold voice suddenly rang out. Wang Ting opened his eyes and looked at her. He had a sudden thought. He nodded and floated away. Boom! The instant Wang Ting left, an explosion was heard. In front of him, below the ice layer, a not-so-large golden pillar of light suddenly soared, shooting straight toward the dome of the hornless ice dragon pearl. Roar! Isiath's fragment of soul bathed in the golden light and emitted a somewhat excited roar. Wang Ting's gaze flickered as he clearly sensed her growing stronger. He immediately activated his real eye and saw that her spiritual fluctuations had reached the heaven stage. It slowly halted, and finally stopped at the peak of the heaven stage. Heaven realm spirit, Wang Ting repeated in his heart. At the peak of the heaven stage, Isiath could harness a portion of the hornless ice dragon pearl's power. It was capable of affecting heaven stage martial warriors. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand the coldness of the hornless ice dragon pearl. The Stellar Academy students who had entered the chaotic rift in the past were heaven stage martial warriors, and they had struggled to resist the cold aura of the hornless ice dragon pearl. At that time, Isiath's fragment of soul was only at the cosmos stage, and she could already make heaven stage martial warriors feel challenged purely due to the hornless ice dragon pearl's natural cold aura, let alone now. The golden pillar of light in front suddenly came to a halt, and Isiath's excitement subsided like a receding tide. She thought that she could reach the universe stage, but she halted at the peak of the heaven stage. The sensation of being neither here nor there nearly made her mad. Isiath rushed over, angrily demanding, "Human, why is it only this much? Why?" "Sorry, my abilities are limited." Wang Ting smiled slightly, not taking Isiath's anger to heart. He still wore a naive look as he replied. Chapter 1883. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am. 3. You did it on purpose. Isiath stared fixedly into Wang Ting's eyes. Don't falsely accuse me. Didn't you see that it took me several hours just to open this crack? I did my best. Wang Ting shook his head, sighed with disappointment, and said, I'm working hard here, but it seems like you don't appreciate it. Isiath looked at him skeptically, feeling a bit uncertain. Had he tried his best? His expression doesn't seem fake. Wang Ting smiled secretly. This ice hornless dragon was quite easy to deceive. However, he pretended to soothe her with false sincerity, saying, Don't worry, in the future, as my rune mastery improves, it'll help you enlarge the crack. I hope you're not lying to me, Isiath snorted coldly, turning her head away. B0XO. Calm Wang Ting didn't mind and observed her for a moment. He noticed that Isiath's fragment of soul seemed to have grown larger and more solid. Oh right, I have something to ask you. What? Isiath replied impatiently. Who created this sealing array? Wang Ting asked. An old fellow. Isiath seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and snorted coldly. Divine-level rune master? Wang Ting grinned, sensing the deep-seated resentment in her voice. He couldn't resist asking further. Almost. Isiath's eyes flashed with a hint of dread as she said coldly. Almost at the divine level. Wang Ting gasped. He was enlightened. No wonder. What's so impressive about it? She's probably long dead now, Isiath sneered. What if she's still alive? Wang Ting glanced at her, wanting to deflate her confidence a bit. Impossible, when she set up this array she was already on her last legs, Isiath said. Oh. Wang Ting became curious. The rune master still sealed Isiath even though she was about to die. It seemed that sealing Isiath wasn't as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. There might be some hidden secrets involved, but seeing Isiath's current attitude, it was clear she wouldn't divulge them. Hence, he decided not to pursue the matter further. He thought for a moment and asked again. Did you devour the icy mist I covered the hornless ice dragon pearl with earlier? That's nether frost, right? Where did you get it? Isiath seemed interested in the nether frost. She turned and asked. Where I got it from is none of your concern. Just tell me, can it merge with you? Wang Ting asked. Merge? Isiath chuckled and said disdainfully, You're overthinking it. While the nether frost is decent, it's not qualified to merge with me. Why did you swallow it then? Wang Ting was a little surprised, but he put on a mocking grin on his face. Isiath's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. she said in a tsundra manner. Some things, while not very delicious, can still quench my thirst. Wang Ting. Quench your thirst? Nether frost was a special ice element, but she used it to quench her thirst. How could you be so arrogant? Wang Ting glanced at Iciath from the corner of his eyes. What kind of ice can you merge with? At the very least, it needs to be on the level of a divine flame, Iciath replied. Wang Ting. The level of a divine flame. This creature sure dared to inquire for things. Was she not afraid of swallowing her tongue? The nether frost was already an extremely rare and unusual item, let alone something on the level of a divine flame. Those were exceptionally rare. Even in the vast universe, they were considered highly uncommon. Among the several divine flames that Wang Ting had, if it weren't for the ability to obtain attributes, he would have never obtained so many of them. 2 of them were entirely acquired through picking up attribute. The nether frost was also obtained through attribute acquisition. Normally, martial warriors couldn't obtain nether frost from the death of a netherworld giant python. I'm not lying. Only divine flames can bear my main soul. Items like the nether frost can only be devoured by me, Iciath replied calmly. Alright, you're awesome, okay? Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said. Do you want to know where such items exist? Iciath looked at Wang Ting, pondered for a moment, and asked. You know? Wang Ting asked. Of course. Iciath raised her head proudly. Come on, you're not young anymore. You've been sealed for so many years. Even if you know, it's probably gone, Wang Ting said. Iciath's expression froze. Not young anymore. Who are you calling old? Iciath huffed and puffed, glaring at Wang Ting fiercely. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Wang Ting was speechless. Weren't they talking about rare items? Why did they suddenly talk about age? It seemed that no matter what species they were, if they were female, they would always be sensitive about their age. TSK, she was already so old, but she didn't allow others to say anything. Let me give you a chance to rephrase, Iciath said coldly, once again displaying her majesty, making it impossible to look directly at her. Cough, I heard that dragons have a long lifespan. Judging by your smooth scales, you're probably a teenager. Wang Ting felt a shiver in his heart. He cleared his throat, stroked his chin, and said seriously. You barely passed. Iciath nodded and said seriously, however, you're right about one thing. The lifespan of the hornless dragon race is very long. Am considered young. Chapter 1884. He's not a poison element martial warrior, but I am. 4. Do you think I'll believe you? Whatever you say is right. Wang Ting didn't want to argue. He smiled on the surface, wearing an expression that said, You're absolutely right. But deep inside, he couldn't help but think that she was acting young even though she had been around for many years. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Wang Ting prepared to leave. Dealing with this female dragon was a bit challenging. If she wasn't so powerful, he wouldn't have been so accommodating. B0XO. Calm, are you sure you don't want to know about that place? Iciath asked. Locations where celestial treasures be present are generally extremely secretive. Even after tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, they might not be discovered by anyone. Wang Ting paused in his steps. What Iciath said made sense. Places where celestial treasures were found were usually very hidden, and only those with deep opportunities could access them. They might still exist. Moreover, listening wouldn't hurt him. The other party was still sealed. He didn't trust that the other party could harm him. So he turned back and said, All right, tell me the location, and I'll take a look when I have the opportunity. Iciath didn't conceal anything and flew over to Wang Ting. She touched her head to his forehead, transmitting a universe map directly into his mind. It's quite far from the stellar academies. Wang Ting muttered. What did you say? You're from the stellar academies. Iciath was stunned. That's right. I'm a student of stellar academies. What's wrong? Wang Ting asked. Nothing. I didn't expect you to be a student of the stellar academies. The 7 stellar academies have existed for a long time, Isiath replied with a meaningful look, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Even you have heard of the stellar academies. Wang Ting was astounded. Isiath had been contained for countless years, yet she still knew about the stellar academies. It seemed that the academy's ancient history was truly beyond imagination. I've already given you the location. Now hurry up and leave, Isiath dismissed Wang Ting. You're ruthless. Wang Ting shook his head and turned to leave. Just go to that place soon. I need a body. Right now, I've fused with the hornless ice dragon pearl and become a kind of entity similar to a spirit. Only by obtaining celestial treasures and fusing with them can I possess a different kind of body. Isiath's voice came from behind him. Okay. Wang Ting paused for a moment and nodded. In the next moment, his ethereal form transformed into a golden light and vanished into the hornless ice dragon pearl, returning to his physical body. Wang Ting, are you all right? Round Ball had been waiting for a long time. It finally heaved a sigh of relief when Wang Ting came back. I'm fine. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes and kept the hornless ice dragon pearl. He shook his head. How is it? Round Ball asked. Done. Wang Ting smiled. He passed the star chart to Round Ball and said, check out this location. I heard there might be an ice element celestial treasure there. Ice element celestial treasure. Round Ball was momentarily stunned and asked, how did you find out about it? That ice dragon told me. I had contact with it, Wang Ting replied. You've actually had contact with it? That's too dangerous, Round Ball said. It's contained within the hornless ice dragon pearl, so it means it's very powerful. You're right. That's at least a divine level presence. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. Divine level. Round Ball was astounded. It's a divine level presence. I never expected that. But if it's so powerful, how could you communicate with it so easily? It has been contained for too long and had to compromise, Wang Ting explained. Besides, it couldn't do anything to me even if it didn't cooperate. Round Ball nodded in deep thought. It's time to go out. Wang Ting stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave. He asked, have there been any major events in these past few days? Nothing major, everything is proceeding as usual. Round Ball shook her head and continued, by the way, you've been asking me to keep an eye on Landon from the Parkers family. I noticed that he recently accepted a mission and is about to leave the Stellar Academy. After Round Ball reached the Heaven stage, it was able to sneak into the Academy's network and monitor the students' movements. Accepted a mission. Wang Ting was slightly surprised. Besides cultivating in cultivation areas, the students in the Stellar Academies also had another way to strengthen their abilities. That was through missions. Completing missions was akin to honing oneself through trials and tribulations, a way to strengthen a warrior's willpower, combat skills, and more. It was even better than practicing in cultivation areas. Additionally, it allowed students to earn points, making it an excellent method for self-improvement. Therefore, many students chose to leave the academy temporarily to undertake missions rather than remain within the academy to practice. Of course, the academy generally recommended that students practice for at least 6 months before undertaking missions, as it would increase their chances of survival. However, Wang Ting was surprised that Landon was going out now. However, Landon was leaving now, which surprised Wang Ting. Do you know where he's going? Wang Ting asked, his eyes gleaming. This is a trial ground jointly controlled by the 7 stellar academies. It's called the Scorpion King Star, Round Ball said. Scorpion King Star. Wang Ting exclaimed. Why does that name sound? Isn't it unique? Round Ball chuckled and continued. I researched it earlier. Scorpion King Star is quite peculiar, as it's a planet filled with countless poisons. "I'm not sure why Landon chose to undertake a mission there when he's not a poison element martial warrior. A planet filled with countless poisons." Wang Ting grinned. "He's not a poison element warrior, but I am." Chapter 1885 80% Death Rate Nightmare Level. A Scheme. 1. Scorpion King Star. It was in a small world controlled by the 7 stellar academies. This particular small world was said to have been left behind by an immensely powerful being. Before the death of that being, he separated his pocket world from himself, allowing it to float freely in the cosmos. Eventually, it was discovered and taken control of by a strong individual from the stellar academies. The Poison Erosion World. This was the name of the small world. After the 7 stellar academies gained control of the Poison Erosion World, they developed it as a trial location for their student. Scorpion King Star, in turn, was one of the colossal planets within the Poison Erosion World, teeming with countless poisonous creatures and saturated with poison force. It's an ideal habitat for poisonous creatures. B0XO. In other words, Scorpion King Star was a truly unique poison element planet. Even within the original universe, such planets are extremely rare and seldom seen. However, within the Poison Erosion World, there were many more planets like Scorpion King Star, some even more terrifying in terms of toxicity. This was because the former owner of the Poison Erosion World was an immensely powerful poison element martial warrior who used his formidable strength to cultivate this special world filled with toxic animals and poison force. Upon learning that Landon was about to head to Scorpion King Star, Wang Ting immediately wanted to follow him. First, he wanted to see what Landon was up to. Second, he wanted to cultivate his poison force. Such a unique training location was exceedingly rare, and Wang Ting couldn't afford to miss it. Wang Ting immediately came out and, under the guidance of Round Ball, accessed the Academy's internal web. Inside the Academy's network, there was a variety of categories, including the Treasure Pavilion, Task Assignment Center, and more. Wang Ting directly clicked on the Task Assignment Center page, and rows of assignments appeared. These tasks were also categorized, and each region had a series of different tasks that anyone could take on. Scroll down. The tasks for the Scorpion King Star are further down. Round Ball instructed. Wang Ting nodded and scrolled through the task list. Soon he saw the words Scorpion King Star appear before his eyes. "I found it!" Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on it, revealing a series of tasks related to Scorpion King Star. Collect 300,500 years old poison arrow plants for 300 points. Collect 501,000 years old heartbreak vines for 1,500 points. Capture 50 mid-tier Imperial-level poison element star beasts, Blacktooth Thorn Rays, for 5,000 points. Capture 5 high-tier Imperial-level poison element star beasts, Emerald Eye Scorpions, for 100,000 points. Obtain 3 vials of poison from the high-tier Imperial-level poison element star beast, Black-maned Python, for 30,000 points. The tasks appeared one after another, overwhelming Wang Ting. There were too many of them, Wang Ting exclaimed. Just for the Scorpion King Star, there were tasks varying from hundreds to tens of thousands of points in reward. One of the missions that Wang Ting saw was to obtain 3 vials of poison from the high-tier Imperial-level poison element star beast, Blackman Anaconda. For 30,000 points, Wang Ting finally understood how hard it was to get 30,000 points. The black-maned python was not an ordinary star beast. It was an incredibly powerful poisonous star beast known for being formidable and deadly. The task specified that he needed to obtain venom from a high-tier Imperial-level black-maned python, making it even more difficult. However, for Wang Ting, it felt like he had uncovered a treasure trove. As a poison-type martial artist and an advanced stage poison master, Whether it was poison element spiritual herbs or poison element star beasts, he had a deep appreciation for them. Throughout history, the boundaries between medicine and poison have often blurred. Poisonous herbs, as well as non-poisonous ones, could be used to preserve life if one understood the principles of medicine. The difference lay in their inherent toxic properties. Whether it was for alchemy or poison-related endeavors, Wang Ting knew that he could benefit greatly from the resources on Scorpion King Star. His desire to explore the star grew stronger with each passing moment. Do you think Landon went to the Scorpion King Star for some poison element spiritual herb? Wang Ting touched his chin and asked. He had a sudden thought. Are you saying that he's going to the gray-white region? Round Ball also understood what he was suggesting, her eyes gleaming. It's very likely. Otherwise, I can't think of a reason why he would go to a poison element planet like Scorpion King Star. It's not very friendly to him, considering his abilities, Wang Ting mused. All the more reason for us to go to the Scorpion King Star. Round Ball's eyes lit up. It urged Wang Ting, hurry up and choose a few tasks. Let's go to the Scorpion King Star. We can't let Landon escape. Don't worry, he won't escape. Wang Ting grinned mischievously and then proceeded to select a bunch of tasks on the screen by casually pointing his finger at them. Wait a minute, are you crazy? You've chosen so many tasks. Round Ball suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ting had selected at least 30 to 40 tasks. It was madness. I've come all this way. I might as well take on more tasks to earn more points, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Come on, even if that's the case, you're going a bit overboard. You've practically selected all the available tasks. Don't forget the main purpose of this trip, Round Ball reminded him. I know. I won't forget, Wang Ting nodded repeatedly. In no time, he had selected all the tasks, most of which he believed were within his capabilities and not too difficult. This trip should earn him quite a few points. Who knows, he might even accumulate enough points to buy a divine-level weapon. Chapter 1886 80% Death Rate Nightmare Level. A Scheme. 2. He felt happy just thinking about it. At this moment, a message was sent to Wang Ting's wristwatch. Round Ball's expression turned strange. What's wrong? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. Take a look yourself. Round Ball opened the message, projecting it into the air in front of them. The content of the message instantly appeared before Wang Ting's eyes. Student Wang Ting, the number of tasks you've selected is too high. The difficulty level has reached nightmare level with a death rate of 80%. We strongly advise you to reconsider. Don't play with your life. Be 0xo. Calm. Furthermore, the Academy recommends that every new student wait for at least half a year before undertaking missions outside. Oh, crying face. Wang Ting finished reading the communication and suddenly felt like he was a child who had been caught by his parents when he wanted to go out to play. This academy is quite humane. He glanced at Round Ball and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha! Round Ball finally burst out laughing. It found the situation incredibly amusing. Wang Ting, who usually did whatever he pleased, had received a warning from the academy in such a manner. Seeing his somewhat ashamed expression, Round Ball couldn't help but find it hilarious. All right. Stop laughing, Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said angrily. Cough. Round Ball cleared its throat and became serious, saying, Speaking of which, the Academy's warning is not without reason. An 80% death rate is no joke. I know, but that's because the Academy doesn't really understand my true strength. Do you think I would willingly walk into a death trap? Wang Ting replied. That's true. Round Ball rubbed its chin, looking somewhat complicated. You are the least predictable person. If things get really bad, we still have Elizabeth and the others to help. Ensuring my safety won't be a problem, Wang Ting reassured. You're cheating. Round Ball was speechless. No one knows, Wang Ting replied indifferently. All right, up to you. Up to you. Round Ball waved its hand. Wang Ting chuckled and curiously asked, I didn't expect these tasks to have ratings. Yes, they can be classified by difficulty into normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and death levels, Round Ball explained. There's even a death level? That sounds like a one-way ticket to oblivion, Wang Ting remarked with curiosity. Exactly, death-level tasks are ones that the Academy strongly advises against. Basically, they result in almost certain death. I've read on the Academy's intranet that there have been death-level tasks in the past, and some students who didn't believe it ended up going, and none of them returned. Round Ball nodded with a slightly solemn expression. That does sound terrifying, Wang Ting rubbed his chin. One of these days, when I have some free time, I might try a death-level task for fun. Round Ball was speechless. You always want to do the opposite of what you're told not to do, don't you? There's a saying, life is all about taking risks, Wang Ting said confidently. I believe that the higher the difficulty of the task, the more abundant the rewards. Well, you can talk about rewards all you want, but you also need to be living to claim them, Round Ball remarked. Enough talk, let's prepare to depart, Wang Ting waved his hand. Round Ball felt helpless. It didn't know what to say. Anyway, Wang Ting didn't plan to take the death mission now. It would wait and see. Wang Ting found Yu Qiqiao and the others and informed them that he was going out for a task. What? You're going on a mission? Yu Qiqiao was flabbergasted. Wade and the others were equally surprised. Borat and Yu Yunxian looked at Wang Ting with a hint of inquisitiveness in their eyes. Yes, I must go on this mission, Wang Ting nodded. But it's too risky for a new student to go on a mission. Yu Qiqiao frowned. It's fine, I know what I'm doing, Wang Ting reassured. Why do you have to take on a task so early? Borat asked with some confusion. For some personal reasons, Wang Ting smiled faintly. Borat shrugged, not pressing further. He was curious about Wang Ting's reasons but didn't want to pry too much. Even Yu Yunxian couldn't help but be curious about Wang Ting's purpose. However, he wasn't the type to pry either and respected Wang Ting's decision not to share more. Yu Qiqiao noticed Wang Ting's determined attitude, so she didn't say anything. Has anything important happened in the Constellation Society these days? Wang Ting asked. No major events, but the number of people signing up to join our Constellation Society has increased. In just a few days we've recruited over 2,000 members, Yu Qiqiao replied. Oh! Wang Ting was surprised to hear the number. Over 2,000 people in such a short time? It seems that talented warriors from other territorial domains have also joined. Yes, we've been following your criteria for selection, and we haven't excluded people from other territorial domains. As you've said, the goal of our Constellation Society is to encompass talented warriors from across the universe, Yu Qiqiao said, casting a somewhat odd glance at Wang Ting. In this regard, she couldn't help but respect Wang Ting's broad-mindedness. If it were anyone else, they might not have accepted warriors from other territorial domains. But Wang Ting didn't mind, and he had told her previously that the conscious should be open to talented warriors from all territorial domains. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted those newcomers. Chapter 1887 80% Death Rate Nightmare Level. A Scheme. 3. As long as they're not sent by other factions, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Aren't you worried that they might betray the Constellation Society in the future? Yu Qiqiao couldn't help but ask. Why should I be worried? Wang Ting looked at her and said calmly, if they betray us, it's their loss. I believe that if that day comes, I might not even need to take action. Someone else will likely deal with the traitors. His tone was filled with confidence. Yu Qiqiao's eyes showed a hint of admiration. People's magnanimity truly varied, and perhaps only someone like him could lead the Constellation Society to greater height. Borat and Yu Yunxian looked at Wang Ting in surprise too. There was a strange glint in their eyes. Honestly, they wouldn't be able to do what Wang Ting did. B0XO. Calm. Just then, Wang Ting suddenly made a light exclamation and looked at his wristwatch. Round Ball informed him that he received another message. This time, it was from the Academy's Arbitration Association. Wang Ting opened the message and took a look. He was astounded too. "What is it?" Yu Qiqiao asked when she saw his expression. "The Academy Arbitration Association gave me an Associate Council member status," Wang Ting said with uncertainty. "Associate Council member?" Yu Qiqiao widened her eyes in surprise. She asked in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? An Associate Council member of the Academy's Arbitration Association?" "Yes, and there's the emblem of the Academy's Arbitration Association on it. It shouldn't be a mistake." Wang Ting opened the message and showed it to everyone, saying, it was more like an appointment letter than a message, appointing Wang Ting as an Associate Council member of the Academy Arbitration Association. Yu Qiqiao and the others were flabbergasted after reading the content. The appointment letter bore the emblem of the Academy's Arbitration Association. Outsiders couldn't forge it, and no one would play such a joke on Wang Ting. No one dared to impersonate the Academy's Arbitration Association either. Therefore, this message must be real. It couldn't be more real. The group looked at each other, finding it difficult to believe. Why would the Academy's Arbitration Association suddenly appoint you as an Associate Council member? That's an Associate Council member, a much higher status than an ordinary member of the Academy's Arbitration Association. And you're just a new student who hasn't even joined the Academy's Arbitration Association before. Yu Qiqiao was full of doubt and asked in amazement. The Academy's Arbitration Association had a very special position within the 7 stellar academies. Although it seemed like just a student organization, it had the authority to supervise and arbitrate all young martial warriors. This authority also existed outside the stellar academy. Furthermore, if one wanted to have greater authority in the future, one had to use the Academy's Arbitration Association as a stepping stone to join a more mysterious and powerful organization in the universe, the Stellar Arbitration Council. As a result, practically all students were eager to join the Academy's Arbitration Association. Joining the Academy's Arbitration Association not only meant status but also signified tremendous power and limitless prospect. However, not every student could join the Academy's Arbitration Association. Each intake of students was limited, and only a few thousand were accepted. This was an extremely daunting ratio. Because each intake of students into the Stellar Academy consisted of hundreds of thousands, but only a few thousand could enter the Academy's Arbitration Association. Not to mention the members who held higher positions than regular members. Although Wang Ting had only obtained the position of an Associate Council member, he still had a long way to go to become a full council member. Nevertheless, being an Associate Council associate at least gave him the qualifications to become one, whereas, for regular members, it was unclear how many years of service were required. Is it possible that this is a compensation from the Academy? Wade suddenly suggested. After all, Boss has achieved a significant feat for the Academy, and the reward hasn't been given yet. It's possible. Yu Qiqiao regained her senses and nodded fervently. A reward, huh? Wang Ting shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. I would have preferred something more substantial. This title of an Associate Council Associate from the Academy's Arbitration Association is just a mere formality. Look at what it says here, it doesn't come with any real authority. You shouldn't say that. Becoming an Associate Council Associate means you have the qualifications to become a full council member. It's just one step away, and you have no idea how many people couldn't cross that threshold. You should be content with it, Yu Qiqiao said with a shake of her head, her eyes filled with envy. as she scolded him teasingly. It's just an associate council member. Look at how excited you are. Wang Ting was speechless. Just an associate council member. You Qiqiao glared at Wang Ting indignantly. How pretentious. This guy should be struck by lightning. Don't get too worked up. Wang Ting waved his hand and said, Keep this news confidential for now. In case others find out, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Qiqiao took a deep breath, calming herself down. She frowned, saying, You're right. I've heard that the number of slots for council associate elections is limited every time. You becoming an associate council member suddenly means that someone is displaced. That person probably hates you to the core. So you mean I've gained a new foe out of nowhere? Wang Ting frowned. He initially thought it was just a matter of jealousy, but now it seemed like he had indeed gained a potential enemy. In essence, he had taken away someone else's chance for promotion. That kind of grudge wouldn't be easy to let go of. If it was him, he wouldn't let it go so easily either. It's entirely possible, Qiqiao replied. But I don't even know who the other party is. Wang Ting was speechless. Chapter 1888 80% Death Rate Nightmare Level. A Scheme. 4. That's your problem now, Qiqiao said with a mischievous grin. Those who can become associate council members must have considerable strength, and they're unlikely to be new students. So, you're in for some trouble. Damn. This is such an unexpected situation, Wang Ting said, shaking his head. But now that you mention it, it does seem a bit strange. Being an associate council member doesn't grant much power. It's more like a qualification. Yet, it has caused you trouble. Is this a reward? Qiqiao pondered, looking perplexed. It feels rather odd. Could it be that someone didn't want our boss to become a council member directly, so they set up this hurdle? Wade suggested. Now that you mention it, that's quite possible. Qiqiao furrowed her beautiful brows, her expression filled with suspicion. Could it be that someone didn't want you to become a council member directly, so they made you an associate council member? It satisfies the Academy's reward requirements and also puts a hold on you, a win-win situation. Everyone was smart, so they quickly figured out the internal dynamics of the Arbitration Association with just a few sentences and speculated about what was happening. So, someone is plotting against me? Wang Ting squinted his eyes. B0XO. He detested being manipulated by others, no matter who they were. He would rather not have this associate council member status than let someone easily manipulate him. I'm afraid only the 7 judges can do this. Qiqiao's gaze turned complicated. She had originally thought that Wang Ting becoming an associate council member was a good thing, but now it seemed that it might not be. Given Wang Ting's temperament, being manipulated by others, even if it were the 7 judges, was not something he could easily swallow. The 7 judges. Wang Ting suddenly chuckled. I don't seem to have any connection with them, do I? You can't say that. You're a genius who has made it onto the star rankings, and there have been some rumors circulating outside. Qiqiao hesitated for a moment. What rumor? Wang Ting asked calmly. Some people say that you will most likely replace one of the judges and become the new one. Qiqiao took a deep breath and said, Me, becoming a new judge? Wang Ting laughed. This was quite the flattery. He had no idea that people were talking about him behind his back like this. These are just some small rumors. I originally didn't take them seriously, but now Qiqiao shook her head helplessly. Some rumors weren't credible at first, but since they had appeared, there were bound to be people who felt uncomfortable. Especially for those in high positions. This associate council member status has indeed become a hot potato. Wang Ting uttered with a light smile. This is an open trap that forces you to take it. Qiqiao said. No, you're wrong. I can choose not to accept it. Wang Ting's expression gradually became serious, and he said calmly, "You mean?" Yukikyo's eyes widened in shock, looking at Wang Ting with disbelief. That was the Academy Arbitration Association. Could it be? I'm just about to go on a mission, so I'll set this designation aside for now, Wang Ting said casually. If I don't register with the Academy Arbitration Association, I won't be an associate council member yet. I'd like to see how they explain this to the Academy later. As he spoke, a sneering smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. But by doing this, you're essentially offending the higher-ups, Yu Qiqiao said with a sense of shock. Yeah, boss. Wade also found this matter extremely tricky. Even with his admiration for Wang Ting, he had to admit that the Academy Arbitration Association was probably not something Wang Ting could afford to provoke. However, when he saw Wang Ting's eyes, he repressed his words. The pride in those eyes seemed unshakable by anything. He knew Wang Ting was an extremely proud person, and this pride was not superficial but came from within, engraved in his bones. Such people couldn't be persuaded. They wouldn't bow to anyone, even if the enemy was terrifying. Don't worry, even if it's those few people, if they want to plot against me, they should be prepared to suffer the price, Wang Ting uttered calmly. Chapter 1889 Chance Encounter. Rejected. One day later, Wang Ting registered at the Academy before heading to the 7th Stellar Academy's spacecraft port, at the edge of the 7th Stellar Academy continent. Standing here, Wang Ting couldn't help but recall the appearance of the divine-level Azure Dragon. As he gazed at the surging dark currents and the never-ending chaotic star sea, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Before coming here, he had never imagined that such terrifying entities existed beneath the chaotic star sea. He had originally thought that there might be some eternal stage star beasts beneath the chaotic star sea, and that was the maximum. However, reality mercilessly shattered his fantasies. He started to treat the chaotic star sea with caution. B0XO. Calm. The universe was truly mysterious, and this particular chaotic star sea was unfathomable. There were undoubtedly many more places like this. Upon arriving at the spaceship port and clarifying his purpose, Wang Ting boarded an ancient warship. To traverse the chaotic star sea, one must ride on ancient warships, as regular spacecraft cannot withstand the turbulent impact of the chaotic currents. Of course, some special spacecraft could do it. The poison erosion world wasn't within the range of the chaotic star sea. It was located in an extremely distant part of the universe. Fortunately, there was a directional space teleportation array established between the 7 stellar academies and that area of space, which saved the students a lot of travel time. However, the space teleportation array was constructed outside the chaotic star sea and wasn't part of the 7 stellar academies. Major powers in the universe share the common understanding that they should not build space teleportation arrays at their core locations, as it could easily lead to problems. The continent of the 7 stellar academies was the core of these academies. Even though there were numerous powerful individuals here, they wouldn't build a space teleportation array here. After all, if there were problems at the core, the 7 stellar academies would be in danger of destruction. Wang Ting boarded a warship and waited for a long time before the warship vibrated. Boom! With a roar, the warship activated its protective shield and transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the chaotic star sea and navigating through its endless turbulent currents. Finally, we're on our way. Wang Ting stood on the deck of the ancient warship, his expression slightly solemn. The last time, an eternal stage instructor was guiding him. At that time, he was unaware of the existence of divine-level star beasts, so he felt quite at ease. But now, the more he knew, the more uneasy he became. He was afraid of unexpected incidents. However, he didn't dwell on it any longer, knowing that worrying about such matters wouldn't help. What was meant to happen would happen, and what wasn't meant to happen wouldn't. He withdrew his gaze and observed his surroundings. There were many students on the warship. They were all from the 7th Stellar Academy. Most of these people were seniors, while new students were few and far between, making up only a small portion. Moreover, they were often seen standing together with the older students. These new students were brought along by the experienced ones for a mission. It wasn't surprising. New students often lacked the strength to go on missions right away and typically focused on their cultivation within the academy. Only those new students with connections and influence would accompany experienced students on task. Many people were secretly watching Wang Ting. Wang Ting was not unfamiliar to many, including the old students. People appeared somewhat taken aback that Wang Ting, a new student, would choose to go on a solo mission. They gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. "Is that Wang Ting? I can't believe he's going on a mission." "Yeah, and he's going alone. Doesn't he know how difficult missions can be? Going alone is too dangerous." Although Wang Ting had gained some reputation, there weren't many people who held high expectations for him. After all, no matter how strong Wang Ting was, he was still a new student. His displayed abilities might be top-tier among new students, but in their eyes, he didn't measure up compared to the old student. It was too early to go out for missions. The onlookers hesitated, unsure whether they should approach Wang Ting. After all, they were going on a mission, not on a leisure trip, and not everyone wanted to bring along someone who might be a hindrance. What if they were too friendly, and Wang Ting suggested working together? How could they refuse at that time? It would be an awkward situation. It wasn't an impossible scenario. New students needed to seize every opportunity to improve themselves, and joining a group of seniors was naturally the best choice. The old students who were willing to bring along new students for missions usually had various reasons for doing so. It could be because they were known with the new students, belonged to the same faction, or had received substantial benefits in return. Otherwise, they wouldn't take a new student along for a mission, as it was often seen as a troublesome task that few were willing to undertake. "Hey, isn't this Brother Feng Mo?" Wang Ting spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. When he came out of the freshman leaderboard, Feng Mo had also ended his duel with Reynolds. Although he was pushed down by Wang Ting and Lu Tian and was in third place, this person was a formidable warrior who possessed mastery of 3 elements: water, ice, and lightning. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Originally, he came for Landon. However, since they were from different stellar academies, they naturally wouldn't be on the same ancient battleship. He didn't expect to meet Feng Mo here. Feng Mo had already noticed Wang Ting but had assumed that they weren't familiar with each other. He was traveling with a few senior students and couldn't easily strike up a conversation. However, Wang Ting initiated to speak to him, causing Feng Mo's expression to stiffen. The senior students around him also displayed slight changes in their expressions, casting a curious glance at Feng Mo. Chapter 1890 Chance Encounter. Rejected. 2. They felt a little frustrated. What coincidence was this? Wang Ting knew Feng Mo. Feng Mo, do you know him? A young martial warrior, who was the leader of the group, asked using voice transmission. Not really. Feng Mo immediately explained using voice transmission. Since you're not familiar, after exchanging greetings, just ignore him, the leader of the group said indifferently. All right. Feng Mo quickly agreed. B0XO. Calm, he had to heed the words of this senior. The senior was a warrior from a well-established faction that Feng Mo had recently joined. In exchange for the opportunity to accompany them on this expedition, Feng Mo promised him significant benefit. If he offended this senior, it would be a costly mistake. Besides, he and Wang Ting weren't acquainted to begin with, so there was no need to antagonize the elder for the sake of a stranger. Brother Feng Mo, I didn't expect you to go out for missions too. Wang Ting smiled and walked over. Yeah, Feng Mo replied with a cold demeanor, looking as if he didn't want any unfamiliar interactions. He nodded curtly. Well, what a coincidence. I'm on a mission too, Wang Ting continued, paying no mind to Feng Mo's attitude. He casually draped his arm over Feng Mo's shoulder as he spoke. Feng Mo's expression turned sour. There was nothing particularly coincidental about being on the same spaceship. Everyone on board was here for a mission. Brother Feng Mo, you're going to the Scorpion King Star too, right? What task did you receive? Tell me about it. Our missions might coincide so that we can help each other, Wang Ting inquired. No need. Let's each do our task. There's no need for us to interfere with each other, Feng Mo replied coldly. That's not very friendly. We are all students from the 7th Stellar Academy. We are on the same side. If we meet students from the other Stellar Academy, we need to work together and not lose to them, Wang Ting continued nagging. Feng Mo's scheme to brush Wang Ting off in a few words completely fell apart. This guy was good at socializing. This must be junior brother Wang Ting. I'm sorry, we need to rest. Please feel free to do as you wish. The young man in the lead, who was observing Feng Mo's reaction, knew that he wasn't Wang Ting's match, and promptly spoke up. Without waiting for Wang Ting's response, they walked away, displaying an attitude that completely disregarded Wang Ting. They clearly showed no regard for Wang Ting whatsoever. Feng Mo didn't even spare a glance at Wang Ting, and was eager to distance himself. Wang Ting watched their retreating figures but didn't chase after them. He just felt a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn more about their plans. But he wouldn't let go of Feng Mo. Such high-quality prey should be seized when the opportunity presents itself. If not for the fact that they were all students of the 7th Stellar Academy, he wouldn't have to be so cautious and could have acted directly. After Feng Mo and his group left, another team approached. A small hand slapped Wang Ting's shoulder. Junior Wang Ting. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang in Wang Ting's ears, causing him to turn around. He saw a petite figure standing behind him, smiling brightly at him. Wang Ting was instantly dumbfounded. This person was someone he knew. He scanned the back of the petite figure secretly and saw a few other familiar figures. There were 5 of them in total. They were the 5 elder brothers and sisters Wang Ting met in the ice crevasse in the chaotic Uncharted. The one who had just patted his shoulder was one of the female warriors, and her name seemed to be Tong En. However, it was clear that they didn't know he had appeared in the ice crevasse before. Seniors, you are? Wang Ting pretended that he didn't know them and asked. Haha, I'm Tong En, your elder sister. I've heard about your name for a while now. Since we happened to meet today, I came over to get to know you. The petite female warrior shamelessly sized up Wang Ting, smiling mischievously. Hello, Junior Wang Ting. Imbai Yao. A handsome young man walked up and greeted Wang Ting with a fist salute. Nice to meet you. Wang Ting quickly returned the gesture. Compared to the elder students who had been with Feng Mo earlier, these individuals seemed much more approachable. They were polite and courteous, showing no signs of looking down on Wang Ting. My name is Wei Na. Another yellow-haired lady walked over. Qin Quan. Yuan Bai. The others introduced themselves too. After getting to know each other, they engaged in lively conversation. Since the other group had come over to make friends, there was naturally no awkwardness. As they chatted, Wang Ting learned that these individuals formed a small team known as the Snow Child Team and often collaborated, so they were very familiar with each other. At the same time, they were also heading to the Scorpion King Star for a mission. Wang Ting was somewhat speechless. This group of 5 couldn't seem to sit still. They had just explored an ice crevasse in the chaotic Uncharted, nearly losing their lives in the process. Yet, not long after, they had come to Scorpion King Star for a mission. It truly epitomized the saying, "Life is about seeking death." However, the last time they had ventured into the ice crevasse in the chaotic realm had been in vain, as they hadn't obtained anything valuable. It seemed that they were eager to improve their strength, so they had no choice but to take on missions and earn points. They needed a large number of points to enter the chaotic uncharted. If they desired to get more points, they needed to complete missions. There were no better alternatives. For most students, missions were the only way to earn a large number of points. Other people who saw Tong En and the others actively conversing with Wang Ting displayed looks of surprise on their faces. Chapter 1891 Chance Encounter. Rejected. 3. The group of students who were with Feng Mo were also extremely surprised. "It's them." The leader of the group muttered to himself. "Leader Wan Dong, who are they?" Feng Mo's expression shifted slightly. Tong En and the others quickly engage in conversation with Wang Ting right after they ignored him. This made him somewhat uncomfortable, so he couldn't help but ask. They're a fairly well-known team, and the identities of the people inside are not simple. Don't provoke them. Wan Dong's expression grew serious as he spoke. Feng Mo clenched his fist, feeling extremely resentful towards Wang Ting. He had just achieved the first place on the freshman leaderboard, only to be swiftly displaced by Wang Ting. He knew that many people were making fun of him. It wasn't easy for him to come out on a mission with a team of old students, especially on the Scorpion King Star. He would be able to increase his ability. He had thought that upon his return, he could surpass many new students. The next time he encountered Wang Ting, he would make Wang Ting realize who the stronger one was. B0XO. Calm unexpectedly, this opportunity came during the mission. Fate had a mysterious way of working. Of course, in Feng Mo's eyes, this wasn't fate at all but rather a case of unfortunate encounters. His hasty attempt to distance himself from Wang Ting was motivated by a small scheme. He didn't want Wang Ting to join their team and receive assistance from the senior students. However, he hadn't anticipated that while his team refused to accept Wang Ting, another team would express interest in him. This left him feeling extremely frustrated. Mind you, he had paid a considerable price to join the team of senior students, including aligning himself with their faction and offering some benefits. Meanwhile, Wang Ting had done nothing, yet another team was actively seeking his inclusion. Why was the difference between them so huge? "Wang Ting, are you interested in joining our team?" After chatting for a while, Tong En finally extended an invitation. Wang Ting paused for a moment, pretending to ponder the offer. In reality, he had already decided to decline. After all, these individuals didn't seem to have much luck, and he preferred not to team up with them. "I think I'll pass. I prefer to work alone," Wang Ting finally said, appearing somewhat hesitant. "In that case, let's leave it at that." Tong En thought Wang Ting had agreed, and a smile appeared on her face. However, her smile swiftly turned awkward and she looked perplexed. "What? You're not coming with us?" Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Wang Ting to reject their invitation. Several of the new students who had wanted to join the senior students' teams for missions were stunned to see Wang Ting declining their invitation. It seemed like something wasn't quite right. He actually refused? The onlookers were equally astonished by the scene, their faces displaying disbelief. A new student had just rejected an invitation from the Snow Child team. Feng Mo's eyes widened slightly, and his previously stiff expression now appeared somewhat comical due to his astonishment. Wang Ting declined. Suddenly, he felt kind of empty. What he valued seemed insignificant in someone else's eyes. He casually rejected it as if it were nothing. This kid. Wan Dong's face turned gloomy, and he felt a slight burning sensation on his cheeks. This new student dared to refuse an invitation from a team of senior students. Didn't this mean that they were worried for nothing? He had no intention of joining their team. They were just thinking too much. I'm sorry, but I'm used to working alone, and I'm afraid that joining your team might affect the harmony of the group, Wang Ting said, feeling a bit embarrassed by Tong En's reaction. He swiftly added an explanation. Well, that's quite a reason. Tong En collected her bewildered expression, looking at Wang Ting speechlessly. She wasn't stupid. She knew that Wang Ting was just making excuses. What puzzled her was why he had declined them. Was he looking down on them? That wasn't right. The 5 of them were only at the heaven stage, but they weren't weak. Their images within the academy were not small. Could it be that he didn't know their strength? Wang Ting, you're alone and this is your first task. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Wei Na glanced at Tong En and helped to persuade him. She knew why Tong En wanted Wang Ting to join in them. It was about extending favor to him, hoping for his assistance later on. This mission to Scorpion King's star was related to that matter. If things went smoothly and they could get Wang Ting's help upon their return, they might be able to resolve the issue. Yeah. Wang Ting, going alone is very dangerous. Join us. I'm not bragging, but our Snow Child team has substantial strength. You can look it up on the internal web to see what kind of team we are, the young man from the ape race, Yuan Bai, chimed in. Furthermore, our Snow Child team has a great atmosphere. We don't involve in a lot of internal fights. We cooperate and earn points together. We share benefits, and even if you're a new student, we won't look down on you. As long as you contribute enough, you'll get a corresponding share, Bai Yao explained. The onlookers were increasingly incredulous at the Snow Child team's enthusiasm. Had they lost their minds? Wang Ting had already declined their offer, yet they were eagerly inviting him. What happened to the dignity of senior students? Chapter 1892 Chance Encounter. Rejected. 4. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. He had a feeling that this team's enthusiasm towards him was a bit excessive. Did they know what he did to them? Were they trying to take revenge during this mission? Wang Ting couldn't help but think this way, as there was no other reason for these 5 people to be so unusually enthusiastic towards him. They seemed afraid that he might run into trouble. This didn't make sense. By the way, since this is your first mission, there should be a mission danger level assessment for you. What is your mission's danger level? Tong En asked. B0XO. Calm, nightmare level. Wang Ting replied after some consideration. Initially, he didn't want to reveal it, but he thought that disclosing his mission's danger level might make them reconsider their invitation. What? Tong En and her team stared at Wang Ting with wide eyes, all wearing expressions that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Nightmare level. A freshman chose a nightmare level mission. Was he tired of living? The older students around them looked over as if they were looking at a monster. Nightmare level? Did this guy want to die? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Tong En stared at Wang Ting's eyes, asking with uncertainty. No mistake at all. The Academy's notification stated it's a nightmare-level mission with an 80% fatality rate. When I first found out, my heart was pounding like crazy out of fear, Wang Ting replied, patting his chest and pretending to be frightened. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. Was that what being scared looked like? Could you be a little more fake? If he had truly been frightened, he would have given up the mission long ago. How could he still be here? Tong En and her team finally believed that Wang Ting had indeed accepted a nightmare-level mission. They exchanged glances, not knowing what to say to him. What were you thinking? You accepted a nightmare-level mission. After a while, Tong En placed her hand on her forehead, clearly exasperated. I enjoy challenging missions, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Well, it seems you have your plans. Since that's the case, we won't insist on you joining our team. Tong En shook her head regretfully. She had to consider her teammates' safety. Even though Wang Ting's nightmare-level mission might not reach the same level of hazard in their group, there was still some risk involved. She couldn't put her teammates in unknown danger because of her situation. This time, her teammates had already helped her a lot. For whatever reason, I thank you all for your kindness, Wang Ting said with a respectful bow. At this moment, he felt a bit guilty. He had taken advantage of them so much the last time they met. Was it a bit too much? Although these senior students didn't seem to have the best luck, they didn't appear to be bad people. However, when he remembered the hornless ice dragon pearl, Wang Ting's guilt dissipated quickly. Treasures belonged to the virtuous. The hornless ice dragon pearl was a gift from the elder. Even if Wang Ting didn't take it, they wouldn't be able to get it. No need to be so polite. Tong En waved her hand and reminded him, Scorpion King Star is very dangerous. Since you've accepted a nightmare-level mission, it will certainly be even more perilous. Don't take it lightly and be careful. I understand, Wang Ting nodded. Tong En and the others didn't say anything else. They shook their heads and left. They continued to speculate and discuss in private what kind of mission Wang Ting had accepted to reach the nightmare level. Also, he seemed very confident. Could it be that he could handle a nightmare-level mission with his ability? The more they thought about it, the more intrigued they became. As for Wang Ting, the expected dangerous situations didn't occur. He had a relatively uneventful journey. A few days later, the ancient warship arrived at the edge of the chaotic Star Sea, docking near the meteorite where Wang Ting had parked his spacecraft when he arrived. Around this particular meteorite, there were many other meteorites, forming a meteor belt of sorts. These meteorites had various purposes within the Academy, serving as spacecraft docking ports and being used for inscribing space teleportation arrays. Furthermore, each meteorite had its corresponding teleportation array, capable of transporting individuals to various locations in space. The spacecraft eventually landed on one such meteorite. Wang Ting and the others disembarked and headed directly to the space teleportation array. The space teleportation array was huge. It was carved on the ground of the meteorite and was highly complex. Wang Ting's gaze flickered slightly. This teleportation array was even more intricate than the one he had constructed on the Yumming planet and the Silver Ash planet. It seemed that the distance from here to Scorpion King Star was truly vast. Suddenly, his expression changed. There were attribute bubbles. Wang Ting immediately released his spiritual power and picked them up. Space *100 space *120 space *120. It's the space attribute. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected acquisition by using the teleportation array here. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. In this wave, he had collected over 5,000 points of space attribute value, which was quite a substantial gain. Space Physique 28650/400000, 4th rank. Many students were waiting nearby. Every time the teleportation array was activated, it needed a substantial amount of energy stones, so they had to wait until there were enough people. With Wang Ting and the others arriving, it seemed like the needed number of participants had been met. A universe stage martial warrior seemed in the air and loudly proclaimed, "Everyone, enter the space teleportation array, get ready and prepare for teleportation." Yes. The crowd immediately responded, and they all flew toward the array. After everyone entered the array, the universe stage martial warrior waved his hand and instilled force into the core. Boom! The space teleportation array was activated. A beam of light shot up into the sky. Within the array, everyone was enveloped in a bright white light and immediately disappeared from the surface of the meteorite. Chapter 1893 Strange Currents. Dragged in. 1. A dazzling white light flickered. The Witch Tower Territorial Domain. Within a hidden teleportation array on a desolate planet, figures began to appear one by one. Wang Ting stood among the crowd, quickly adjusting to the discomfort of teleportation. This was a long-distance teleportation, and even though he had space talent, he still experienced momentary discomfort. However, due to his space talent, he recovered faster than others. Wang Ting looked around, his face showing a hint of surprise. B0XO. This was an extremely barren planet, with endless stretches of brown earth covered in cracks and numerous meteorite craters. An invisible wind blew, causing sand to fly through the air. Looking up at the sky, he saw a completely unfamiliar starry expanse. A sense of unreality suddenly welled up in Wang Ting's heart. The teleportation is complete. Quickly leave the teleportation array. A loud voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the group. Wang Ting immediately snapped out of his daze and looked towards the source of the voice. Outside the teleport array, a figure was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, completely ignoring their presence. However, it was this person who had just spoken. Without any hesitation, Wang Ting moved quickly toward the edge of the teleport array. Just as he left the array's range, he felt the suffocating sensation of space. He immediately activated his force to create a protective barrier around himself. The others also left the teleportation array one by one and headed in a certain direction. They were acquainted with this place. Wang Ting, this way. Tong En and the others called out to him when they noticed that he was still standing in place. Wang Ting nodded and flew towards them, but before leaving, he glanced back and indeed saw several attribute bubbles floating within the array. As he moved farther away, he extended his spiritual power to collect those attribute bubbles. Space *200 space *150 space *230 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body one by one, causing his space talent to increase rapidly once again. This time, he obtained significantly more attribute points than before, a total of 12,300 points. Space Physique 40950/400000. 4th rank, Wang Ting's Space Physique attribute skyrocketed to more than 40,000 points. He felt that his grasp of space power had gotten stronger. Gathering attribute bubbles before and after the teleportation had turned out to be quite fruitful. Wang Ting couldn't help but think that if he didn't have urgent matters to attend to, he could spend several days here, collecting more resources before leaving. Unfortunately, his current situation didn't permit such leisure. He followed the Snow Child team and flew for more than 10 kilometers before he saw a spacecraft docking station. They boarded a medium-sized Eternal-level spacecraft and set sail. The entrance of the poison erosion world is still some distance away from this planet. We need to take a spacecraft there, Tong En explained. Take a break. It's at least an hour away. Wang Ting nodded and didn't ask further questions. He crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He wasn't resting. He was conversing with Round Ball in his mind. Round Ball, can you confirm where we are based on the starry sky outside? He asked. We're in a planetary sector in the north of the Witch Tower Territorial Domain. The spacecraft is heading. Round Ball paused for a moment and exclaimed, Devilwood Star. We're in the Witch Tower Territorial Domain. Wang Ting was surprised. Round Ball's tone seemed a little strange when it said the name of the planet. His curiosity piqued. He asked, Devilwood Star? What is that? It's a planet that has been completely ravaged by the dark apparitions. Hundreds of years ago, a devastating war erupted there, and all life on the planet became dark apparitions. Later, powerful individuals intervened, completely eradicating the dark apparitions from that place and restoring the dimensional rifts created by the Darkland. They also erased the spatial coordinate. However, due to the erosion of dark power, Devilwood Star is no longer suitable for habitation. Roundy explained with a solemn tone. It was invaded by dark apparitions? Wang Ting was astounded. He asked, "Is the entrance of the poison erosion world on the Devilwood Star?" "It's possible," Round Ball said. "Help me gather information about Devilwood Star," Wang Ting said. "Okay." Round Ball responded and began searching for relevant information. Over an hour later, a solitary black-green planet hovering in space appeared before them. "We're here," a voice echoed in their ears, and Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the simulated panorama of the spacecraft's front. "This is Devilwood Star," Wang Ting thought to himself. "Yes, it's indeed Devilwood Star," Round Ball confirmed. "Are you surprised?" Tong En's voice sounded beside Wang Ting's ear. "Not really, I'm quite acquainted with Devilwood Star." Wang Ting glanced at the petite girl and replied. "Anyway, how old was she?" She looked like she was in her teens, with a small stature and a youthful face. But Wang Ting knew she was definitely much older than him. She was a proper young lady. "Huh, did you already know that the entrance to the poison erosion world was here?" Tong En inquired in surprise. The entrance of the poison erosion world was confidential. This kind of news wouldn't spread on the Academy's internal web. Those who knew about it were aware, and those who didn't would only find out if someone told them. Chapter 1894 Strange Currents. Dragged in. 2. Wang Ting smiled slightly but didn't answer. Tong En and the others were becoming increasingly puzzled by his demeanor. Wang Ting's image in their eyes was becoming more enigmatic. This guy seems to know quite a bit. The spacecraft didn't linger and continued its flight towards Devilwood Star. It descended through the atmosphere, passing through gray clouds and mist. This gave the planet an eerie appearance. Looking down from the spacecraft, all vegetation had withered, and there was no sign of any living creatures. This planet seemed truly dead. Many of the students on board had been here before, but they couldn't help but look grim. B0XO. The threat of dark apparitions existed since ancient times and always posed a threat to the survival of the human race. Even though countless strong individuals had been born over the ages, they still couldn't completely eliminate the hidden danger posed by the dark apparitions. The spacecraft flew over the land and into the oceanic region. The ocean on this planet appeared lifeless as well, completely calm with no signs of any living creatures. The spacecraft flew low over the sea, creating ripples on the surface. Before long, a group of islands appeared on the horizon. The spacecraft landed on one of these islands. "We have reached our destination," Tong En said. Everyone flew out of the spacecraft and came to the island. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings curiously and realized that there were many people on this island. There were also buildings constructed between the distant mountains. "Those are the martial warriors stationed here from the 7 stellar academies," Tong En explained. The spacecraft flew away after sending Wang Ting and everyone else to their destination. They proceeded deeper into the island, arriving at a valley quickly. Within this valley, many buildings had been constructed, and people were moving in and out of them, creating a lively scene. At the heart of the valley stood a grand hall. These buildings were mostly constructed by the students themselves, some serving as resting places, while others are used for trading, Yuan Bai explained as he walked alongside Wang Ting. Wang Ting nodded, listening to the explanation while following Tong En and the others to the entrance of the grand hall. The doors to the hall were tightly shut, preventing anyone from entering or leaving freely. "Please stop." An emotionless voice came from the grand hall. "We're here for a mission." Tong En and the others were familiar with this place, so they were used to it. After reporting, they proceeded to input their information on the wall to the left of the door, causing a holographic screen to appear. Each of them entered their details. "Wang Ting, it's your turn." After all 5 of them entered their information, Tong En looked at Wang Ting and spoke. Wang Ting followed suit, quickly inputting his identification information. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the doors swung open. Everyone stepped in. Inside the grand hall, a soothing azure light filled the air, giving the impression of a dreamlike world, as if they had entered another realm. Wang Ting focused his gaze and noticed a deep blue vortex ahead. The radiant light emanated from within the vortex. Enter the poison erosion world immediately. You are not allowed to linger. A voice suddenly echoed within the hall. Wang Ting and the others couldn't determine its source. Simultaneously, 6 rays of light shot out from the darkness and halted in front of each of them. These are tokens. When you return, activate the tokens, and someone will guide you out of the poison erosion world. The echoing voice spoke once more. Wang Ting and the others blinked and promptly accepted the tokens hovering in front of them. Tong En and the others were familiar with it, but this was the first time Wang Ting saw it. He examined it closely. The token was dark blue and there was a complex set of numbers displayed on it. It was the ancient language. Based on Wang Ting's understanding, it should be the number 13587. Let's go. After stowing their tokens, Tong En uttered a command and entered the azure vortex. Wang Ting didn't dare to linger around and quickly stepped into the azure vortex. Boom! Wang Ting felt the world spinning. The next moment, his vision turned black and he appeared in a strange void. From the grand hall to this void, it all happened in an instant. They seemed to have entered a different world. Wang Ting glanced around, feeling somewhat intrigued. The void was filled with thick constellation poison force, distinctly different from the starry sky of the original universe. If poison element martial warriors were to train here, their progress would be much faster. The poison erosion world is roughly the size of a galaxy. To reach Scorpion King Star, you'll need to use your own spacecraft, Tong En said with a smile. Let's part ways here and head to Scorpion King Star individually. As they spoke, Qin Quan and the others had already taken out their spacecraft and were preparing to step in. Take care. Wang Ting raised his fists at the 5 of them. Watching Tong En and the others' ships vanish into the distance, Wang Ting's eyes flickered. Then, he took out his spacecraft, the Devil Slayer, a universe-level vessel, and entered the ship. The spacecraft enabled and transformed into a streak of light. Round Ball, head to Scorpion King Star. Okay. Round Ball emerged beside Wang Ting and took control of the spacecraft. It sped towards a particular direction in the void. The Devil Slayer was extremely fast. After about half an hour, they were getting close to Scorpion King Star. Wang Ting immediately stored the Devil Slayer and changed to another heaven-level spacecraft to prevent attracting too much attention. Chapter 1895 Strange Currents. Dragged in. 3. As they approached the region where Scorpion King Star was located, he noticed numerous spacecraft in the vicinity. They emitted fluctuating spatial ripples as they gradually slowed down. Scorpion King Star. A massive dark red planet loomed in front of Wang Ting. He gazed at it through the spacecraft's panoramic view, a glint of determination in his eyes. We've finally arrived. Wang Ting smiled faintly. After a series of twists and turns, he had finally reached Scorpion King Star. It had been quite a journey. Wang Ting, we're about to enter the atmosphere of Scorpion King Star. Round Ball reminded him. The scenery in front of him flashed by, and Scorpion King Star loomed larger and larger in Wang Ting's vision. Scorpion King Star was truly a supergiant planet with a diameter of several million kilometers. The closer he got, the more he felt its immense size. B0XO. Finally, the spacecraft passed through Scorpion King Star's atmosphere and descended toward the surface. At the same time, several other spacecraft could be seen entering Scorpion King Star's atmosphere as well, creating sparks like shooting stars. Wang Ting stood in the control room, watching this scene unfold through the panoramic simulation. Boom! However, at that moment, he suddenly felt the spaceships violently shaking, as if something had struck it from above. Alert! Alert! A highly toxic vortex airflow has appeared 30,000 miles ahead. Please initiate an emergency landing. Please initiate an emergency landing. Urgent alarms blared within the spacecraft, echoing through the cabin. What's happening? Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he quickly asked. I don't know what's happening. I scanned for any issues when we entered the atmosphere just now, and there didn't seem to be any problems. But as soon as we entered the atmosphere, we encountered this situation, Round Ball replied in a serious tone. Can we avoid it? Wang Ting asked. No problem. We're not too close, and we have plenty of time to react and avoid it, Round Ball reassured Wang Ting. Under Round Ball's control, the spacecraft immediately changed course and fled in the opposite direction. After the course change, Wang Ting looked back and saw a gray-green vortex airflow rapidly spinning and approaching their location. The airflow was fast, sweeping toward them like a locust swarm. Moreover, that gray-green airflow seemed to possess extremely potent toxicity, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to survive within it. The other spaceships that had entered the atmosphere with Wang Ting had also sensed the presence of the gray-green airflow and were now attempting to escape. However, one of the spacecraft was too close and couldn't escape in time. It was directly swept up by the airflow. Boom! An explosion resounded. The spaceships lasted only 2 or 3 seconds within the airflow before it exploded, turning into a ball of flames. Several figures inside the spaceships tried to break free, but they were immediately caught by the airflow and couldn't escape. Cries of agony were heard. These figures were all at the Heaven Stage martial warriors, but they got sucked into the whirlpool instantly. There were signs of corrosion on their bodies, indicating severe poisoning. For regular warriors, once they were severely poisoned, they would lose most of their ability to resist. These Heaven Stage martial warriors were no exception. However, they didn't give up. All 6 of them released their strongest attacks and hurled them behind. Boom! 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 The powerful force attacks struck the airflow, interrupting its rotation speed. Seizing this opportunity, they desperately broke free from the airflow. Wang Ting was somewhat surprised to find that one of them was a Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master. It was this Divine Spirit Master who released a weapon that triggered a massive explosion, allowing them to escape smoothly. Only the martial warrior closest to the center of the vortex couldn't make it out in time and was completely engulfed by the gray-green airflow, unable to escape. From outside, all that could be seen was a cloud of blood bursting in the center of the vortex. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ting's pupils constricted in shock. He hadn't expected the gray-green airflow to be so terrifying. The 6 martial warriors who had managed to break free from the airflow didn't have time to mourn their fallen comrade. They desperately rushed forward. Faced with the threat of death, they unleashed their fastest speed, quickly catching up to Wang Ting's heaven-level spacecraft. The speed of this heaven-level spaceships is still too slow. Wang Ting's expression turned gloomy. Round Ball, can you accelerate further? Yes. However, the ship's engines will suffer some damage, Round Ball replied. It doesn't matter. It's just a heaven-level spacecraft. Wang Ting immediately ordered, accelerate immediately. All right. Round Ball also understood the situation. With their lives on the line, a single heaven-level spaceship was nothing. It quickly increased the speed to the maximum, flying at an overload. Soon, they managed to put some distance between them and the 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors. However, the gray-green airflow behind them seemed to be getting closer, its speed increasing. It swept towards them like an unstoppable force. Tang Cheng. The 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors were horrified. The leader of the 6 martial warriors shouted. Among the 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors, one of them had eyes that burst with determination. He locked onto the nearest spaceships in front of him, stretched out his hand, and unleashed a terrifying spiritual power that formed a giant hand, grabbing the spacecraft. Boom! Wang Ting immediately felt the spaceship shake violently, and its speed suddenly slowed down. As a divine spirit master, he immediately understood what had happened. Someone had used spiritual power to grab hold of his spacecraft. Chapter 1896 Strange Currents. Dragged in. Bastard. He had a dark expression, and his eyes were filled with an intense murderous intent. These people were dragging him down. Let's leave. Let's leave. The divine spirit master who grabbed Wang Ting's spacecraft shouted. He crazily manipulated his spiritual power, using Wang Ting's spacecraft to rapidly close the gap between them. Wang Ting, you need to do something quickly. The vortex of toxic airflow is getting closer. Round Ball yelled anxiously. They could have escaped but were dragged into this situation by others. It was extremely infuriating. B0XO. Calm without saying a word, Wang Ting released his spiritual power, and a golden light flashed in the space. In the next moment, that golden light appeared in the outside world, only a few hundred meters away from the divine spirit master. It aimed directly at the man's neck, moving swiftly. The divine spirit master Tang Qing was taken aback when he saw the golden light, but when he felt the speed of the light, a cold smile appeared on his face. Without any visible movement, a black light suddenly surged out from Tang Qing's forehead and met the golden light head-on. A clash of black and gold lights erupted in the air. Clang! A clear metallic resonance echoed through the void. Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound resounded, crisp and distinct. The golden light was shattered, cleaved into two halves by the black light that pierced through its center. With the high-speed propulsion gone, the golden light revealed its true form. It was Wang Ting's golden crescent blade. Last time, Wang Ting said that the golden crescent blade had reached its limit and couldn't be used anymore. His words had proven true. However, it had still managed to exert one last burst of energy. Right as the golden light shattered, another purple light abruptly pierced through the void and struck the back of Tang Qing's head. Be careful! The other Heaven Stage martial warriors shouted in unison when they saw this scene. Their expressions changed. A cold glint flashed past Tang Qing's eyes. The black light instantly appeared behind his head. Bang! Another muffled sound resounded as the purple light was halted in mid-air. However, it suddenly erupted into a ball of dazzling lightning. This purple light was the lightning brick, no, the lightning slap. Huh! The contempt on Tang Qing's face finally showed signs of change as the sudden surge of lightning disrupted his spiritual power, causing it to dissipate slightly. What kind of lightning is this? He couldn't help but be puzzled, and his expression turned grim. He immediately controlled his spiritual power, generating a powerful shockwave that instantly sent the lightning slap flying. This person's spiritual power is more powerful than mine. Wang Ting's expression turned ugly. Battles between divine spirit masters were quite straightforward. Whoever had the stronger spiritual power would typically have the upper hand. This divine spirit master had reached the heaven realm, and he was also a talented student from the stellar academies. He was powerful. Unless Wang Ting used all his skills, he wouldn't be his match with his Cosmos Realm spiritual power alone. The gap between the Cosmos Realm and the Heaven Realm was immense. The golden crescent blade and the lightning slap were both thrown out. Wang Ting had no choice but to keep them. Tang Qing sneered coldly. He had already figured it out. Although the person on the spaceship was also a divine spirit master, he was not strong and hardly his match. Moreover, he had sensed it earlier. There was only one person on that spaceship. They were lucky. They ran into an unfortunate loner. Don't blame us, Tang Qing muttered coldly to himself. He glanced at the increasingly closer vortex of grayish-green air behind them, and his spiritual power erupted. He accelerated forward using the spaceship's speed. Boom. Soon, they caught up and landed heavily on top of Wang Ting's spacecraft. Go! Tang Cheng shouted at the other 5 people. They had been teammates for a long time and trusted Tang Cheng completely. Without any hesitation, they stomped their feet on the ground and released their force. Boom! The force impact released by the 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors caused the speed of the spacecraft to decrease again. The 5 of them used momentum to escape from the spacecraft and rushed forward. F***K. Wang Ting cursed instantly. A glint of cold light flashed in Tang Cheng's eyes as he flew away from the spaceship. His spiritual power surged to its maximum, and he forcefully pushed against Wang Ting's spacecraft. Boom! The speed of the heaven-level spacecraft decreased rapidly again because of this powerful thrust. Damn it! Wang Ting saw the cold smile on the Divine Spirit Master's face through the panoramic simulation. His pupils contracted, and his expression turned grim. He didn't have the time to think too much. The spacecraft had already been caught up by the trailing gray-green vortex of air. The spaceship shook violently and couldn't continue forward. The powerful engine of the heaven-level spacecraft couldn't withstand the suction and turbulence of the vortex, and it was uncontrollably pulled into the turbulent air. Wang Ting! Roundball shouted. Go! Wang Ting didn't hesitate and immediately used a space flash to disappear from the spaceship, abandoning it to escape. He wanted to use space skills to leave this vortex, but the turbulent vortex disrupted the space around it. His space flash ability was interfered with. With no other choice, Wang Ting had to give up. His figure appeared within the vortex, and he activated his constellation forces to resist the vortex's pull. However, the toxic energy within the gray-green vortex completely ignored the resistance of the constellation force and infiltrated Wang Ting's body through his countless pores. Chapter 1897 Strange Currents. Dragged in. 5. What a strong poison! Wang Ting instantly felt the severe poison invading his body, and his expression became extremely solemn. Demon Lotus Poison Body, activate. He didn't think too much and immediately activated the Demon Lotus Poison Body to absorb the poison. A bewitching black lotus bloomed on Wang Ting's forehead. With the help of the Demon Lotus Poison Body, the poison was instantly absorbed and merged into the black lotus flower on his forehead. Boom. B0XO. Calm. The abandoned heaven-level spacecraft couldn't endure the onslaught of the vortex anymore and exploded with a resounding blast. A shockwave swept out. The vortex momentarily congealed. Wang Ting's eyes flickered intensely. He tried to seize this opportunity to flee, but the explosion of the spaceship only blocked the vortex for a moment. The terrifying pulling force almost engulfed him again in the next moment. Wang Ting couldn't escape this mysterious vortex at all and could only let it carry him away into the distance. However, those Heaven Stage martial warriors took this opportunity to flee far away, completely evading the grasp of the gray-green vortex. As the vortex moved farther away, those Heaven Stage martial warriors finally stopped their escape, landing on the ground and looking up at the sky with lingering fear. That was dangerous. We almost died. Damn it, our fortune was awful this time. We encountered this trouble right after entering Scorpion King Star. Even Luan died. Their expressions turned ugly. They kept complaining and cursing. Speaking of which, that unlucky guy should be dead, right? One of them suddenly asked. He must be dead. He got sucked into the airflow. How can he survive? The other person sneered. He looked at Tang Cheng and said gratefully, Tang Cheng, we owe you this time. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. No need to thank me. If it weren't for a last resort, I wouldn't have done something like this. Tang Qing replied calmly. Who said it wasn't? After all, we're all students of the Stellar Academies. What we did feels a bit underhanded. I wonder which Stellar Academy he is from? Who knows? He doesn't seem very powerful, but he came out alone for a mission. Even without us, he would be dead. Running into this situation, he can only blame his bad luck. Fortunately, it wasn't a tough opponent. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. The others continued to speak, seemingly having accepted Wang Ting's death and showing no remorse or guilt in their tone. It was the necessary course of action given the situation. They felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Let's go find a safe place to heal and rest, the leader among them said, sounding somewhat tired. The others had no objections. The Scorpion King's star was full of dangers. They had just been swept into that vortex, poisoned, and seriously injured. They needed to find a safe place to recuperate. The group immediately left the area and sped towards a dense forest in the distance. Before long, several spacecraft landed in the place they had just left. Martial warriors disembarked, spreading out to investigate the surroundings. I think it's the members of the Swift Wing team. It should be them. They are quite ruthless. They drag someone down. Otherwise they'll be dead. Yeah, but they're in a tough spot too. It seems like they lost someone, and almost everyone is injured. The team's overall strength has significantly declined. Haha, that way we will have one less competitor. Chapter 1898 Ghost Venom Abyss. Eerie. 1. As the saying goes, if you can't resist, then lie down and accept it. This seemed to be Wang Ting's current situation. He found himself within the vortex of the air current, and he had decided not to resist. He allowed the vortex to carry him away to who knows where. However, Wang Ting noticed that this air current vortex didn't seem entirely detrimental to him. After calming down, he clearly sensed that his demon lotus poison body was undergoing some changes after absorbing the potent toxins from this air current. He couldn't help but look at the attributes board. Demon lotus poison body. 680/10000B0XO. Calm, it improved. Wang Ting's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that by absorbing some potent poisons, his demon lotus poison body would actually improve slightly. Although it was only a 40-point increase, it was a real improvement. Wang Ting was puzzled. It was very difficult to raise one's physique. Normal methods wouldn't be able to raise it. He wondered what kind of poisons were in this air current vortex that could accomplish something seemingly impossible. Knowing the incredible effects of the poison's power, Wang Ting naturally stopped resisting and actively started absorbing it. World Devourer. Wang Ting activated this divine ability. His body seemed to transform into a vortex, greedily absorbing the poisons from within the air current vortex. He stared intently at the attributes board. It's effective! Wang Ting was overjoyed. As expected, the demon lotus poison body attribute slowly increased. Little did Tang Qing and the others know that Wang Ting hadn't died at all. He was thriving in the air current vortex. Not only had he survived, but he also gained some significant benefits. As time passed, Wang Ting had no idea how far he had been carried by the vortex. Eventually, it seemed that the air current vortex had come to a stop and was slowly dissipating. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Despite his efforts to resist the spinning force by closing his eyes, he still felt a bit dizzy. Very soon, the dizziness subsided and he regained his senses. He looked around him. His pupils suddenly contracted as he saw what seemed like a massive abyss ahead, extending beyond his sight. Below, mist shrouded everything, making it impossible to see the bottom. Wang Ting hurriedly activated his real eye to take a look. He could only see about a dozen meters ahead before his vision was completely obstructed, and he couldn't make out anything below. The current from the vortex had not completely stopped, and it was heading towards the massive abyss. Wang Ting was frightened and started to sweat profusely. Fortunately, at this moment, the current's rotation had gradually slowed down. Without thinking too much, he immediately unleashed his force, propelling himself like a cannonball, breaking free from the restraints of the vortex. Tap! He flew for a few thousand meters before landing firmly at the edge of the abyss. He took a deep breath and looked around. What met his eyes were strange black rocks, jagged and abrupt, some of them hosting peculiar plants like thorns and vines that covered the rocks, creating an eerie appearance. In the crevices of some rocks, he spotted various types of centipedes, scorpions, and other poisonous insects crawling around. The rustling sounds were constant, sending shivers down his spine. This place is so eerie. Wang Ting furrowed his brows, feeling an extremely uncomfortable sensation in his heart. Standing at the edge of the abyss, he looked down, where a swirling mist enveloped everything below. It came in various colors: green, gray, black, red, and many more. The fog was colorful, indicating it was far from ordinary mist. Wang Ting, this seems to be the far western region of Scorpion King Star, a highly dangerous forbidden area known as the Ghost Venom Abyss. Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. It hadn't been idle while Wang Ting was trapped in the vortex. Instead, it had been predicting the vortex's movement. Now that the vortex had dissipated and halted at this abyss, Round Ball naturally deduced their current location. Ghost Venom Abyss. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with curiosity. That sounds quite intimidating. Don't underestimate this place, Round Ball cautioned. According to various records, this chasm is filled with all kinds of poisonous gases and miasma, all gathering in one place. It's no small matter. Moreover, there are various unknown toxins hidden inside. Many higher-stage martial warriors who entered it ended up dead, not to mention you, a mere Cosmos-stage martial warrior. So scary. Wang Ting was shocked. Indeed, you may be a poison-element martial warrior, and it seems you possess some kind of poison physique, but I advise you to be cautious and not let your guard down, Round Ball said. It always stayed close to Wang Ting, and there were some things it couldn't miss. Moreover, Wang Ting didn't deliberately hide these aspects, so Round Ball was very familiar with the force he controlled and even had some understanding of his special physique. Wang Ting nodded. When he had just arrived here, he sensed that this place was not regular and that there was a very dangerous aura pervading the surroundings. Naturally, he wouldn't take it lightly. By the way, could there be a reason why the vortex dissipated here? Wang Ting rubbed his chin and pondered. Perhaps the termination point of that vortex was originally here. Round Ball thought for a moment and said, Scorpion King Star is unique. It experiences many surprising celestial phenomena. What we experienced just now might be one of them. Chapter 1899 Ghost Venom Abyss. Eerie. 2. What bad luck. Wang Ting shook his head and his expression turned cold. But originally we could have escaped. It was those martial warriors who forcefully dragged me into this mess. Those people indeed went too far, and we can't let this go, Round Ball said, clearly upset about the situation. Humph! Wang Ting snorted and coldly declared, they must pay for this. I, Wang, am not so easily bullied. But they are all heaven-stage martial warriors, 6 of them, and there's even a heaven realm divine spirit master among them. Their strength is far superior to yours, Round Ball warned, sounding cautious. Even if you use all your trump cards, it's going to be extremely difficult to simultaneously deal with 6 heaven-stage martial warriors. You're right. Even if I use all my means, I can't handle 6 heaven-stage martial warriors simultaneously. Wang Ting's expression shifted as he spoke solemnly. It seems my strength is still not sufficient. At this moment, he was starting to feel a sense of frustration. While he wasn't afraid to face Heaven Stage martial soldiers and could handle a single Heaven Stage martial warrior, dealing with 6 of them was a different story due to the significant gap in strength. B0XO. Com, not to mention Universe Stage martial warriors, especially those from the Stellar Academies. Each of them was a genius in their own right, and it would be extremely difficult to jump stages and defeat them. The main cause why he was able to defeat Devil Emperor Bear Brain on the number 29 defense planet was because General Cameron had already severely wounded the opponent, and the opponent underestimated him, allowing him to take advantage. He had a powerful ultimate move, but he also needed to hit the target. If the Universe Stage martial warrior wanted to dodge, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to hit him with his ultimate move. Wang Ting only has the power for one move. Nothing more. In summary, his victory at that time was the result of a combination of many factors. If any one element had faltered, victory would have been impossible. Wang Ting was very aware of this fact. That's why he didn't rashly confront the 6 Heaven Stage martial soldiers head-on. Even if he used the power of time, he couldn't instantly immobilize 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors at once. The energy expenditure for such a feat would be tremendous, and there was no assure it would work. Furthermore, once he revealed himself, he would become their principal target, and there was a high probability that he would be dragged back into the vortex or even sustain severe injuries. "What are you planning to do now?" Roundball asked. It knew Wang Ting wouldn't just let the matter slide. He would want to settle the score. However, how to proceed was the real question. "Now that we're here, I think I'll go down and take a look first. If I can boost my poison force, it's a good choice. With enhanced abilities, I'll stand a better chance against those 6 Heaven Stage martial warriors," Wang Ting said. "Be careful." Roundball cautioned briefly and fell silent afterward. Wang Ting's eyes flickered slightly, and he leaped downward cautiously. Puff! As Wang Ting descended, strong winds buffeted him, but the surrounding mist clung stubbornly, refusing to dissipate. "These mists indeed carry a strong poison," Wang Ting murmured as he felt the poisonous energy within the mist, his look growing serious. Swoosh! Suddenly, a breaking sound pierced through the mist. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pointed towards the left, releasing a streak of light that pierced through the mist. Under the influence of the force, the mist was finally dispersed, revealing the situation ahead. A massive serpent, covered in iridescent scales, was rapidly approaching Wang Ting. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a foul-smelling substance. Even with a several meters distance between them, the stench was still clearly perceptible. Hiss! The giant serpent hissed and spewed a dark green, viscous substance toward the earlier streak of light. A sizzling sound was heard. Huh! Wang Ting's look changed slightly. He used his spiritual power to control a cosmos-level flying dagger. He didn't expect it to be corroded by the serpent's venom. Fortunately, he was prepared for this. Another streak of light shot out from a different direction, spiraled around, and plunged directly into the serpent's gaping mouth. Hiss! The massive serpent's enormous vertical pupils instantly contracted. It gave a painful hiss and soon fell silent. Splat! The flying dagger pierced through the serpent's body, and its massive form began plummeting helplessly downward. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and pulled the giant serpent's body back. He wanted to study this thing. Its venom could corrode even a cosmos-level weapon, which was quite remarkable. He looked around him. A few attribute bubbles were floating in the mist. They were dropped by the giant serpent. Poison Constellation Force * 2300 Rainbow Serpent Venom * 500 Blank Attribute * 3000 Rainbow Serpent Venom. Wang Ting was stunned. He had obtained a peculiar poison. This could be considered a unique skill originating from the rainbow serpent. The serpent he encountered earlier was called a rainbow serpent, a venomous serpent species found in the ghost venom abyss. Relevant descriptions and explanations appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Very soon, he grasped the method to release the rainbow serpent venom. Essentially, it involved using his poison force to mimic the venom's structure and then release it. It was similar to the dark venom dust he received in the past. However, he noticed differences in their structures and toxins. This was akin to making poison. Even with the same materials, you could produce various types of poison. Chapter 1900 Ghost Venom Abyss. Eerie. 3. Compared to the singularity of materials required for creating poison, which necessitated the fusion of various substances to make a poison, the complexity of the constellation poison force was much more mysterious. It didn't require the fusion of other materials. Instead, it only required one type of force but could manifest in countless variations. However, this process was profoundly esoteric and intricate, demanding a deep understanding of the corresponding variations to release the specific toxins. It was truly amazing. A strange light sparkled in Wang Ting's eyes, and he felt like he had gained some insight. It seemed he had discovered a way to utilize poison force. But to release different kinds of poison, he would need to master various transformation methods, which he likened to formulas. Only by mastering these formulas could he find the answers. B0XO. Calm, haha, what a treasure trove this place is. Wang Ting muttered to himself, laughing excitedly. His eyes gleamed as he looked into the mist, knowing there were more poison element star beasts inside. Each of them could have different types of toxins. If this wasn't a treasure, what was it? Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he charged into the mist, activating the World Devourer and absorbing the toxins from the surrounding mist. He wanted to see if the strong poison in this place could improve his demon lotus poison body further. In no time, his demon lotus poison body had absorbed a substantial amount of mist, creating a vacuum-like area devoid of mist within a radius of 10 meters. As expected, his demon lotus poison body attribute rose again. Roar. However, at this moment, there was a sudden roar from within the mist. The star beasts inside seemed to have been alerted. What's going on? Wang Ting was momentarily stunned. Before he could think further, the mist roiled violently like boiling water. Various grotesque star beasts rushed towards him. Their eyes were now tinged with red, filled with desire as if they had spotted something irresistible. F***K. Wang Ting cursed instantly. How could there be so many star beasts? Could it be that he had attracted them somehow? He didn't do anything. All he did was absorb some mist, but they looked as though he ransacked their homes. Roar. The star beasts were rapidly closing in on him, their voices filled with madness as they raced forward, one after another. Seeing them getting closer and closer, Wang Ting immediately turned and ran. He was experiencing the joy of being chased by star beasts once again, reminiscent of the time when he was pursued by the chaotic beasts in the chaotic Uncharted. Indeed, life is about exercise. There were too many star beasts, and many of them were mid-tier Imperial level and above. There were even a few high-tier Imperial level star beasts. Dealing with so many of them at once was beyond his capabilities. He could only run away. While running, he also launched attack. Flashes of flying daggers turned into streaks of light as they shot out, killing the mid-tier Imperial tier star beasts. The spiritual power of a Cosmos Realm martial warrior was powerful. Mid-tier Imperial tier star beast wouldn't be able to resist it. However, as his strength increased, especially after reaching the Cosmos stage, the benefit of his spiritual power gradually diminished. In the past, when he was at the Imperial Realm, he could use his spiritual power to kill planetary stage martial warriors or celestial stage martial warriors. However, at the Cosmos stage, it was extremely difficult to kill a Heaven stage martial warrior. As one progressed in cultivation, the gap between stages grew exponentially. Spiritual power's benefit couldn't keep up with this exponential growth, causing it to weaken relative to higher stage opponent. However, he was confident that against opponents at the same stage, his spiritual power still had the upper hand. So, Wang Ting focused on hunting and killing mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts while avoiding any others, especially the high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. He would run as far away from them as possible. Bubbles of attributes floated out of the corpses of the slain star beasts and hovered in the air. Wang Ting immediately collected every one of them, not leaving a single one behind. Poison Constellation Force * 2000 Green Mist Toad Poison * 600 Blank Attribute * 2600 Poison Constellation Force * 2500 Blank Attribute * 3200 Wang Ting didn't have time to take stock of his gains. Most of the attributes he collected were Poison Force and Blank Attribute. Occasionally, he would discover 1 or 2 poison element special skills, but they were quite rare. However, he couldn't afford to be happy for long as he noticed more and more star beasts enveloping him. There were 2 high-tier Imperial-level star beasts too. They charged over from the left and right. Little White. Wang Ting immediately summoned Little White from his space fragment and landed on its back. He shouted, "Run!" Oh, Little White was taken aback. It hadn't expected this situation right after coming out. But its response was quick. It immediately spread its wings and flew forward. "Master, why is it that every time I come out it's like this?" Little White asked, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Ha ha ha, don't mind it." Wang Ting chuckled, surprised that Little White, who had never complained before, was now also rendered speechless by his actions. He consoled, "After all, this is the only way to show your importance, right?" In truth, Wang Ting had forgotten that Little White had never complained because it couldn't talk before. But now that it could, it would express its emotions. Little White felt that its master's words made sense. It felt good. It opened its mouth and gave a high-pitched caw, boosting its speed. Its speed was top-notch among mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts. It could even be compared to high-tier Imperial-level star beasts. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.